Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobbymaker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobbymaker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing, and I'm really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobbymaker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those three things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobbymaker is on the hunt for the Card Maker of the Year. Are you ready for the challenge? We are giving you full creative control. Create your cards in any design for any occasion using any technique. Just make sure to use at least one item purchased from Hobbymaker. We will select 10 winners with the following prizes. First place gets £100 credit plus a Hobbymaker goodie bag. Second to fifth place gets £50 credit to their Hobbymaker account. And 6th to 10th place gets £25 credit to their Hobbymaker account. To enter, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope. Card Maker of the Year competition, Hobbymaker Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, Worcestershire, B989HF. Please include a note with your name, email address and phone number. Do not write on the back of your card. Entries must be received by Monday the 23rd of September 2024. Winners and runners-up will be notified on the 30th of September 2024 and announced live on air. All cards will be donated to our chosen charity once the winners have been notified. Good luck!
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's that time just after 1 o'clock, and happy Tuesday afternoon. We're Hobbymaker with you right the way through until 9 o'clock tonight. Thank you to John, I think, on Sewing Street, and also to Carol on Jewellery Maker as well. Oh, the insults fly, don't they?
Oh, I know, he's terrible.
He doesn't care. You're still smiling, that's the main thing. Sharon is here with you as well for quite a few shows today, actually, at least 2 shows. We've got to start off with Creative Craft. Now, what you can see by the side of me is what's coming up in the first hour. It's absolutely a huge bundle, brand new, and we've already got a lot of interest in the big bundle. You can buy smaller bundles, you can buy individuals, you can buy the whole thing if you want to as well. Details on that coming up soon. Let's have a look though at what's coming up this afternoon. Let's take a little look ahead. So brand new crafting deals with Creative Craft. That's at 1. Brand new for Hunkydory. Natalie is here with a brand new Essential Radiant Sentiments collection. Do you remember that Merry Christmas Radiant Sentiment that we could not keep in stock? They've done some more, different verses. You're going to love it. 2 o'clock. Sizzix Special with the brand new Tim Holtz from the Vault Christmas collection that was so popular yesterday. Pete is back with amazing demos at 3. And then returning favourite, the Moonstone Embossing Folder Special with Natalie at 4. Then brand new crafting deals with Creative Craft products again at 5 with Sharon. The Astralis collection from Creative Expressions at 6. We've then got another look at Hunkydory for you. And then Sizzix Special again at 8 if there's any stock left of the Tim Holtz Christmas Vault. That is Tuesday afternoon on Hobbymaker. Let me bring Sharon in straight away. We've got a big bundle where you can buy the entire show, which is going to give you the best saving.
Yes.
But as we go through, we'll give you the 2 smaller bundles. That is bundle number 1. That is bundle number 2. And both bundles have got nesting dies. They've got lovely sentiment stamps and tags.
They have really amazing selection of nesting dies, actually. And what's really quite unique about these is the size.
Yeah.
Because the nesting dies are huge. So if you are someone that likes making 8x8 cards, I know a lot of nesting dies don't really go up to that size.
Yeah.
So you've got a great selection here. And I love the fact that you've got a mix in each pack. They're not all ovals or circles.
No, exactly.
You've got all sorts of different shapes in each set, which I like that idea.
And I love the boards you've done. This shows them brilliantly. This is your reverse scallop. Now, when I first looked at that, I thought, oh, postage stamp.
Yes, the reverse scallop does really look like postage stamp, doesn't it? Look at all the shapes you've got. So
I know.
That large square, that's your card shape. So
Yep.
if you want to make your own cards blanks, then you can do that with that large square. Then you've got a huge rectangle.
Because normally you get the
long-
same shape, just in
You
smaller
do
sizes.
in a whole set normally of the same shape. This is great to have the mix because you can see how they do layer up on top of each other to make quite interesting designs.
This is so different. I love it. No one's ever done this before, I don't think.
I don't think so.
This one is your cross stitch. So you've got this beautiful cross stitch effect.
Yes, it's quite faint. You can't see it so well on camera, but it's got a lovely cross stitch
Around the
design
edges.
all around the edges.
You've got your circle, your diamond, your star. You've got your hexagon, your square, and the smaller circle, and the oval as well. All with the same stitch detail on the sides, which is lovely. This is one of my favourite ones. Look at this.
I like it. I think this is my favourite. It's almost like a torn edge, isn't it?
Deckled.
And I love that. So that large square, that's your card shape.
Yeah.
Cut that twice from like some of the Carnation Crafts 350 GSM card, and you've got your card shape.
That's some of the biggest dies I think I've seen. But they cut
Huge,
the
aren't they?
edges beautifully. So you get your square, your circle, your hexagon, your star, and your heart, all with those deckled edges. So that's the first bundle. And then with that bundle, you're also going to get your fantastic stamps. Now, stamps for various different occasions. So whether you're having a newborn in the family or a friend or something like that, you're going to get your stamps and you're going to get your dies as well. So you can stamp your sentiment, then you get 2 dies to cut them out.
Yes.
Like a banner design and an oval as well.
You get a mix
stamp
of
set.
each stamp set's got little dies for cutting out your sentiments, basically.
Exactly, and you can use those dies on all of the verses and sentiments. You've then got your floral one, stand tall, and keep your face to the sunshine. Grow through, what does that say? Grow through?
I can't read it.
Grow through what you go through. Oh, I love
I
it.
like that.
Yeah. Play together and stay together. The most beautiful view comes after the hardest climb. And again, you're going to get these cutting dies as well to cut out what you've actually stamped. And then the last one in the stamp set is this one just here. So this is
Birthdays.
the birthday one.
So they're a great size. Obviously, they're going to work really well with all your nestables, but all of these are just everyday essentials, aren't they? Everything on this show is actually.
And you get 2 more tag dies, of course, that will cut out the sentiments that you've actually stamped. So that's the first bundle. So you get all those nesting dies, you get all those stamps, and also the tag dies to cut your stamp sentiments out as well. Now, this is the first bundle. We have got a Buy the Show coming up as well. So that's what you're going to get in bundle number 1. Amazing deal on this one. VR4P75, 84, 94, £20 saved. It will be on split pay as well. You only have to pay $28.31 today, so it's on 3-way split pay. Yeah, 3-way split. 3-way split pay. $28.31 is your first split payment of 3 if you want that bundle. But if you like that, the chances are you're going to like bundle number 2.
Yes, gives you even more options.
But again, it is available completely separately if you want to buy it, and you can buy individuals on the website as well at the moment. As the show goes on, those individuals may disappear. You're going to get this one, which is your scalloped circles. well, I say scalloped circles, it's scalloped shapes. I mean, normally nesting dies are all the same shape, just different sizes.
Yes,
These are all
I
different
like
shapes.
this mix
I do.
because, you know, you're going to use them together. Again, that square one can be your card blank. Then you've got that huge circle. Now, these are all on A4 cards that I've put these on, so that'll give you an idea of the size. That large one is about 8 by 8 inches.
Okay.
So,
So it could be your card blank if you wanted it to be. That's your scalloped.
Yes.
Then you've got your stitched nestables. So again, just like the previous set, you've got the stitch detail going around the edge of it.
yes, it's got a nice fine stitch detail all around the edge of all the shapes. You've got that lovely big hexagon. Again, that could be your card shape. The huge circle could be a card shape. Then you've got heart, an oval, 2 different rectangles and another heart.
And then last one here is your
This is
Rick
fun, isn't it?
rack. That is really fun.
It's nice seeing them all layered up
Yeah.
like that.
Look at that star, it's so different. And that could even be a snowflake if you wanted it to
It
be.
could, couldn't it? And again, you've got your large one that could be a card shape and then all the other nesting elements. And of course, if you're going for all of them, you can mix and match across the sets, obviously.
And then your stamp sets that come along with this. This is the first one. So here we go. This is You Wear Your Heart Like a Smile. The birthdays, what was that one? The best things, sorry, are made with love. Best things in life are made with love. So many happy years together. Breathe it all in and love it all out. I love these. They're so
But these are
unusual.
going to cover you for all your anniversary cards, wedding cards, that kind of thing.
And you get 2 tags as well to go with that sentiment stamp set. Then the next one. Here's the next one. So this one is more kind of relations. Here we go. So to be a dad, you have to be odd to be number 1. Too many candles, not enough cake. You're not getting older, you're increasing in value. I love this. How old? You're how old? Love it. Lift it up a little bit. Today's goals, coffee and kindness. Or maybe 2 coffees, then kindness. I hadn't forgotten, I just didn't remember. That's me. So all of those stamps, again, you're going to get 2 tag dies to cut out what you've stamped as well. There we go. Beautiful shapes. And then the third and final stamp set in this collection, this is collection number 2, remember. So here you've got this one, which is all about rainbows and sunshine. And you are amazing, thank you. You are the sunshine on a cloudy day. I don't know what I'd do without you. I really can't thank you enough, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. And then you get your dies, again, to cut those out too. So it's a really different, unusual collection of dies for nesting, and also tag dies, and also the sentiment stamps as well. Now we're going to match the price on bundle number 2. So if those are the edges that you love the most, bundle 2 is what you should go for. WC4P71, 84.94, and we'll put that again on 3-way split pay for you, which is 28.31? I think it was 28.31, wasn't it? Yeah, £28.31 over 3 payments, WC4P71. Now, if you love all of them, which I do, and I know Sharon does.
It's hard to choose, I think.
All 6 stamp sets with 12 tag dies, and all 6 sets of those wonderful nesting dies in the different shapes but the same edges. I bet you no one watching has got anything like this in their collection, because all nesting dies are always the same edges and
They
the
are
same shapes.
same shapes and a whole set, and to get a whole range of different shapes with nesting dies, you've got to spend hundreds, haven't you? Because
Yeah.
you've got to buy all the sets.
Yeah.
So it's nice that they've mixed them up a bit.
So this is the buy the show. This is the best way of buying all of it. You're going to get the best price, the best saving, and you're also going to get, what split pay have we got on this, Laura? 4-way split pay on this. So not 3, but 4-way split pay. HB 4P50. I mean, that's a deal price in its own right, isn't it? 169.88.
It is.
Yeah, and that is a deal, bearing in mind the cost of them if you bought them as individual sets. So today, we're at 0. It should have been well over £200. Let's get the price down for this. If you want all of it, it's under 150, and it's on 4-way split pay. That gets you all of those really brilliant nesting dies, all of those stamp sets. It's really a stamp set for every occasion. It makes each set £12.49. £12.49 for nesting dies of that size.
That's crazy, isn't it? It is lovely to have such huge dies as well.
Absolutely. I've not seen a set like it in all the years I've been doing this job. Here today, you've got the chance to get this collection on 4-way split pay, which makes the payments each month, if you pay the first one today, 37.47 today, plus your P&P, which is just one P&P per day. You know that by now. £4.95 is all you pay shipping P&P if you're watching us in the UK for all of your orders from midnight last night to midnight tonight. Doesn't matter what show you buy them in, what company you buy them from, provided it's on our website or on TV, you just pay the one P&P of £4.95. And on four-way split pay, 37.47. Okay. We're going to go to a demo in a second, but just think about the cards you can make, the card blanks you can make, the mats and layers you can create. Mix and match. With the variety you've got here, with all those different edges, it is incredibly affordable. This is only the second show we've had from this particular brand, which of course is Creative Craft. So the first show they did was absolutely flying out the door, everything that you saw. It's different, it's new, it's affordable. This collection is going to go exactly the same way. We're busy on the phones, busy on the website right now. Remember, it's a free phone number if you want to call us, 0800 001 4433. It's free to order on the app, it's free to download the app, it's free to order on our website, hobbymaker.com as well. But get your order in, because this is going to really explode the sort of crafting you can do and the sort of reasons you need dies like this and what you can do with them to make all those cards into card blanks from nesting dies. They make apertures. You can use them to make designer frames if you want to as well.
Yes, yeah, because the size is, 8 by 8 up to. It does open up a lot of different things you can do with them.
But also, I'm thinking banners and thinking bunting.
Bunting, yeah, some of them would be lovely for bunting, wouldn't they?
It would be. And you can have bunting in any design that you've got there with all these lovely decorative edges as well. So as an investment in your crafting, it doesn't get much better than this. It really, really doesn't. So HB4P50 is the product code. Let's show you what you can do with them. What are you going to show us, Sharon, first?
Well, I thought we'll start with the nestables.
Yeah.
The cross stitch I'm going to start with. So I've got an 8 by 8 card. I think this is 8 by 8. Let me check. Yeah, 8 by 8. And I've cut a piece of card just to give me a mat and layer to start with. So I'm going to pop that on. And then I'll show you the dies themselves, because they are, you'll realise the value for money when I show you the dies, because the size of them and the amount of metal.
Now the dies on their own, they're going to be normally they're going to be $19.99. So you can cherry pick any of the die sets or any of the stamp sets that you want on the website individually as well, if you don't necessarily want to buy the show or the big bundle.
So this is the circle. I mean, look at the size of that. If I put it on my mat, it's literally
Huge.
It's kind of just over 8. So if you're using that to create a card base, it's a really good size, and it's got this lovely cross-stitch detail all around the edge. So you've got your circle, you've got your star, and then you've got some smaller. So if you're like me and you do tend to make smaller cards, look at those. I mean, I would pay quite a lot just for those different shapes.
Yeah,
so
totally.
having the huge ones as well. Obviously, you're going to need an A4 machine for the larger dies in each set, because they are huge. Now we're going to use the star first of all.
I mean, that can be used for home decor. You could have stars on the kids' bedroom doors,
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, because these are large enough to do all sorts of different home decor things with.
Having a star card blank, great.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah. So I've got an A4 sheet of card, and I'm going to cut the star out. I've got my A4 Big Shot, which I'm just going to bring so I can reach in, and I'm just going to run that through. So yes, you will need an A4 machine. So there are lots. We've got lots on here, haven't we?
We've got lots
Pete's
of
got
different
the,
varieties. The
I know
switch.
Pete's got the black switch on his show coming up, so that would be ideal for these.
But if you've got the big Gemini 2, or
Big,
if you've
yeah.
got the Big Shot or whatever, Big Shot Plus.
Yep. There we go. So that's given me a huge start,
Perfect.
which is lovely. And then I'm going to pop, from the same set, I'm going to do a hexagon, because that layers up beautifully on there. And I'm going to cut that from green. So I've got a nice light green.
And with the options and the variety you've got with this are infinite.
They are, I think, this whole collection, really, if you were just starting out crafting, this would be like having everything you need.
You
in
wouldn't
one
need much
hit.
more, would you?
Because you've got all your occasions covered, all these different shapes. And I think when you're starting out, the hardest thing to think about is your composition of your card.
Yes.
Well, that's done for you with the nesting shapes.
And
because
sometimes
you
that's
can
the
just
hardest
layer
thing,
them.
like you say.
It is, yeah, particularly when you're starting out. But of course, you can layer up any of these together and they're going to work. So that's going to be my sort of basis of my card. So let's pop all these back in the packet so I don't lose them or get them mixed up.
It's such a clever idea to mix your shapes up.
It is, because just with this one set, you can see all the different options I've got. You know, that is the kind of most used circle size I would use on smaller cards.
Sure. And what you've done there is obviously layered that hexagon on top of the star, but equally that hexagon die could have cut the hexagon out of the middle of the star.
It could, yes.
So it's an
You
aperture.
do all sorts of things with them, yeah. Having the range is amazing. So I'm going to pop those on, and then we can have a look at some stamps. We're going to do a birthday card. So I'm just going to pop some double-sided tape on here. Just put a little bit on there. This is great for, you know, the composition, because just pick a few card colours that go together and you're done.
Perfect.
Make sure my card's facing the right way. So we're going to pop that nicely in the centre there, like so. And then the hexagon can sit on top. I'm just using double-sided tape. If you want to get some more dimension, of course, you can use foam tape instead if you prefer. Where did I put my pokey tool? Forever losing it, there it is. So this is going to layer up perfectly, like so.
Of course, you could use foam pads if you want to put a bit.
Yeah,
of
if you want a bit of height.
Yep.
So now I'm going to bring in the birthday stamp set, and I'll show you what you get in that. Let's move that out the way. And I've got some watercolour cards here, so I'm going to stamp some of these images. Now, the packaging's misleading because the stamps themselves are actually much larger. So you've got a really good selection here. I'm going to use this fantastic cake in the cloche, which is really nice.
Now, this on its own, if you just want the birthday stamps with the 2 tag dies to cut out your sentiments you've stamped, it's only $14.99. So there's something in the show for every budget and every price range.
Yeah, and I think all of the sets are kind of good general sets for all the occasions you're going to need.
Yeah.
And I'll just show you these because these fit beautifully with a lot of the sentiments. So you've got 2 different shapes in this set. So say for the happy birthday, you can put that oval one. This one fits around quite a few of them actually. So you've got lots of options. So you don't have to sort of cut out any of your elements. These are going to work beautifully. Very, very useful, those. And of course, they're not limited to just using with this stamp set. These are just really good shapes, because there's nothing worse than going to a lot of effort for a card, then you go to add your sentiment and you just put it on a really simple strip. This just elevates your card, having it on a nice sort of shaped sentiment piece. So let me grab a block, and I'm going to stamp this lovely big birthday cake. So I'll pop that off onto the block. I'm going to colour mine, I'm going to use Distress ink, so I'm going to use a waterproof ink, so I'm using Versafine Clair.
Yeah, perfect.
And I'm just stamping it onto a piece of watercolour card.
Now, this is actually, as a bundle, exclusive to us at Hobbymaker as well. We can't find this for sale anywhere else, so you can't shop around for it, but we're giving you the best possible deals on the individuals and the big bundles and the smaller bundles too. And
while I'm stamping, let's do the sentiment as well. So let's just clean my stamp. And I've cut from the grey card, which is the same grey card I've got going on in the background, just so it all ties in. I've cut a strip from one of the other. You can mix and match, so I think I've used the rectangle from one of the other stamp sets because, of course, the more of these sets you've got, the more options you've got to mix and match across all the sets. And I think we'll go with this happy birthday. So I'll pop that on my block.
Lots of you now coming in for the complete collection. It really does make financial sense. And from a variety point of view as well, you haven't, like you said, Sharon, you haven't got to buy like 10 nesting die sets to get the variety in shapes. You know, you get all those different shapes in each one.
This is kind of the collection that you would just keep in a little tub on your desk.
Yeah.
Because these are your all occasion everyday sets, really. Your everyday essentials, basically. You've got everything covered here, which I love. I like all the fonts. You've got a really nice mixture as well. They're all quite modern, quite
They
fun.
come in their own cardboard wallets. I keep them in there, actually. So
Yes, I
it's
would.
up.
Yeah, definitely. I like it when you get good sort of storage. They've got a nice sturdy bag. You can just keep them like that. I'd put them in a box and you can just flip through them.
Yeah, good idea. Keep them all together.
So my birthday cake, we're going to colour this. And I'm going to use distress inks. And I'm colouring this card because I've gone for blue and green. I was kind of thinking men's cards are usually the ones we all struggle with. So I thought, let's
That's
do
what you
this.
tell us.
Yes.
We're awkward. We're hard to make
You
cards
men are
for.
awkward, Dave. And I think stars and birthday cake, that covers any age and any gender, doesn't it, really?
Absolutely, yeah.
We all like cake. So I'm sticking with sort of greens, so that's going to tie in nicely with that hexagon. And I've just smushed a bit of my distress ink cube on my glass mat. And I'm just watercolouring that. So very simple. And then the cake itself, I think I'll just do a yellow so it just looks like a nice sponge. So we'll colour that in, like so.
And they're some of the biggest nesting dies I think I've ever
They're
seen.
huge, aren't they? And I'm quite excited about this because quite often when I am making bigger cards, you can only go up to a certain size with most sets.
Yeah.
And if you're using an 8x8 card, they just look lost, and you've got such a big gap around the edge. It looks funny, doesn't it?
And also you can use them in home decor, as we said
Yes.
before, for parties, for bunting, that sort of thing.
Now I've got this cloche sort of thing around it, like a cover, glass. So I've got some blue, and I'm really watering this down. And where I've just got those little lines there, I'm just going to follow that, just to give the illusion of that being glass. So it gives it a bit of colour. So that's all I need to do there. And then I've got all those lovely stars on my cake. And I thought it'd be quite fun to add a bit of glitter. So I've got a quickie glue pen. Now a quickie glue pen comes out blue and then dries clear.
Yeah.
So you can see exactly where you're putting it. So I'm just going to go over those stars. Because I stamped this in black, the stars, I think, need a bit of something. So I'm just going to put glue on all of those with my pen. And then I'm going to bring in some glitter.
Just a small tub.
Just a little tub. Carla always laughs at me with this tub.
I've never ever met anyone as organised as Sharon. There we are.
Yeah, she always laughs at this tub, the fact I've got a spoon in it.
Exactly. Always comes prepared.
I do. And I'm just going to grab my nice scissors. So I'm ready to kind of put this together. So my cake, I'm going to cut out. So this is a really simple shape to fussy cut. So I'm just going to trim that down, so make it easier for myself. And then I'm just going to quickly fussy cut this out. It's a nice big stamp, and it's a very simple shape. So it's not difficult to fussy cut at all.
Yeah, there's no awkward shapes to...
No,
at all
it's
with
not
this.
fiddly.
No.
Even those of you that hate fussy cutting, you won't struggle with this one. It's quite easy.
I love the fact as well that the stamps are covering every sentiment, every reason why you need to make a card in the first place. You've got
They
all
are.
the right words. You've got a mixture of whimsical ones, funny ones, cute, cheeky ones. So you've got birthday, you've got relationships, so many happy years together. Positivity, newborns, it's always covered.
Yeah, baby. I don't have many sets that cover new babies. And the thing is, when you don't have many sets, you get bored of them, don't you? You get bored of making the same card for every new baby.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's quite nice to have all these occasions. I really like the coffee cups as well. I think that set's really nice.
I mean, for a couple that are having a newborn, what a lucky baby to have parents like you. What a lovely verse that is.
That's sweet, isn't it? Yeah, I think a lot of thought's gone into these sentiments. They're all a bit different, aren't they? There we go. Like so. So what I'm going to do, that's going to sit like that. My sentiment's going to go here. And I just think that works really well with the star.
Yeah, it does.
And
subconsciously, you're telling the person who's going to get that card that they're a star.
yes. Yes, and this would work, wouldn't it, for teenagers, because they're another tricky audience. It would work for any age, any person. And I'm going to pop this on. Now you'll see the one that I've already done on the counter. I went over that glass cloche with glossy accents.
Right.
So that it looks like shiny glass.
Fantastic.
I won't do that now because the glossy accents take a couple of hours to dry.
Absolutely.
It's this end big one here.
Oh, the big one here.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look at. Oh yeah, I can see. This is obviously a slightly different version of the same card, but there with glossy accents, very effective. We've got that on our website, or glossy highlights from Crafter's Companion.
Yes. And it just makes it look like glass, and of course it makes the glitter on the stars sparkle even more when you put glossy accents over it.
Absolutely. So the main deal is the Buy the Show, which is basically every single nesting die in every shape with all these different decorative edges. Again, you're going to get all of them and all the stamp sets as well. So you've basically got 6 stamp sets and 6 nesting die sets, but they're giving you the much better variety of the larger shapes, but with the different edges. So rather than having, say, 8 or 9 nesting dies, all the same shape, but with just different sizes, you've got basically the edge that is the theme that runs through each one, the decorative edge, but different shapes in that edge. And to get all of them for £149.88, remember, we don't expect you to pay that in full. You can do if you want to, of course you can, but if you'd rather split the cost interest-free, we offer that as a business here at Hobbymaker. It's just that first payment today, plus your P&P of £4.95, and then the next payment in 4 weeks, next in 8, and then the final payment in 12 weeks' time, £37.47. Now, running through them individually, but the stamps first? Yeah, stamps first of all. Okay, now the stamps first of all, let's go through them one by one. Firstly, now I haven't got the names of them here, I've just got basically the stamp sets, so I'm going to have to try and make this up as I go along. So this is the baby one. This is the most popular, and remember, you are going to get 2 of the shape dies with this as well. There we are. So they are basically the same size as the sentiment and the verse, so you can cut them out in whichever decorative way you want to. So 2 dies, and all these stamps are included. Parenthood looks good on you. Wishing you lots of sleep and all the joy a new baby brings. Sometimes little things take up the most room in your heart. Sending you 3, all my love. Love that. New happy parenting. How about that? So you've got the stalk there as well. £14.99 for that stamp set with the 2 dies to cut out the images that you've actually stamped. After that, we've then got this one, which is the flowers. So this one's called?
That's called Wellbeing.
Wellbeing. Okay, thank you for that. So the most beautiful view comes after the hardest climb. So really thoughtful, lovely verses here. Stand tall, stand tall and keep your face to the sunshine. Grow through what you're going through. Love that. Grow through what you're going through. Beautiful, huh? And you've got those lovely little floral stamps there as well, the flowers in the Wellington boot as well. So again, you're going to get 2 dies to cut those out, different shapes, for £14.99, LT4P39 if you want that one. And then the birthday one is this one, which is what we were using in that demo that Sharon was using. So there you've got the dome with the cake underneath it. Now, birthdays probably after Christmas are the most requested cards you may get asked to make. So here to have different sorts of verses that are not just the everyday, happy birthday, best wishes, all of that. May your birthday messages put a smile on your face. I hope your big day is as special as you are. I hope your birthday is as fabulous as you are. Sending you big birthday hugs. Here's wishing you a day full of fun and a year full of adventure. And again, you're going to get the dies that are in there, 2 dies in total to cut out the stamps that you've stamped, okay? So that's MK4P54 if you want that. That's the first 3. Now the next ones we've got for you, this one is with the birthday cake on it, or it doesn't have to be birthday cake, this is celebratory. What's this one called, Sharon?
The one with the birthday cake.
This is the cheeky one. So
cheeky.
You have to be odd to be number 1. Too many candles are not enough cake. You're not getting older, you're increasing in value. I do like that one. You're how old? Love it. So that one, again, you're going to get 2 dies to cut out those fantastic sentiments. So 2 tag dies included for £14.99. Life is short, so lick the whisk. I hadn't forgotten, I just didn't remember. That is me, totally. I've said that so many times. The older you get, the better you get, unless you're a banana. Love it. $14.99 again with the 2 tag dies included, AK4P30. And by the way, if you are buying all of them, you will get completely different tag dies. They're not all the same shapes, okay? 2 more to show you of the stamps on their own with the 2 tag dies. This one is You Make My Heart Smile, Together is a Wonderful Place to Be. So that one is called, that one's called? Loving. Okay, so that's the Loving one. As I say, I've only got the stamps, I haven't got the title. So Loving is that one. Breathe it all in and love it all out. Love that. Together is a wonderful place to be. Congratulations. The best things in life are made with love. Down the bottom, you are one true love, and this is the first day of the rest of your life. Celebrate. Isn't that the truth? And again, 2 tag dies with that. Then finally, this one.
Thank you.
It's called Thank You.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you're amazing. You are the sunshine on a cloudy day. I don't know what I would do without you. I really can't thank you enough. I couldn't have done it without you. You're such a good friend. You're simply the best. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. All with different fonts on there as well. And again, you get the 2 tag dies with that as well. So refreshingly different sentiments and 2 tag dies to cut out the sentiments for only £14.99. RS4P19. Now, the nesting dies, the value of the nesting dies are incredible. Now, the one that looks like a postage stamp is this one here. Now, obviously, probably best to look at the packaging, really. You've basically got here, I'll look at the boards that Sharon has very kindly done for us. So this is the reverse scalloped. So if you just want the dies on their own, and you can see the size of them, again, they cut apertures. You can use them to make quirky frames if you want to. You get 7 dies in the whole set. You get the large square, you get the rectangle, the oval, the diamond, the smaller circle, which looks very cog-like to me, and then you've got the 2 rectangular ones as well. So if you love DL cards and that sort of thing, you can make your own DL card shapes very easily. But equally, these are not just for mats and layers, they're also for apertures, they're also to make your own card blanks as well. I'm a sucker for a postage stamp.
I do like that design. I like the postage stamp idea. It's a nice, particularly if you're doing journaling and things like that, I think it looks great.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, yeah, if you're a scrapbooker and things like that, these are going to really fill the page for you.
Yeah, that's another area where these are really going to come in, because when you're working on a 12 by 12 sheet, any of your card making dies just get lost, whereas
they kind of disappear.
The big sizes here are going to help you there.
Well, $19.99 is your price for all of those, all 7 of them. EQ4P31 is the product code. The cross stitch, now this is a very, very subtle stitch detail around the edge of each of these shapes. So you've got the circle, the oval, the star, the hexagon, the smaller circle, the square, and the diamond as well. And they all fit together beautifully well. They've all been very, very cleverly thought through from a size perspective, haven't they?
Yeah, they're a really nice mix. You know, you've got down to sort of shapes that are small enough to pop a sentiment on, or for a small, you know, the small cards that I like to make, up to the 8x8s.
But equally, that could be a tag, stamp a hole, punch a hole in it, put some baker's twine on it. It could be a tag on a gift.
Nice gift.
But then you've got the larger dies there for the larger projects and for home design and decor, that sort of thing too. And then the last one, one of my favourites, I love the reverse, and I also love this one as well, the deckled nestables, because this looks like you've literally torn it.
I think this is my favourite.
Yeah.
I really love this one.
It's got that kind of rough look to it, but it's going to give you the same shape every single time. And you haven't had to tear a thing. The die has done all the work for you. So if you like the look of the deckled, a set of 5 this time. So you've got the square, the circle, the hexagon, the star, and the love heart in the middle. And that's just £19.99 as well. But of course, the best value is to buy the whole thing with the 4-way split pay, but it's entirely up to you if you just want to cherry pick certain designs. So it's all about the edges on these and the shapes on them. So those are the first 3. And then the other 3 we've got for you, we've got the scalloped. Scalloped square, scalloped circle, scalloped heart, and a dome, and a little rectangular tag there as well. So you make your own tags, make your own card blanks, and again, cut into them to make apertures. You can make fantastically large shaker cards with that.
You could, couldn't you? And I really like that sort of arch shape one, because isn't that just like a perfect little window to stamp something onto?
Yeah, absolutely. So with that scalloped edge, always a popular design, this one, LN4P21. And again, we've got these exclusively at the moment. I've never seen anywhere doing dies of this sort of size in the different shapes as well. And then you've got, again, the creative stitch. So if you're into your sewing and that sort of thing, it's only a subtle stitch line, but you can see it when you get close to it. Again, you've got the hexagon, you've got the circle, you've got the heart, the two rectangles, which look good matted and layered together, and that little love heart in the bottom. Actually, it looks really good at the bottom of the heart. I like
It does the way it's, nested at the bottom there.
Yeah. And again, that could be representing maybe a new baby in the family or something like that.
It could, couldn't it? So useful. You've got just such a really great mix across these sets.
And then the last one is your rick-rack, which is probably the most different, actually.
Yes, that kind of almost, the wavy look to that makes your eyes go funny.
Doesn't it? Yeah. It's a bit like a stretched scallop. Again, you've got that lovely different design to the star in the middle there, which is lovely.
Yeah, really fun, that one. And again, you know, that huge, great big square is great for creating card blanks from.
So we've just switched on, just switched over, just put the telly on, having lunch with us or something like that. The big bundle is the most popular, and it usually is whenever we offer you the opportunity of buying the show, which is basically what this is. You're going to get all 6 of the nesting die sets in all the different edges. You're going to get all 6 of the stamp sets, and each stamp set, as you can see, comes with 2 tag dies. They're all different. You're not going to get any repeats or anything like that. You've got 131 elements in this, and you're going to use them all. The thing is, if you buy a big collection, you might think, oh, I'm going to use that, I'm going to use that. I'm not sure about that one, but the price is really good, so I'll just go for it anyway. You're going to use absolutely everything. And it's taken us a little bit of time to explain it because it is very different. And with normal nesting dies, I think every company that does nesting dies, and most of them do, they're always the same shape, and you get 6, 7, 8 of them in slightly different sizes. That's what we've been kind of conditioned to expect from nesting dies. But this particular company, Creative Craft, have done something different. They've given you the same edge, but different sizes and different shapes within that edge as well. And it's that's different, and I really love it for that. So think about bunting, think about larger cards, obviously smaller cards as well. Loads of you now coming through for this. Yeah, you've got to think about spending this sort of money. I'm the first to appreciate that. But $37.47, when it comes to dies, doesn't really buy you very much. It's the first payment of 4, interest-free. It locks the price for you. You can't find these anywhere else. They're exclusive to us at the moment. And you can mix and match all those different shapes. You can even mix and match the different edges if you want to.
Yes, you can. You really can. And you get a really fun look when you do that.
Yeah, I bet. So there it is. Have a think about it. Lots of you coming through now. There are 2 shows of this today, so what we'll have left when we get to the latest show is anybody's guess. But to get such variety in the stamps and such variety in the dies for that price is really, really cool. Okay, demo 2, Sharon.
Going to use your favourite, the reverse scallop.
Love it.
So let's get these out and see what we've got. And I thought I'll do a different shape card this time just to show you. But let's get these all out, because there's a lot in here. So if you wanted to do a huge card, 8 by 8, then this square is literally going to give you that, because it is 8 by 8. Yeah, 8 by 8. So if you wanted to create your own card blank with that, you would just cut this twice from some really good heavy white cardstock. And then if you just do a score line on the back piece and stick them together, you've got your own card blank. So it saves you having to buy cards.
Yeah.
And then you've got that lovely detailed edge to it, which is really
That's a really
fun.
good point. If you think about how much you spend over a year on card blanks, now you can make your own out of the cardstock you've already got lots of.
And if you're a fan of like Carnation have really good cardstock for that. And a lot of the Carnation cards are big, and they're the sort of cards where you're going to be adding a lot of elements to them, and that makes them heavy. So making your own card blanks is great, because you can use like a 350 GSM card.
I'm just working it out. You know, if you were paying $19.99 for each of the die sets, which indeed that's what you are if you buy them on their own, you're getting 6 of them. So that's £120 worth of dies for just, what, £30 more. You've got 6 stamp sets, each with 2 dies to cut out the stamp sets. That's a really, really affordable way of getting all of it.
It is, yeah. And, you know, you're not going to... These are the sort of sets you are going to keep handy on your desk.
Oh, yeah.
They're sort of everyday. So we've done this large square, then we've got this rectangle. Now I'm going to use this for my card because it's the perfect size. So this card is 8 by, roughly 8 by 6, a little bit under.
Okay.
So this is going to give me the perfect
And you can use that landscape
background.
or portrait.
Yeah, and I'm going to use it landscape actually.
Okay.
Then we've got a lovely big oval, which would work really nicely in the centre there. You've got another large rectangle. And as you said, Dave, these rectangles would be great for DL cards. I'm going to use this one with this to give me that sort of a banner across the card. If I wanted another nesting one to go in that one, I've got this one. Then you've got a nice diamond shape.
Yeah.
So again, these all layer up really nicely.
These could be apertures in the middle of the card if you want.
They could, and then you could even have this one in the centre with maybe a sentiment on. So a lot in each set.
They all work together really well.
They do, and I'm going to use these two, and I've gone for some patterned cardstock this time.
Sharon, 10% of the entire stock of this has gone already.
And we had a lot.
Yeah, we did.
We did have a big stock of these. So I'm going to cut that lovely big rectangle first, and that's going to be my background. All the cardstock I'm using is Sizzix, and actually Pete's up next, and he's got a lot of this cardstock on his show.
Pete's up at 3 o'clock, I think. 3 o'clock this afternoon.
There we go. So I've gone with a nice floral background.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mix it up a bit, really. So we'll have that as our background. And then I've got some nice polka dot for the smaller rectangle that I'm going to have going across. This cardstock, again, this is Sizzix. It's a reversible one, so I could choose, but I think that pop of aqua against the pink is going to look really nice.
Nice.
So I'm going to run that one through.
And of course, I always say it with nesting dies when we're talking about, you know, all the same shape, that they are the most versatile dies you can own, because they will cut and make your card blanks. They will make you frames. In this instance, they'll be different and quite quirky frames.
Yes.
They will give you apertures, so you can do your shaker cards as well. And you can use them, certainly these size ones, you can certainly use in home decor, decorating maybe the kids' bedroom, decorating maybe the lounge if there's a party or something like that.
Yes. And quite often it's hard to find elements that are big enough when you're doing home decor, because you know, a lot of card making elements are sort of aimed at 5 by 7 or 4 1/4 by 5.5 cards, which, you know, get lost.
I think more and more of you are thinking, okay, I like this, but what can I do with it? And you're sitting there thinking, oh, I can do this, oh, I can do that, and it's kind of dawning you. I think that light bulb's going off, and you're thinking, actually, these are going to be great. I've got nothing like it in my craft room at the moment. And the value of this, brand new today, exclusive to us, is phenomenal, with the split pay too.
It is. And as you know, Dave, I've got a lot of dies.
You have.
But I haven't got many dies that are as large as this. So I'm quite excited about these sets.
I mean, if you work it out, if you evenly split the cost of the whole collection into the number of items you've got in it, it's £1.14 per element. So those big dies, that big die that in this set is £1.14.
Wow. That's crazy, isn't it?
If you evenly split it, yeah.
Now, these line up on top of each other. The scallops line up. So it fits beautifully across there. I'm dropped a little bit down there. So that's given me a nice background. Let's bring in some of the stamps, and I'm going to go with the Wellbeing set because I really like this welly with the flowers.
And some of the words and verses in the Wellbeing, they're so lovely.
They are really lovely, aren't they? And these again are just...
Different.
Yeah, really nice cards to send someone just to cheer them up.
Grow through what you're going through. That, I think, is the best.
It is, isn't it?
We've all got stuff going on, haven't we?
We do. And it's nice to have sentiments for them. And I'll just show you the little nesting, the little sort of label dies you get with these. So you've got an oval with this set and then this lovely banner strip. So the banner strip's going to work for some of them. The oval works for the rest. So you can mix and match. And of course, if you're going for all the sets, you can mix and match.
Brilliant.
These across the sets. I thought we'll stamp this lovely welly, and then I'll stamp a sentiment straight onto the card, actually.
You seem to me to be the sort of person that would have wellies with flowers growing out of them.
I do like that.
I thought you would.
I haven't got any,
Oh.
but I do like that look. I do like that look.
It's quite a weird observation, but I can just imagine your garden having
That is
some
the
of
sort of thing
it.
I would have. Yeah, I do have lots of pots with plants in. So let's stamp the welly. Again, I'm going to do the same as last time. Just stamp the welly onto some watercolour card. And you can see how lovely these stamp. I'm not using a stamp platform or anything because I'm stamping onto watercolour card, and I'm going to fussy cut it. If I don't stamp this perfectly, I can just stamp it again. So it's kind of quicker not to use a platform when we're here on telly. So
That's good to me.
So that's fine. Now, I could colour, you know, this to match the background. I could go in with a completely contrasting colour. And sentiment-wise, lots of these sentiments are going to work. I like that grow through what you're going through. Should we have that one?
I'm also thinking about people that like upcycling furniture, for example. I mean, you could put maybe
Yes.
the star and the circle on the top of a coffee table or a bedside cabinet, and that would look really funky.
The other thing with dies talking of home decor, that you quite often do use dies for, if you're painting, is to create stencils.
Okay, yeah.
You know, if you wanted to put like a hexagon on furniture, you could cut that hexagon from a piece of, well, you could use like stencil film or just some card, then paint through it.
Yeah.
So having those larger sizes again
Maybe
is
use
really
it
handy.
for wall art as well. Use it like a stencil and paint on it and that sort of thing on the wall, or
Yes,
a toy
they're big
box
enough,
or
aren't they?
something. Yeah.
So I've got my sentiment on there, and you can see how nicely these stamp. There we go.
Grow through
there.
what you go through.
And then I've got my lovely welly. So let's pop those dies out the way. And so I think we want some nice, bright, cheerful yellow for my daisies.
Yelly?
Yelly, some yelly. I've invented my own colour. And because these are watercolour, I'm going in quite quickly. I don't need to be neat. I like the look of loose watercolour. By the way, this is a Himi paintbrush I'm using here.
Okay, they'll be on the website if you want those, and the Himi
Yeah.
paints will be too.
And all I've done is smushed a bit of my distress ink on my mat. And then I can quickly colour these in, like so. So that's all I need to do for the daisies.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave the centres white.
You use distress inks a lot for colouring, don't you?
I do. They're nice and quick and easy. And then for the welly, I'm going to go with a dark green, so it looks like that brand of wellies.
Of course, they're Tim Holtz Ranger distress inks. They'll be on
Yeah,
the website.
they're all on the website. They're usually on there on a sort of pick and mix type thing.
And Tim Holtz's Christmas Vault is up at 3 with Pete.
Yes, with Mr. Hughes.
And that was such a busy show yesterday evening. So we still have a bit of stock, and you can treat yourself at 3 o'clock with Pete and
Yes.
myself after Hunkydory at 2.
Lovely, lovely sets. And some of them kind of following on, aren't they, from the Halloween ones we had last week. So really nice collection.
And actually the Christmas one, the Christmas Vault only got released yesterday. Tim Holtz himself actually did a worldwide launch online, and we had them about an hour after the launch. So we were the
Wow.
first ones to get it, I think.
Very fast. Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet. I usually try and catch them all, but
How would you find that if you wanted to see that message? Would you just search on Google for Tim Holtz?
if you
Christmas Vault?
if you go to YouTube, just type in Tim Holtz. He's got a YouTube
Okay.
channel, and he puts all of his videos on there. And actually, even if they're done as sort of Instagram lives and things like that, he tends to put them on YouTube afterwards. So they're always worth a watch.
Yeah, so you can watch that maybe after you bought them at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But this die set and stamp set's very popular at the moment. Loads of you with it in your basket.
And I'm going to go in with a nice, to tie this in with the background, I'm going to do a bit of turquoise on the dots so that they kind of tie in with that paper strip I've cut from that lovely reverse scallop. It's all going to tie in together. So very easy to colour. I like these stamps because they're a good size.
Yeah.
They're not too fiddly, they're not tiny images. And again, they're going to work on all different card sizes. These have been very well thought together, actually, because you're not limited. We're all different, aren't we, about what sizes we like,
Oh,
and
yes.
these will work. You know, this welly would look perfectly good on a small circle, equally good on a large card like this. So I'm just going to cut this out. I'm not going to cut it like really, really precisely for speed. I'm just going to go around.
Given like a white edge or white border.
Yeah, give it a little white border. It's a bit more forgiving. Particularly when you're going around the flowers.
Yes. Oh yes,
Don't
that would be a little bit tricky to do.
Yeah, don't do fussy cutting right up to the edge when it's something that's got flowers.
Unless you've got an hour or two to spare.
Yeah, give yourself a little white border.
Yeah.
And just go in and out a little bit like this. Unless you've got the patience of a saint,
Which
which
you
I
have.
don't. Well, sometimes I do. I am one of those weird people that does actually quite like fussy cutting. But yeah,
It can be quite relaxing if you keep the scissors still but move the work. That's the trick.
Yeah, that's the trick. You can see that's what I'm doing here. And when you leave a white border, it does make it easier for you.
Yeah.
Because you give yourself that just a little bit of wiggle room. There we go. So that was quite fast. And I think I'll pop that on some foam pads, just so that it stands up nicely against that background.
Well, Samil in Greater London, check out your basket, Samil. Also Mary in Herbert Road. Hi, Mary, welcome back. Hi, Hillier in Somerset, brand new crafter. Jenny Marie in Gwynedd, you've got it in your basket as well. Vanessa in Oxfordshire. Jenny Marie, please check your baskets out. That confirms your order. There we go. So you can make really big, bold cards if you want to with these dies, or you can make something a little bit more smaller and more discreet. But this is the reverse scalloped edge, which gives you, to be honest with you, like a postage stamp edge. That's what you've got with those. Now, remember, if you've just switched on, more and more people are tuning in and wondering what we've got to show you. This is brand new from Creative Craft. They've only been with us, this is only the second show from them. First show, massively, massively popular a couple of weeks ago. We've got them back today with something that I've not seen before. I've seen nesting dies. Every company does nesting dies. There's nothing new about that, and different edge nesting dies. But what they've done is they've combined shapes with a single decorative edge. So rather than having 6 or 7 of the same shape, just different sizes, you've got different shapes with all the same edge to it. So deckled edge, you've got the stitched edge, you've got that fantastic rick-rack edge as well. There are 6 different sets of dies here, which go up to around about 8 by 8 in size. So you can make them into your card blanks, which would be really, really different. I mean, if you were to buy card blanks in all these different edges, imagine how much you'd be paying for those going forward. You can make them out of the cardstock you've already got, plain A4 cardstock. You can make all your card blanks. But also then think about the apertures that you can create with them, the frames that you can make with them. You can make them into shaker cards. You can make them into bunting and home decor. I mean, to be honest with you, there's elements of this that look almost a little bit kind of military, or it reminds me of like MASH a little bit.
Yeah, that one does. I used to have a Jeep car, and that reminds me
Was that
of
on the bonnet?
Yeah.
It's got that sort of look to it, definitely. So think about home decor, toy box decoration, bunting on the walls, party decorations as well. But all of these can be your own card blanks as well if you want them to be. All the different edges, the deckled edge, the scalloped edge, the stitched edges. How beautiful is that, with the big one being the hexagon? The rick-rack as well, and they're all different. You can mix them together if you want to as well. The reverse scalloped, which is what, of course, Sharon used in that demo, the postage stamp edge, and the cross stitch is this one as well. So rather than having dashes for stitching, you've actually got little crosses going around the edges of each of those dies. But very, very different, very unusual. All 6 varieties of these dies, and you get, remember, 6 different sets of stamps, and each set of stamps has 2 tag dies with that as well. So you get 12 tag dies in total, all different. And if you look at the packaging, you can see there, those are the shapes you get with this one, which happens to be the cheeky stamp set. So you get, obviously, the longer and the slightly fatter. So you'd use the thinner ones, obviously, on that die, and then the slightly fatter sentiments will be used on that one. So they're really, really cool. And I've never seen anything quite like it in all the years I've been doing this job. So if you fancy it today, the options are you can buy them individually on the website. They're there for you. You can buy them in 2 smaller bundles. Or the best value is to buy all of them, and that gives you the best variety and it gives you the best saving. What is the saving actually? In total, you're looking at £20 off, £20 saving, and it's on 4-way interest-free split pay. It's fee-free interest-free split pay as well. So you pay the first payment today of £37.47, plus your £4.95 P&P, and this whole new world of card making and apertures and frame making will be on their way to you. If you look at our website, if you go to hobbymaker.com, you'll see all of the options there. If you want the dies on their own, they're $19.99 each. If you want the stamps on their own, they're £14.99 each. So have a little look. If there's just maybe 1 or 2 that you think your budget will stretch to, they're all there for you. Cherry pick your favourite edges, cherry pick your favourite stamps, and just enjoy the fact that these are exclusive at the moment. So just go to hobbymaker.com and you'll see everything. Loads of you have checked out Glenys in Cambridgeshire, Jenny Marie, Susan in Essex. Jenny Marie's also, another Jenny Marie's checked out as well. There are So many of you with it in your basket right now, the big collection. All you've got to do is process that first payment or give us the full amount, whichever you want to do. If you'd rather do it on the call centre number, the call centre guys and ladies upstairs, they're lovely. They're in the building. It's a UK-based call centre. Free phone number, 0800 001 4433. Also, just think about it, they'll also set an account up for you. If you've never shopped with us before, they'll make sure that your account is up, it's active, whether you want to use the website, whether you don't, whether you want to use the phone. I was talking to one of the call centre guys today, and he said we very often get calls from people that say we don't do computers. We just like to talk to someone.
I know a lot of people, like my parents.
My parents do.
Would not order online. They would be ringing up.
Exactly. And also we've got an app now as well, which I know loads of you prefer to use. It's so easy to order on the app, and it's downloadable from the App Store, whichever App Store you choose, and that's free. Just search for Hobby Maker and you'll find it there. You can watch us that way and send us messages. Thank you, Sharon. You're back later.
Back at 5.
Back at 5 with another look at these. Next, though, do you remember the dies that we had from Hunkydory recently, the Merry Christmas one, the Radiant Sentiments? We could not keep that in stock for love nor money. Bearing the popularity of that in mind, we've got some brand new Radiant Sentiments with Nat after a short break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobby Maker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobby Maker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing, and I'm really, really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobby Maker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those three things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobby Maker is on the hunt for the Card Maker of the Year. Are you ready for the challenge? We are giving you full creative control. Create your cards in any design for any occasion using any technique. Just make sure to use at least one item purchased from Hobby Maker. We will select 10 winners with the following prizes. First place gets £100 credit plus a Hobby Maker goodie bag. Second to fifth place gets £50 credit to their Hobby Maker account. And 6th to 10th place gets £25 credit to their Hobby Maker account. To enter, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope. Card Maker of the Year competition, Hobby Maker Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, Worcestershire, B989HF. Please include a note with your name, email address and phone number. Do not write on the back of your card. Entries must be received by Monday the 23rd of September 2024. Winners and runners-up will be notified on the 30th of September 2024 and announced live on air. All cards will be donated to our chosen charity once the winners have been notified.
Good luck.
Afternoon all, welcome back to Hobby Maker on this Tuesday afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Nat's here. Hiya.
Hello,
You all right?
how are you?
I'm good. Can I ask you a question? Were you one of the many thousands of people that purchased this die from us over the last couple of months or so? This has been one of the best-selling, if not nearly the best-selling die from Hunkydory, the Radiance Christmas Greeting, the Merry Christmas. How many times did this sell out now?
I think 3 times in like the first
day.
Yeah,
it
was incredible.
It was
and then
insane.
we had to wait like 3 weeks to get it back in. And already we really added a lot more stock that time. And we are close to selling out again on that one.
This is going to be in the show later at 4 o'clock, okay? 4 o'clock, you'll get a chance to order this again this afternoon. But bearing in mind how popular that was, the guys at Hunkydory thought, okay, everybody loves obviously the Radiance idea with the layers and the mats. So why not do some other verses? We've got a combination of 6 different Radiance sentiments, okay? Now, if you want to go for all of them, look at what we've done, look at what you've done.
I know,
How
they're
clever
so
is
good,
this?
aren't they? I love them because the size of these dies are perfect for like centerpieces. So, you know, these can be the main focus of your cards. And you get 4 mats and layers with every single sentiment that we've got for you here. But don't just think about these as mats and layers. And hopefully in the demos that I'm going to show you today, I'm going to show you so many ways of using these, because these could be apertures. These can be turned into frames for your sentiments. They can be turned into shaker cards if you want to use them in that way. You can use them to cut into panels, so you could cut into like the half of a card, so half of the front of your card could be shaped the same way as your word. They are
Lots
a
of possibilities.
fantastically clever concept. So these are 2 of the dies that you can get your hands on, but we have 2 more for you in this bundle.
Best wishes and happy birthday. Also, get well soon and thinking of you. Same concept as the Christmas one, but for everyday card making, okay? So get well soon and thinking of you. I'll show you some finished cards of all of these in a second. And then there's another set of 2 that's also in this bundle of 6. Good luck and thank you. I love it. It's so effective.
Such a gorgeous concept, isn't it? And there's so much snippability in those as well. So if you just want to like trim some of these down, you absolutely can do. So you could have birthday by itself or happy by itself. So you could put happy wishes together if you wanted to sort of like mix and match them. But it's such a fantastic concept, and the design team have done a fantastic job of all the samples that they've made, because they really showcase off these incredible dies and the different ways in which we can use them.
And this one is just the thinking of you without any of the mats and layers, just using it on its own.
You know, you can use them all separately, you can use them all together, you can cut into the cards. There's some incredibly fun ways of using these.
So based on the popularity of that one single Christmas sentiment die, everyone at Hunkydory thought, do you know what? Everyone's going to love having different words.
And they work with so many things as well, because it can be topper collections that you're using them with. It could be stamps and dies that you're using them with. I love this one as well, with the little hint of parchment. It really gives it that classy look. It's an incredible... like this one, I love the fold back as well. We'll be doing one of those later on.
Look at this. You've got a boinga best wishes.
Fun.
Wobbles. How cool is that? Get well soon. Look at this one. I'm just going to show you as many ways of using these as possible.
They're absolutely incredible, aren't they?
Look at this best wishes. How cool is that?
I love this one, like cut into the cardstock, but the cardstock's been moved to be sort of like give it that really nice abstract look.
I mean, it's quite retro if you want it to be.
Oh, 100%. But I think that's the beauty of it, isn't it? These are just essential phrases. There's 6 dies here that you're going to use time and time again. You've got best wishes, you've got happy birthday, you've got good luck, you've got thank you, get well soon, and thinking of you. These are going to be dies that we have in our stash, and we use them time and time again, and they are so fun. And
Nat said to me before the show, when we were upstairs talking about the show, she said, "Oh, I hope everyone likes them."
I know.
No, they don't like them, Nat. They love them. They absolutely love them. And we haven't even given you the price yet.
We haven't.
But you're checking it out anyway. $44.97 should be the price you are going to get. If you go for this item number, JUHD79, you're going to get all 6 of these verses with all the matting and layering dies as well to create that third dimension. You can use them to cut apertures out to make shaker cards, to have that height. So it's almost like a pyramage style, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it could be pyramage, it could be invertage. You don't have to use all the layers as well, and having the different dies and the sort of like thickness of them means that you can have thinner mats and layers, you can have thicker mats and layers. I'm going to show you how you can use them as apertures. I'm going to show you how you can make so many different ways of using them, like creating spinners with these, because obviously it's going to come down in size.
Prices come down, everybody. It's
I love
$36.97.
that thinking of you as well, where it's been like cut into the side of the card. That looks really clever.
£36.97 gets you all 6 sentiments with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dies in each one. We knew it would be popular just by how, you know, the popularity of that Christmas wishes. What was it, Christmas wishes? What did it say? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and the season's greetings we did at Christmas, yeah.
So if you've already bought that from us, it's coming up at the 4 o'clock show later on today. If you've already bought that, it's exactly the same concept as this, as this, as this. And
you can see on the cards that we've got there, we've got 6x6s, we've got A5 cards, we've got 5x5 cards. You can see how big these dies are, and it's something that we've asked for as crafters in the office. We asked Stacey, we said we need big dies that we can just use for the focus of the card, because when you've got stunning cardstock like we're going to have on the show in a bit with our new designer card packs, you don't want a lot else going on your card. You
Make
want
the sentiment the focal point.
Exactly, and that's what these give you.
And you can have as many layers as you want or as fewer layers as you want. You can cut into it, have an aperture, have it look like it's floating by using a little bit of acetate if you want to. It's got so many versatile possibilities. You get all 6 of them for £36.97. That makes them about £6 a set, doesn't it?
Yes, because that's £12 each, so for each die. So for 5 dies there, because you've got the words and then you've got 4 mats and layers, that's, £6 a die.
That's crazy. That's per die set, which is unbelievable. JUHD79, full of names on my screen. Hello to Priscilla in Suffolk. Crafter, brand new crafter who's gone for 2 sets. Louisa in Cumbria, Christine in Tyneham Weir, Margaret in Cumbria, Diana in Worcestershire, Estelle in Derbyshire. The list goes on and on and on and on. Nearly 20% of a huge stock of this has gone. You can only imagine, if we sold thousands of the Merry Christmas, imagine how many of these we made sure we had for the show. 20%'s already gone. Margot, regular Margot. Hello, Margot. Good afternoon to you. She says, "Crafternoon, Hobbymaker. Nat, can you do a demo on invertage, please?"
Shall we do it? So not only am I going to do it in invertage, but I'm also going to show you how you can make an aperture. So we'll do an aperture invertage in our card. How about that? So let's grab our die set. I'm going to use the Happy Birthday for this one. And we're going to keep it quite clean and simple as well. So I'm going to use 3 of my dies. I'm going to use the largest one. I'm going to use the second largest one. And then I'm also going to use the main Happy Birthday. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start off by, I've cut this piece of incredible, adorable scorable. This is from our new collection that Amy launched on Sunday. And I'm going to start and I'm going to stick this straight onto here. So it's going to give me a nice white edge. So let's pop that onto here. And then I'm just going to stick this straight down onto my card. Now,
that's a funky card.
It's so cool, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So I'm going to pop that onto there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the piece that I'm going to have on my panel and I'm just going to line this up on here and we're going to cut this out first of all. So just taking some tape, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick the tape down onto my cardstock. I'm going to lift that out and I'm going to run that through my machine. So I'm taking that through and that's going to give me like my first layer.
So think about the possibilities, the endless possibilities of how you can use them. Do it inverted, which is what Margot wanted to do.
You could do the pyramage like the
style,
example show you on the
cut out an
boards.
aperture, have acetate behind it, make it into a shaker. There's just so many. You can make this into tags as well.
Absolutely. How fun would they be? Because they're so big. Let me show you. This is the biggest layer of your happy birthday. And you could just pop a little bit of, you could cut this from Miri, and then you could cut the second smallest into there. And then you could just add a little hole punch in there and then pop that on a tag, and you've got a shaped happy birthday tag. It's so fun, isn't it?
Perfect, yeah.
So that was my first layer. So what I'm going to do now is just line this up where I want that to go, and then I'm going to place in my second layer. So that is going to sit like so. So what I want to do is just add my tape to the inside of this layer.
Okay.
Like
that's
so.
going to be the waste.
And then we're going to take that out and we're going to run this through our machine. So I'm running, I'm going to use my metal sheet as well if I can find it. I just moved it out the way because I'm going through not only my Ink Me, but I'm also going through my Adorable Scorable with this one.
Okay, that's going to make the cut go a lot further.
So it's just going to help with the pressure of the cardstock that we've got there. And then I have already cut out my happy birthday. And what I've done, because I want it to stand out in my aperture, is that I have cut it out 3 times and I've stuck that back. I think I've done it twice actually, and we've stuck it back to back. So it's a little bit chunky.
So it's more like a chipboardy feel.
Yeah. So let's pop this out now. And I'm going to bring in my die. So I'm going to take this from here because we are going to use this. We're going to pop this on the inside of the card now. So I can just take that away from there. And then I'm going to fold my card back up the way I want it to be. I'm going to just use my tape runner for this bit. And I'm going to add that on the inside. So you paper piecing it back in. And then we are going to lift this out. And then to make it even more easier on the next step is I'm going to take the panel that I cut out with the larger die.
Yeah.
And you can see there that you've got sort of like 2 levels now. So all we need to do to make this pyramage is I'm going to lay this up on foam pads. And I'm being a little bit cheeky because I'm using some 4mm foam pads.
You being cheeky?
I know, not like me at all, is it? We have the large 4mm.
Okay.
Just don't have the strips yet. They are coming back in stock.
So if you want the 4mm rectangular and square foam pads, they should be on the website. They should be available. The strips will be back in soon.
But the rectangles are really good for when you've got large spaces like this because you can just place them on. And obviously when we're doing lots of mats and layers and we're wanting to create that really nice depth, then you can do it in this way. So let's just pay.
And also think about box tops as well. Having all of these on box tops, they look fantastic.
And then I'm going to place this onto here. So that is giving me a gorgeous little layer with that detailing in there. So we're keeping it quite clean and simple in terms of the colours that I've chosen to use. And then my happy birthday, I'm just going to go with my dotty tape runner. And I'm just going to place this over the top of here onto those words. And then I just like to move it along, making sure that my fingers are in place so I don't get a lot of movement in that die. And then what we can do is place this back in to the centre. And because we've used the white and then this really fun colour, it's really going to stand out. And to finish it off, we're just going to go in with some glitter gemstones because there's lots of glitter elements to this design. So I think we're just going to add a few dotted around like so. I always like to do them in 3s, my gemstones. So
always
I'm
odd
going to do
numbers.
1 up there, a set of 3, and then I'm going to do 1 here. So let's go in with 2 smaller ones there as well. And then there you go. So you've not only got an aperture, but you've also got those first 2 layers being that invertage element. So there you are.
There it is. There we go. Doesn't that look incredible? And that's the incredible designer card, the Adorable Scorable from Hunkydory that we launched a few days ago. I've got that here as well. But think about, we've done the actual main boards here in white, and they look lovely in white. But imagine each layer in a different colour, multicolour. It will look like neon.
Yes.
It can look like neon. It's
You
incredible.
could do it in like ombres of colour, so you could use your colour block pads.
Yeah.
So you could use those and you could do like the different mix of colours that we've got in there. You could do them in like the same colour, but like one could be a mirror layer, one could be a shimmer card layer, one could be an adorable scoreable cardstock layer. So that's going to add a lot of texture and different look to the cards doing it in that way as well.
And I mean, that one's not using foam pads or 3D glue gel. It's basically stuck, layered, one on top of the other, and that looks effective. But if you do want to have extra dimension, extra height, just use your foam pads, use your glue gel, and you'll certainly get that brilliantly. This one's with foam pads, so you can see it's much more dimensional. But using some mirror and some adorable scoreable purple cardstock, isn't that just a brilliant combination? I mean, if you saw that in a card shop, you'd be drawn towards it. If that's going to be on your craft stand at the local craft fair, people are going to be drawn towards it. This one, using again some of the designer cardstock from Hunkydory that's in the show, again using Miri, look at that.
It's really cool, isn't it? And that's the same cardstock, I think, that I used, or maybe it's one of the other different ones in the pack, but it's so effective.
And this is another design from the pack that I'm going to show you soon as well.
But how fun is this? Because this one here actually shows you, so that's got die 1, die 2, it's missed out die 3, but then it's got die 4, and that's giving you more of a bigger matte layer as well, and that's what these dies are going to allow you to do. It can make larger mats and layers, or it can make smaller mats and layers.
With that design, it actually makes it look like a cloud.
Yes, yeah, it's really
depending on the cardstock
cute.
you're using. This one's another inverted one. So Margot, if you're still watching, of course you are.
Yeah.
There we are. Look
If
at
you
that.
want a more sort of like inverted effect, you just add more layers like I did with my card there. So I just went for 2 layers, but you could add loads and loads of different layers. But yeah, just cut your cardstock to size and then cut in all of the different ones. But I would definitely do the largest first and then place the cardstock underneath. Do the second one, do the third one, and then you'll end up with something that replicates this.
And this one, I'm just going to show you this again. Make them into shakers. Use one of the dies to cut the
shaker.
aperture.
I'm going to show you how to do this next.
Okay, brilliant. So, yep, you can put a bit of acetate in there. Happy birthday over the top. It's already cut out the shape of the words for you. It's made it into a shaker card. They're stunning. This lemon one I love as well. Who's done this? Nat? Oh, that's you.
Oh, Natalia.
Oh,
No,
Natalia.
it's not me.
No, you're not Smith, are you?
No, it's Natalia who's on our design team, but doesn't it look fantastic?
Absolutely.
And this is what dies allow you to do, you know, and they're so flexible because they're sentiments, you can use them with all sorts of things in your craft stash.
And
you can use them with paper craft, it could be with dies, with stamps. You could even, like Dave said, make them tags for presents.
Yeah, absolutely. Put them on the top of boxes as well. There's a box here I'll show you with a box lid, and that is really cool. So you've got an aperture, and then you've got some acetate there, and you've got about 2 or 3 layers of mats and layers with the best wishes on the back as well.
It's so clever, isn't it?
So on the back of the popularity of the Merry Christmas, if you got that, and you'll be one of many hundreds, if not thousands, these now are proving to be just as popular. I mean, the Merry Christmas one you're going to use a lot, because obviously that's the thing we make cards for more than anything else in the year, Christmas. But now you've got Happy Birthday, which is the most,
Oops, no.
the second most popular. You're right.
Yeah, just causing. I thought the whole of my storage caddy then was going to fall over.
It's only
but
the
it's
ink
okay.
pads, don't
We're
worry.
okay.
No
We're
one's
fine.
been hurt. Best wishes, happy birthday, get well soon, thinking of you, good luck, and thank you. So there we go. Brand new, first time you've seen them today, $36.97 is your price. Now, the new designer card that we were talking about, this only launched on Sunday, so we know that we have usually a very different audience that watch during the week to watch at the weekend. Now you've got some Mattastics, which is what we got here. You get 5 different collections. How many in each collection?
So in each collection you're going to get 12 sheets. So there's 6 designs and you get 2 of each.
So that was your antique polka dots, okay? So you get 6 designs, 2 of each. Then you've got this one, which is your
one's
antique
gorgeous.
roses.
This one is, I think, is it on there?
Gothic rose.
Gothic rose, there we go.
Gothic rose. And again, this is Mattastic as well, but all adorable scoreable.
I love the fact that it's matte because we can then ink on top of it as well, which is really nice.
That's your Gothic rose.
And those 2 work really nicely together as well. This next selection is the one that I just used in that demonstration.
There we go. Now look at these. This is oil on water, isn't it?
This is gorgeous. So this is your
alcohol inks.
And I love the fact you've got that shimmery touch with it as well. It's delightful.
And that's got the coating on it, so
Yes.
it's not matte. It's got that lovely shine.
This is your adorable scoreable, but you can be making your card blanks from this. I love this one.
Me too.
So pretty.
Then we go on to, from that,
This one is your embroidered flowers.
and they do look embroidered. They really,
And
really
they
do.
are so clever. It's gorgeously. It almost looks like you've taken like a beautiful image and then sort of just taken a photograph of something.
Then the ombre, I've got, I think, a bit of a mixture here, but it doesn't matter.
I think you've just got one of each sheet, so I think there's a couple up
Yeah,
there.
there's 2 of each, but I've just got 1 of each at the moment. So you're going to get a total of...
There's going to be 60 sheets in total.
60 sheets, yeah, 60 sheets in total. A mixture of Matte-tastic and the coated Adorable Scorable as well. That was one of the ones that looked very kind of cloud-like, kind of dreamy, beautiful. $29.95. It's the new release of designs from Hunkydory, only released on Sunday. We've got them in the show today. You get 60 sheets in total. Basically, yes, I have one of everything there, and there's another one of everything there. So there we go. You get that. That's what 60 sheets of Adorable Scorable looks like. For $29.95, no, not $29.95, not $29 anything. We're bringing you the deals today. Look, and it's a lovely variety. They're not samey, they're all incredibly different. So that was the one of everything. This is another one of everything. There you go. So 12 of each of the designs in the different collections. $29.95 is not your price today. 3, 2, 1. Let's, this Tuesday afternoon, get the price down. A really good deal. Under 20 quid.
It's so good.
Not 20. $19.95.
Incredible.
That is $3.99 per pack, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
It's so good.
Beautiful. And there's a little bit of something for everybody.
I think that it's really, really sort of like just a massive mix of collections, and there's so many different cards that you could be making with this and your brand new dies as well.
Okay, well, I must admit, I wasn't here on Sunday. I didn't see this. First time I've seen it. Maybe it's the first time that you've seen it too. But beautiful. 2 of them are going to be Matte-tastic. The rest of them are the coated Adorable Scorable. 10% of the stock has gone. Use it in conjunction with the brand new dies that we've just been showing you, like Nat did, and you're going to get some great effects. This is the one that she used in the demonstration. You can use any of these that you wish. And then if that's a little bit too bright for what you want, you've got, of course, the more muted tones in the back there as well, which are almost like dream sequences, very kind of unicorn and beautiful. Very lovely, that ombre, going from pinks into blues, going from peaches into pinks, very dreamlike, beautiful. So you've got the bold, you've got the out there, you've got the very subtle, and everything else as well. Look at that, thinking of you. $19.95 is your price, only brand new on Sunday, and we've got them back for you today, this afternoon, DT-HD67. But everybody's wanting these new dies. Everybody's wanting them because they're versatile and they're fun.
So clever.
You can make them very classic and classy. You can make them very funky and out there. You can make them into apertures, make them for boxes, make them into tags, like Nat said.
And you can buy the sets individually if you want to as well. So if it's just sort of like more birthday cards that you sort of create, then you can go for the happy birthday and best wishes. The same again with the other ones. You know, I think it's nice to have a mix of them all. And at the price that they're at, you know you're going to use them all the time. So you might as well make the incredible saving, because if you want them individually, they are $14.99. So being in part of this deal, it is going to bring it down to about £12 a set.
There's something about them that makes me think, I mentioned clouds, but also it makes me think of speech bubbles a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, they're really, really clever, aren't they?
They're lovely. They're really great, and they're brand new today. And it's only because of the popularity of the Merry Christmas that made them think, well, you know what, let's do the same, the Radiant, in all the other verses. You all right there?
Yeah, I don't know what I've lost now. I'm dropping all sorts of stuff today.
Now, if you want them individually, you can buy them. So the Happy Birthday, they're $14.99. 30% of the Happy Birthday one. So do you get Best Wishes and Happy Birthday together? Yeah, that's what I mean by single. Yeah. Okay. So Best Wishes and Happy Birthday.
I've got the packs somewhere of them individually. There, are they under that one? I bet they're under your sheet.
Yeah, they are.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, they come they come in a pack together. So Happy Birthday and Best Wishes, there they are, look, both of them together in one pack. There they are. $14.99. Good luck comes with thank you. Good luck and thank you. That's another one. $14.99. And Thinking of You and Get Well Soon, again, as a bundle of 2 for $14.99.
But look how much metal you're getting on those sheets. It's incredible. They're absolutely
well, $14.99 each is $44.97 for all 3. So the deal today to get all 3 of them, and you will use them all, it's $36.97 or £12.32 each. So you're getting a good, what, £2.60 off each one? 30 dies in total.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Such a good deal as well.
So you were worried that they may not be liked.
I know. You know what I'm like. So I'm going to show you how to do a shaker card this time. So I'm going to use my thank you, and I've taken the second largest die here, and I'm going to cut that out first with my word inside this as well. So this is a great way of being able to sort of make the most out of the cardstock while you're cutting it. So let me just grab my plates. I've just been messing around with these, switching them around for something else.
You haven't
So
dropped those yet.
not yet. It happens in threes though, Dave.
True.
Something else has got to happen in this hour. Who knows, it might be a sellout.
It might. Stranger things have happened.
We'll have to do some dancing or something like that.
Then it will go wrong. For me, anyway.
So we're going to die cut this, and I'm going to just remove this panel from here, and we'll come back to that in a moment. And then I'm going to bring in one of our embossing folders. So we have an embossing folder show on later on.
We do.
With all of our current embossing folders, but I'm going to bring this in, and we're going to use this on here. So I am going to pop this on here, and I'm going to run it through with my plates, just making sure it will run through. I don't think it will it? Let's reverse that. I just need to switch those plates.
Didn't like that.
Yeah, maybe this is the third one. You can use them with just your outside plates in your gem pouring machine, but I like to add in the magnetic sheet as well, because it just gives it a little bit more pressure. Oh, yeah, it is going to take it.
Oh, thought about it.
It was close then.
Yeah.
So let's take that off there. And then we're going to bring this in. So now we've got that wonderful aperture, but you've got this really nice design. And to emphasize that just a little bit more, I'm going to come in with some of my pearlescent powders. So I'm just going to use the Stunning Silver. I'm just going to pop a little bit out on the mat here. And then I'm going to bring in a blending sponge. And I'm just going to wet my blending sponge. So I'm just going to spritz that just to dampen it. I don't want it to be soaking. I just want it to be a little bit damp so that when we pick those powders up, it becomes more like a paste.
Okay.
And then we are just going to lightly go over the stars here. Because just like if you added ink to an embossed
That's a great technique.
element, it's going to just add that touch of shimmer onto there.
What do we search for those on the website?
So there are pearlescent powders.
Okay, pearlescent powders. Go to the Hunkydory brand page on our website and you'll find them there.
So it's just going to layer onto. You want to be really quite light while you're doing it, but it is going to get, it depends where you want it. If you're going to just pop it all over, like around the edges of your card, like this, you can just go in. But if you're just wanting it to sort of go onto some of those star areas, like I've tried to do.
Like you're just kind of kissing it, really.
Yeah, you just kind of want to touch the top of the design, and it will just sit within there. So let's add a little bit more. The more sort of water you've got on there as well, the better it's going to sort of sit. But you don't want too much, because then you'll end up with like big patches.
Yeah, true.
It honestly depends on sort of like the look that you're going for. So let's just do the sides of this and the sides of this one, and then I'm just going to go over and add it. But for like a young card, this is a great technique because it kind of makes it look a bit like metallic. You've got like a really nice sort of rustic metal look that's going on here with this one. So I'm going to add this in. And I wanted to make my stars silver because I am going to add some of our silver stars from our Christmas sequin selection. So let's just pop that over there, and I'm just going to, before I carry on, just clean up the mess I've made on this mat before it goes anywhere I don't want it to. So next step is to bring in a piece of acetate. So I'm just going to pop this down onto here, and I'm going to go in with some red tape. So we're going to add our red tape across here. So just go in on the top and the bottom, because this isn't where our elements are going to sit. So what we can do.
Now the birthday one, which comes with Best Wishes, over half the stock of that on its own, those two, I say on its own, it's two of them, Best Wishes and Happy Birthday, half the stock of that has gone. And the stocks we've got of these, believe it or not, well, you can probably believe it, are massive, because we were judging it on the popularity of the Merry Christmas, of which we sold thousands. So yeah, half the stock gone on that alone. Best Wishes and Happy Birthday. That's, if you want it, on the screen on the right-hand side there, it is GVHD85, and it's $14.99. But do bear in mind, you're looking at £12.60 odd each if you buy all three sets, and you will use all three of them, so it makes sense Get all three.
You will definitely use them. So now I'm just going around the outside edge of here with my foam pads. Now, if you've not got, because obviously we don't have the 4mm foam pads, what I like to do is I like to take my foam pads, take 2 off at a time, and then if you just click them together, they sit really nicely on top. So you're going to get that extra depth there.
You're good.
So if you haven't yet got our 4mm foam pads, then you can do that. You obviously waste more doing it this way, so don't worry, they will be back soon. But just for now, we can use other ways of doing it. So then I want to get, let me grab these ones because I want the height to be the same. So again, I'm going to go with my chunky 4mm just for these top corners, and then I can cut one of them down just to fit on the top here. And then I'm going to take my card. So let's pop that to one side now. We've got that really nice sort of rustic feel looking on that with the silver. I'm going to matte and layer another piece of that. I think this is the Pigeon Blue Matastic.
Like it.
I think that's what the colour is, but it's gorgeous. It's almost like a grey colour. It's really, really nice. And then this is going to fit on our 6x6. So we're just going to layer that onto there. And then I'm going to bring in my sentiments. So for this, we're going to pop the sentiment on the actual aperture. So let's pop in our bits and pieces first.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use this as like a guide to see whereabouts I need to pop my silver stars. So if I just pop those around here, and we can make sure that they are nice and in place. And you can test it by just bringing in.
Are you a more the merrier person? Or
I think with a shaker card, you need to, especially with how big this aperture is, because it's a huge aperture that we've created with that largest die. You want to be able to fill it, don't you? So let's pop this off here.
Loads more coming through for the main bundle. I know if you've already got the Merry Christmas in your collection, it makes sense to add to it. Nearly a third of the entire stock gone of the overall collection. The big collection has gone in literally 30 minutes. $36.97 gets you all 6 sentiments. Get well soon. Thinking of you. Good luck. Thank you. Best wishes. Happy birthday.
So now we've got our aperture ready to go. We just need to add our sentiment. So I'm going to take out this, but I wanted to show you this because I've cut this from here now. So what you could do is that you could stick that on a card with some foam pads.
Yep.
And then you could use the sort of pieces from your words and stick them back in place. And then you could have like an aperture that has the word on it as well.
Positive and a negative.
Yeah, it's really, really clever. But we're going to just pop that to one side because we're not going to use that in this demo. But I just wanted to show you that you absolutely can do if you want to. So I'm going to pop out the thank you. I've also cut out my thank you from the silver. So I'm going to bring that in because we're going to matte and layer these to create a drop shadow. So again, I just like to use my, you can either use your glue stick, but because we're going on the mirror, I'm definitely going to use my dotty tape runner because I know that that is not going to...
And it is a lovely font too, definitely.
It's really nice, isn't it? So let's just drop shadow that, so that's giving you that nice
And drop shadow is just a technique
of,
where you
colour.
just offset them a little bit so you can just see a little bit of what's behind, and it's really effective.
It's really clever, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
So I'm just going to peel off my foam pads from this. That is going to sit on the top, but I wanted to emphasise this aperture even more. So the next thing is that you can use these radiant dies to create frames. So let's pop that in place. And then I've taken my largest die, and then I've taken the second die, which we used to cut out this aperture, and that gives me a perfectly shaped frame.
Love it.
So now we can go in again.
Well, they are
with
like
this
nesting
tape.
dies, but
That's essentially what they are. They're like
shapes
sentiments,
to the word.
nesting dies for your shapes. So you can do all those fancy things you do with your nesting dies, but now with these. So that's going to go on there like that. And that really makes it pop. And then you've got a fantastic shaker
look at that.
with that design on.
Isn't that amazing?
It's really cool. And then you've got that hint of shimmer when you just move it around.
And to be fair, for dies that are costing you so little, they're just, you know, with
There's
the discount.
so many things you can do with them. We've not even, like, I've got 3 demos later on
Yep.
that we're going to do different things with. I've got another demo coming up where I'm going to show you how you can like half cut out the front of your card. So they're honestly an amazing collection. Don't miss out on getting these.
I mean, you want the verse to really say something, don't you? And you want them to be really visible and really eye-catching. These are some of the most eye-catching verses you can ever invest in. Whether you do them in white and they look lovely like that, or whether you do them in multicolour, whether you do them in mirror, whatever you layer, or whether you don't use the layers at all. You don't need to
Nope.
or have to use them all the time. There's lots of variety. That's what this gives you, variety. You can. There's probably a dozen ways of using these, different layers. Skip a layer if you want to, cut the aperture out, make shaker cards, use them as gift tags if you want to as well. $36.97, first time we've done this, first time Hunkydory's done it, and it's all because of that die, all because of this. This is in the show at 4, by the way, if you did miss it earlier on, but because of the popularity of that, they've done these. And I think, well, the rest is history because as soon as Hunkydory realised something was so popular, they went, right, okay, what can we do similar?
We very often like to listen to what you guys like and what you guys request as well. So obviously this, with the popularity of the original Christmas one and our request to Stacey to have like really large sentiment dies that we could use as like the main focus of our cards, it combined into something that is as amazing as these brand new 6 dies that we've got today.
And you can stick them directly onto a present if you want to. They don't have to be on a card at all. So $36.97 today, JUHD79. Well done to everybody that's got these, and congratulations, they're on their way to literally hundreds and hundreds of you that have bought this hour alone. We do have another airing of this at 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock,
7 o'clock tonight. But that's going to be what's left, basically. So, you know, if you want to make sure you get all of yours, don't miss out. JUHD79. OK. Now, the Duo Design pads. Now, we've got these Duo Design pads are fantastic. Pick and mix. Now, we're talking about layering in different colours and that sort of thing. The Duo pads are just brilliant. We've got, on the pick and mix, any two
really good
at a special discounted price.
And
now, they should be $7.99 for one,
they should be, yeah. And it's a fantastic price because you're getting 48 sheets of a 8x8 card here, paper, sorry. It's a 150 GSM, so it's a great weight for using with like your dies, and especially if you're going to do lots of pyramage where you've added lots of layers, they're perfect.
Absolutely. Now, if you are wanting to do, obviously there's various different colourways.
There's various different colours, and there's also a matte and a silk version of each of them, which is really, really nice. So if you are someone who prefers that sort of really nice shiny finish that you get from cards that you would maybe buy from a store, or if you like the look of like Matte-tastic, I'm definitely a Matte-tastic person.
Right.
But I like the fact that you've got the choice.
I'm just thinking, with those layers, for those sentiments we've just shown you, imagine how brilliant they're going to look if you've got lots of funky, bright colours for those layers. That's one I go for, definitely, the brights. So we've got it in the silk, which is basically this beautiful, shiny surface, and it is available in the matte as well. We haven't got all of them out here.
I think they might be in the other pile.
Oh, there's another pile there. I didn't see that, sorry. This one is your pastels in the matte. And if you're doing things like flower making and that sort of thing, maybe the matte's the way to go.
Yes, yeah. If you're wanting to like add extra colour to it as well, so if you're wanting to give a really nice touch to it, you can add that.
Frosted Christmas, this is a matte, but you have got the silk and shiny version as well.
Love the colourways in that, it's beautiful.
$7.99 each, you get 48 sheets in each pad, or you get 2 for $9.91. So that basically makes £1.92 for your second pad.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Saving you about £6.
And these are essential as well. These are so essential. And the different tones that you're going to get in here that you might not get, you know, in other sort of packs of card, or it's just nice to be able to have the option and to know that if I've not got the colour in, say, my Adorable Scribble or my Matte-tastic, the chances are I've probably got it in my colour block pads.
Absolutely right. Now, I've got a few more here as well. I mean, these are gorgeous. They really are. The quality of the paper, you might think paper's paper. No. These pads are of the finest quality. They cut and die cut.
They also have that white finish. White core, sorry, which means if you're using them with your embossing folders that we've got on later on at 4 o'clock, then you can sand it back and it's going to bring that really nice sort of finish from the design as well.
I showed you the brights in the
Love
matte.
the
Look at the brights in the silk finish.
That is my
shine.
favourite one ever.
I mean, if you've gone for those radiant dyes that we've just been showing you, imagine the layers in those colours. Do please just cherry pick 2. Actually, if you want 4, then you'll save double the amount. That will be £18 and 82p. Is that right?
I can hear the calculator going.
I know. Tap, tap, tap. 1982.
Under £20
Under
though,
£20
for 4 of this.
for 4,
So
and they
good.
should be £7.99 each. This one is your classic Christmas. There we go. Again, in the silk finish. Look at the quality of it. It's beautiful.
It's such a fantastic deal, isn't it? I love it when we bring this to you because it's so fantastic. You guys love these pads. You know how incredible they are, and they're so good to use with so many different things. The variety of tones and colour you've got in them as well is really, really nice.
Well, stock up today. Go for a couple. It seems pointless going for 1 at £7.99.
Yeah.
Go for 2 or go for 4 or go for 6 if you want to. Margaret in Nottinghamshire has done just that. She's gone for 2, so you're going to get 4 books for less than £20. Julie in Essex has gone for 4 as well. Gone for 2, so 4 books. You may want to go for 4 the same. It's entirely up to you. Or go for 2 completely different. It's entirely your call. But they are there on the website, and you can cherry pick them yourself on the app or on the hobbymaker.com website. Or you can go to our phone lines and talk to the guys and the ladies in the call centre and tell them which colours you'd like, and they'll run through the colours for you so you know you're getting the right ones.
So helpful, aren't they?
They are. They're lovely. Yeah.
Okay, so this time we're going to show you how to do I'm going to do a fold-back card.
Okay.
I'm going to cut my die into half of the fold-back so it like sticks out.
And this is one of the Matastic sheets from the
Yes.
new Adorable Scoreable
This
collection.
is the Gothic Rose.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut this down to 10, and then I'm also going to bring this across and cut it to 7. So we're going to make a 7x5 fold-back with this. And I don't have it with me. Can you pass me that scoreboard from over there, Dave?
Yeah. That's why it's there for you.
It's there for me.
Yeah.
It's perfectly positioned, wasn't
Just
it?
for you.
And for this, I'm going to be using my different layers of my die. So I've got the largest one. I'm then also going to use the smallest matten layer, and then I'm going to use my word as well. So I'm going to cut my word from some black, because
You don't
obviously
always
we've
have
got
to use all
those
the layers if you don't want to.
that gorgeous detail in here. Then I'm going to cut my smallest matten layer from another piece of cardstock. So this one has got a different, like a darker colourway to this design. So that's going to allow it to stand out. And then we're just going to score this. So you want to score it at 2.5 and at 5. And then that is going to give you your points. So give it a nice score so you can really see that through the design. And then I'm going to bring in my tape again, and I'm going to pop this on this half of my card, and you want it to be kind of central.
So over the scoreline.
Over the scoreline, so you've got that design on here, and then I'm going to tape it down. It doesn't really matter where we tape it, but you do want to be able to take this off, so just be really careful. So let's pop that through there.
Detack your tape, put it on your clothes a little bit or something like that.
Just because it's Matastic, it sometimes sticks to it, and then it can be a bit funny when it comes off.
Yeah.
So when we cut this now, what I'm going to do is I am going to lay this up to the score line here off my plates. So I don't want that bit to cut. I just want this section in the middle panel to cut.
Okay.
So I'm going to lay those down there, and then I'm going to place in my cardstock. So let me just trim that down so I can get that in as well. So that's going to sit on here. This one's going to sit across there. As long as this score line is in line with the top of those plates. And then this plate here, what you're going to do is just place it across that score line. And then we're going to place that into our machine. So oh no, I can't see it because it's black. I was thinking I'm missing a piece there, but I'm not. So let's just pop that in. You've got to make sure that all your plates are
lined up. Yep.
lined up so they'll go through. There we go. So we're running that through. And this is going to cut half of that mat into that second section.
Okay.
So that when you fold it back,
I'm intrigued.
so am I. In theory, it should definitely work. In practice,
I love it.
We shall see.
Make it up as you go along. Fab.
sometimes you just don't have the time to test them out.
No, exactly. You think, oh, that'll work.
It'll work. It will. So now we're just going to pop this to one side. We need to take our dies off here, remember.
Oh, I can see what you're doing.
And now we're going to fold this back. So I'm going to fold this and we're going to score that like so. And then I'm going to bring this in front, fold that.
Oh, yes.
And now
Perfect.
this part has got that gorgeous mat of your wording on. So we'll take our second layer and we'll just remove that from our die. And then I'm going to use my thinking of you. So let's grab this one. And because it's Mac-tastic, I'm going to go in with my purple glue stick. So for words, sometimes if you don't like using your tape runner, you can use your purple glue stick, and this is really handy. Just dabbing it over the word. These are back in stock as well, by the way. They were out for a very long time, but if you haven't got them yet,
right,
we've still got them in stock.
Purple glue sticks are available.
So I'm just going to stretch that into place so it sits really nicely on there. And I think the black on this gorgeous sort of like
really
rustic look looks incredible. And then let's go in with some foam pads just to lift it off. And I've got a little piece of ribbon that I'm going to use just to tie around this bit. So I'm just going to trim through those card blanks, through those foam pads, sorry. And then that is going to sit on here. And then I've got a piece of ribbon, which I'm then going to take and I'm going to place it along this edge of my card just to tie it in a nice little bow. So I'm just going to stretch a bit more of that. I can just trim that down because I don't need all of it.
Black is really striking, isn't it?
It is, and it looks so nice across here as well.
Very elegant, very dramatic.
Hand that over, just making sure that it's where you want it to be. And then I always like to do my bows backwards when I do cards like this. I'm not sure why, they just seem to sit a little bit nicer.
Okay.
And then we can turn it around and we can cut our little tails into that once we've got that bow on. And then
It's done. There you go. That's how to do it.
And it's a really simple card.
What's that card called? That shape?
Simple.
Is it a Z
like
card?
a fold back.
Fold back card.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now you've got half of that design cut out into it.
Love it. Now, the actual dies that we've got on the screen at the moment, these are the most exciting dies we've had in a long time because on the strength of the popularity of the Merry Christmas Radiance die, the team at Hunkydory thought, well, if the Merry Christmas one is that popular, let's do some more in different verses that everybody needs on a regular daily basis from card making. So you've got Get Well Soon, Thinking of You, Good Luck, Thank You, Best Wishes, and Happy Birthday. But each one has got at least 5 different levels and layers. We've done it on the boards here, or Hunkydory have, in white, and it looks lovely, almost like a cloud or a speech bubble. But when you do it in different colourways, it takes on a whole different look. You can do your invertage, so the inverted design, so you're looking into something rather than looking at something that's sticking up. You can do the pyramide style, of course, as well. You can do a couple of layers, miss a layer out, and again, that looks really, really lovely. This one. Not using the invertage at all, but just using a couple of layers for the best wishes.
I love that one.
Yeah,
it's so nice with the parchment touch.
And then the Happy Birthday is with acetate, making it a shaker card. This one's lovely too. This is almost quite dreamy. That one.
Oh, I love that one.
And this one using, again, your adorable scorable, either the coated, which has got the shine, or the matte-tastic. It's up to you, but they're beautiful. And again, the funkier colours, the more kind of psychedelic it looks. This is very kind of Carnaby Street to me. Kind of really kind of retro.
Super funky, isn't it, with all the bright colours?
And then another bright colour one here for you. Isn't that great? And then, of course, if you're using any of your fantastic, adorable scorable in the new designs that we brought out on Sunday, that's one of the ones that Natalie used in the demonstration earlier on. Using your papers from the Geo Design paper pads. This one obviously isn't in the plain ones, it's in a patterned one, but that works beautifully well. And then this is again, look at that. Beautiful. That's again one of the designer card stocks from the pack that we showed you earlier on. Get Well Soon. This one is really lovely because this has actually got animation. Put on a little kind of Z
I
of
love
acetate.
that. It's so cool.
And it just bounces. And the black and gold, very striking. So you can use these in any way you wish. You can also make fantastic homemade boxes out of Adorable Scorable. Again, you can put some acetate on this. So you can actually have a little glimpse as to what's in the box. But as box tops, they look fantastic. As main sentiments, they look incredible. And I think it's the versatility.
The
that everyone can
versatility
really see.
is absolutely exceptional, isn't it? There's so many really cool ways in which you use them. And when you think out of the box, in the show at 7 that we're going to do, I'm going to show you how to use them to create gatefold cards. And I'm also going to show you how you can use them to create like spinner cards, because obviously you've got the different sizes of mats and layers which will allow you to do that with these words.
Brilliant. Now, the Happy Birthday one is about to sell out on its own, and that's all the stock we've got, I think, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I can have a look,
okay.
but I'm not sure about that. But, I mean, for the price that you're paying for these and the bundle price...
Get the bundle, yeah.
They-
I mean, they're $14.99 if you buy them as a duo. They're $12.32 each if you buy all 6. You get 30 dies in total for £36.97. And 1 P&P as well for the whole day's orders. So we've got a fantastic embossing folder show coming up at 4 o'clock, which are going to be so popular. It's going to be a very busy show. And if you've bought these, you've paid your P&P for the day, so take advantage of the fact that everything else for the rest of the day for you is going to be P&P free. Stock up on all those essentials that you need, that you hate paying postage on, like your double-sided foam pads, your glue, construction glue maybe, Adorable Scorable, the new selection, remember. Let me just show you. Again, we've got this 60 sheets, a mixture of Matastic and traditional Adorable Scorable. It's all Adorable Scorable, bendy ink technology, but you've got your vintage dots in Matastic.
I love these.
Look at all the different colourways you've got as well. Beautiful. So that's your antique polka dots. Then this is the range that Natalie was using in the last demonstration. So this is your Gothic rose. Beautiful.
It's
I think-
really, really...
Hang
They're
on.
upside down, those
Turn them
ones.
up the right way. There we go. That's better. So you've got musical notes on there.
It's nice, isn't it? You've got that gorgeous texture. It's just a really, really stunning collection.
Beautiful. That's your Gothic Rose. And you get 12 sheets of each.
Yes.
6 designs, 2 of each.
Absolutely. And then this one is your alcohol inks.
Yep. And this is on, of course, the
That's on
coated
your regular
Adorable
Adorable Scorable.
Beautiful.
It's so nice with that hint of like gold and shimmer.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
It's like a gemstone's been sliced in half.
yeah,
or
like you've
something
cut
that.
into it.
Wow.
I love that one. That's going to be great for birthdays.
And these look so real. Embroidered flowers, no less. Look. Aren't they gorgeous? Look at that. Absolute sunshine. Beautiful. Then you've got your roses, your embroidered roses. And then we come on to this, which is the ombre. So it's going from blue into yellow, pink into lavender. I'm thinking of all your unicorns, your fairies, that
Yeah,
sort
you'll
of
be
thing.
able to use that with all your sort of like collections that you've got or little books that you've got with those. But it's fantastic, isn't it? A great selection. You're getting 60 sheets in total
Yeah.
on this deal.
So I've gone through
for
all of them
under
individually,
£20.
and that's the other single ones that you're going to get. So basically, yeah, we separated them, just showed you one of each, but you get 2 of each design in those brilliant 5 ways. So you've got 60 sheets. It's collection number 4 from the designer card. I know lots of you do collect these whenever a new collection comes out. And you've got all the characteristics of plain Adorable Scorable and the bendability of it. And, you know, it's not going to crack when you score it and make boxes or anything like that, but with the patterns on them as well. So DTHD67 is your product code if you want that today. Loads more coming in. Kathleen in East Riding of Yorkshire, Sharon in North Yorkshire, Patricia in Kent, Crafter in West Midlands, Sally in West Midlands, Francesca, Maria in Cambridgeshire. Wow, what a busy show.
It's been busy.
And you were worried it may not be popular.
Oh, well, I thought it would be popular, but you never know.
Do you?
You never know.
When it's something new, you never, ever know. OK, we'll try and stock or get restocked that Happy Birthday one. It has now sold out. We'll see if we can get more stock for the latest show and check back on the website a bit later on. But I think what most of you want to do is go for all 6.
Yeah.
Because you're going to use them all. There's not one sentiment in there you're not going to use.
No, they are all absolute essentials and they're massive sentiments as well. And you've seen how many different ways we've used them in the show that we've done now, but then join us again at 7 because I'm going to show you 3 other completely different ways on how you can use these dies.
What have we got at 4?
At 4, we've got our embossing folders, so we've got our Christmas ones, and we've also got our everyday ones back in stock.
And you're going to get the chance to buy the Radiant Sentiment in the Merry Christmas that we teased you with earlier on, which works with this as well. Everything's going to be on the website, so if you do want to go for the Merry Christmas one, if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, I've lost it now.
I think it's under that sheet.
Oh, there it is.
Oh no,
Nope.
there are other dies.
Where's it gone? Oh, it's here. I put it somewhere safe. Yeah, so that's coming up in the next show, but you can order it now if you want to. The Merry Christmas one comes with
Your season's greetings.
Season's Greetings too. So again, you're going to get both of those, $14.99 I think, and it will be on the website now if you want to pre-order it before the 4 o'clock show. If you've got to go out to pick up the kids, it's first day of school for
Yes,
today.
it is.
So if you've got to go out and do that, order it now. It's on the website, and we'll see you with Pete in a second. I didn't know yesterday that it was actually the launch of the amazing Tim Holtz Vault for Christmas. Tim did a big internet release of it, I think at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We went live with it at 5. That's why it was such a busy show. If you haven't seen it yet, Tim Holtz at his best with Sizzix and Pete. Couldn't ask for any more, really, could you?
Absolutely not.
And then you at 4. What an afternoon.
What a
See you
dream day.
See you in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobby Maker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobby Maker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing, and I'm really, really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobby Maker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those 3 things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobby Maker is on the hunt for the Card Maker of the Year. Are you ready for the challenge? We are giving you full creative control. Create your cards in any design for any occasion using any technique. Just make sure to use at least 1 item purchased from Hobby Maker. We will select 10 winners with the following prizes. First place gets £100 credit plus a Hobby Maker goodie bag. Second to 5th place gets £50 credit to their Hobby Maker account. And 6th to 10th place gets £25 credit to their Hobby Maker account. To enter, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope, Card Maker of the Year competition, Hobby Maker Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, Worcestershire, B989HF. Please include a note with your name, email address and phone number. Do not write on the back of your card. Entries must be received by Monday the 23rd of September 2024. Winners and runners-up will be notified on the 30th of September 2024 and announced live on air. All cards will be donated to our chosen charity once the winners have been notified.
Good luck!
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's Hobby Maker on a Tuesday. I'm Dave with you till 5 o'clock today. Then Sherilyn's here to see you through till 9 o'clock. We've got lots of good shows to look forward to. Not good shows, exceptional shows. Yesterday, in the world of craft, there was a real buzz going around the world at 4 o'clock our time, because yesterday, Tim Holtz did a World Wide Web launch of what we had at 5 o'clock yesterday. So he did the launch of it, which then allowed us to do our launch of that collection that he told the world about. And it is basically his Vault collection of Christmas. Now, Pete's here. Hi, mate.
Hello, Matt. You're
All
right.
right, good to see you.
You too.
Tell us about the Vault, because it's basically stepping back in time, but also bringing it up to date.
It's stepping back in time, but it's done as a thank you to everybody who supported Tim and Sizzix down the years.
Yeah.
The thing is, things go in and out of stock. Things are discontinued. And people coming new into craft are saying, oh, I wish I had that. I wish I had this. So Tim's taken all that information. He's put it together. It's your favourites. It's his favourites. He's resized them, and they come back as thinlet sets. That's quite important, because a lot of them were bigs, weren't they?
They were absolutely. Bigs dies, not everyone can use in every machine out there. Everyone that's got a die cutting machine can use thinlet dies. Now, what we've got for you here, have a little look. Take a little look. Look at what we've got and look at what you have in, as far as value for money is concerned. This is absolutely exceptional. So the product code for it is DBXC16. DBXC16, okay? Now let's have a look at them one by one. We'll show you exactly what's in here. Let's just go through the die sets and see. The thing I love about these sets are that there are lots of smaller dies that allow you to build up an image. So that poinsettia, it's probably 3 or 4 dies. So use Sizzix coloured cardstock to cut out the poinsettias in red, and then you can just put them together piece by piece by piece. The word wish, peace, Noel. You've got the pine needles there. You've got your mistletoe. You've got your holly leaves. You've got your pine cone. There are 12 dies in that collection alone, okay? So that's the first thing. Then you go on to the next one, which is your letters of the alphabet, and it's a really striking, very simple, but very striking, a very easy to read font. And then you've got, of course, the dies that give you the kind of sketched look of the poinsettia. And then you've got the sketched look of the holly and the berries as well. So the outline is a separate die to the actual solid of the leaf, and you can just offset it to make it look sketchy. There's 43 dies, all the numbers as well, in that selection, okay? Then we go down to the next, going down to the wreath. Now that wreath is not one die, that is actually 14 dies. So one die for the actual shape of the wreath, and then the slice of orange is another die, the pine cone's another die, the poinsettia is another die, the ribbon's another die. So are the dies for the candles as well. You cut them all out, and then you layer them up to make that 3-dimensional wreath. You can change the way the wreath looks each time. You can change the way the wreath looks for seasonal wreaths. You know, make them spring, make them summer, don't put the candles on, do them in bright colours, maybe for spring and summer wreaths. Next to that, you've then got your lovely snowman. Again, his nose is separate, his hat is separate, so's his scarf. So you can literally build the snowman from the dies that Tim has designed for you. The most beautiful snowflake. And then you've, of course, got the kind of retro ice skates as well. Again, there's multiple dies in there. There's 10 in total. And then finally, rounding off what was only launched yesterday at 4 o'clock, we did our launch at 5. Tim Holtz launched it globally at 4 so that we could then offer it to you at 5. Look, you've got the Santa through the air, above the skyline. They're all separate dies. The moon is actually 2 dies, one for the solid, one for the kind of craters. You've then got the car with the driving home for Christmas with the tree on the top. That tree is separate to the car, so you can use it independently. The beautiful lamp there as well. All of these dies are separate, and you then put them together and build your scene. $89.95. It is the best of Tim Holtz through the years, released as new thinlet dies, perhaps many of them. I know the skates used to be a bigs die. Now it's a thinlet die that everyone can put through their machine. And the cards you can make and the projects you can make with Sizzix and Tim Holtz is just breathtaking. Look at that. If that was in a card shop, it would be the most expensive card in that shop because it has got class. It's just so easy to do when you're using the Sizzix cardstock to give you the colour, which we'll talk about a bit later on. Look at that. Just that simple sprig of holly. The top of the holly is a separate die to the actual main part of it. Let's get that price down. We had an absolutely massive show at 5 o'clock yesterday. Many of you maybe saw the video announcement that Tim did online. You can have the whole collection for $59.99. And on 2 split pace, that means it's $29.99 today, and you can be playing with these dies, building up your Christmas scenes in a matter of days. You'll be one of the first people to have a chance to buy this. Last night at 5 was the first time we actually released it and could release it after Tim announced the actual launch of it, and we've got it here this afternoon. Maybe you weren't watching at 5 yesterday. We've got it here for you today. I know, certainly from my own perspective, I think of Christmas as soon as the kids go back to school. As soon as summer holidays are over, my thoughts go to Christmas. My thoughts go to the autumn fairs, Harvest Festival, Christmas fairs coming up in October, November time. So it's only maybe now that you're thinking, okay, well, I really want to think about my cards I'm going to make for Christmas this year. Why not make them Tim Holtz inspired cards? Because you know what? If you think it jumps out at you on the TV, look at this wreath. If you think that jumps out at you, it's going to jump out at your potential customers. It's going to jump out at your friends and your family. When they open a card you've made with a Tim Holtz die, they're going to go, wow, you made that. Already we're busy for this right now. It's your second chance to get hold of this, and half the stock went yesterday. DBXC16. And Pete, just kind of summarise for us why you think Tim Holtz dies are so desirable. What is it about them you like so much?
Well, do you know what? It's one of those collections. Every time a Tim Holtz collection has come out, I'm always waiting because there's always points of difference. There are always things that are different from everything else. But what he brings out now works with what he brought out last year, the year before, and with next year as well. So he's building up a library, and you're building up a library. And you know, the way, the thought that goes into it, the detail is incredible. But, you know, if you're making Christmas cards, then you can make Christmas cards with a point of difference, different to what everybody else has got. That's something special there. We call it the X factor, we call it whatever, but that's what Tim Holtz gives you. That's why Tim Holtz is a big name. And that's why the only thing that was bigger than Tim's launch yesterday was the Pete and Dave show.
That's true.
When we were launching this, so yeah, absolutely.
Now, half the stock went yesterday, between 5 and 7. The remaining stock that we have, 10% of that remaining stock has gone as well. So there's another show planned later on. This might be one of your last opportunities to get hold of this. And you know what? You'll use these year in, year out. They're not dated. You know, they're not going to be dated next year or the year after. They've got a real uniqueness to them. And if you use, what I love about Sizzix is that they, rather than colour in the elements, which you can do if you want to, what Sharon does, what Pete does, what everyone at Sizzix does, is uses the fantastic linen cardstock that Sizzix produce to add the colour to the card. So if you look at that wreath card that we looked at earlier on, all the colour on there is from Sizzix cardstock. There's been no colouring as such at all, I don't think. Maybe there's a bit of shading, maybe on the white, something like that. But yeah, you don't need to add colour when you've got the Sizzix cardstock. So that combination of the dyes are doing the colouring for you by you choosing the Sizzix cardstock. It's great, and it's so easy to put it together to make a magnificent card, to have that three-dimensional property of one layer upon a next, and the next, and the next, and so on. Well done to Brenda, Laura, Pauline, Margaret. You've checked out already. Carol's in. Hello to Margaret in County Durham. Janet in Worcestershire coming through as well. Maybe you've never experienced Tim Holtz dies before, but you're thinking, do you know what, this is really good value, I want to give it a go. And no two cards need ever be the same, need they? That's the thing.
And that's part of the joy for me as a maker. I never run out of inspiration, I just run out of time. I could still be doing this till Christmas, and every card would be different.
Yeah.
And that's because of the dies, that's because of the way they are. These are dies that are going to go into your stash, and they're going to come out year after year. And when next year's Christmas stuff comes out, you'll be bringing out these to use alongside them.
Yeah.
Like, if we take the wreath, we're talking about the wreath. Now, there are 4 wreaths already this year. There was a spring one, there was a summer one, there was a Halloween one. They are all about the same size, but they're different in style, but they will work together.
Yeah.
It's incredible the way that he thinks through.
I mean, I think a lot of people view these dies as an investment in their hobby, because these are dies that you'll use again and again. You're not going to buy them and never use them. You know, you'll just have so much fun putting them together, making each wreath look different. You could have 5 wreath cards out on your table for sale, and they all look completely different because you use different coloured cardstock. You put things in different positions. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I said it again. David said I wasn't going to say it, but it is. It is.
You've got to keep on saying it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm looking for, if we ever had any stock of this left, we could come back and do another show. That would be fabulous. But you know what? You said there were 14 dies in this wreath set?
Yes.
There's actually, well, there are 14 dies, that's true. But if we look at it, it's actually 36, because if you see the candle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different elements. But the good thing is they're all on one die, so they're all in one place.
So you're not going to lose them.
Together. Yeah, so there's 36, like this lovely berries. There are 5 different berries, and then there's the main frond. So the way that it's thought out, Tim is brilliant. The way he thinks about his collections, the way he puts them together, it makes life easier for me, it makes life easier for you at home, and it makes life easier for Tim. So we're going to do something with this wreath. And we're also going to do something with a lovely Sizzix cardstock.
Fantastic. And just before we get started, just to let you know, each of the collections come in their own little plastic wallets as well, because obviously there are lots of smaller dies in a Tim Holtz collection. So they come in a little plastic wallet, which makes storage easy. You're not going to lose anything then, okay? And it's on 2 split pays. Forgot to mention that. $29.99 is all you need to pay today, and the whole collection will be on its way to you. Right, Pete?
Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at, this time we're not hanging behind any technique. There are no inks, no acrylics, no nothing. This is all about Sizzix cardstock and these wonderful dies. So I feel like a welder at this point because it's time to put the goggles on. There you go. Okay, now this is the main wreath. This is the, and as I said, there are other ones in a similar style which will work together. Now, I'm going to die cut some cardstock. This is from the main Sizzix collection, so there are 20 colours, and there are 4 of each in the set, so there's 80 in total. I'm sure we'll be going through that in a second. I am using my switch machine, so I'm just going to pop those in there. As always with all Sizzix machines, the instructions are on the base platform, so there's never any confusion about how you put the sandwich together.
Now, apologies, we don't have any stock of the switch at the moment. We're working on getting that back soon in the black for Tim Holtz and in the white as well.
We can't keep it in stock.
I know.
That's the trouble.
It's a gorgeous machine.
It's a great machine, and it's got a real... I just love that black and the silver together. It's kind of... It almost like... It should be made out of Bakelite, you know? Like one of those... So that would sit on the I don't know. So on the Titanic, no, that was pre-Baker, like the Titanic one. Apologies, folks, we're getting bogged down in semantics and...
It's the grand piano of die-cutting machines.
It is the grand piano of die-cut. Thank you, Dave. There you go. Right, there we go. There is our base wreath. Now, I've die-cut everything else to save us a little bit of time. And I've cut one in a slightly different colour. Now, for putting these together, I'm actually going to use this silicone mat, and I'm going to scribble my glue like so, because I'm just going to dab that in there like that. It makes it so easy. You don't get any glue on your fingers, or you don't get any overgluing on your cardstock. That is very, very important. So that's it. That's my wreath. Putting the 2 together like that makes a world of difference. Put a load more, you kind of get like a bird's nest vibe going on. It's really cool.
And doing the 2 tones of the brown works. Definitely.
So you can see I've cut various different ones. Some of them are out of white, some of them are out of a very, very pale blue, and some of them out of this gorgeous sort of aqua green. Very, very subtle, but the difference will pay dividends. I promise you. Now let's grab a pair of tweezers, because I'm going to start layering this up, and I'm going to start at probably with one of these. And what you'll notice as well is if I bring this mat in, okay, what I've done with a lot of these is I've used these sculpting tools to add a little bit of dimension. We do have the tools on this show. If you check on the website, you'll see those. Very, very useful. Again, from Mr. Holtz. From the imagination that is Mr. Holtz.
We have got a brilliant bundle, actually, with the tweezers, the ball tools, the pokey tool, and the die cleaning brush, and a lovely case to put it all in as well. That's on the website right now for you.
So you can see I'm building it up. I'm building up these very subtle tones. Now this one, you remember that die we talked about? Let me try and find that. So these lovely berries. Now, if you want to go traditional and put reds on there, that's absolutely fine. If you want to put white on there so that they look like mistletoe, again, that's fine. But you can cut the individual berries and attach them thereafter to that sprig. And I'll just have that sitting out there. So I want to be kind of sparing with that. So I'm building up the combination. I'm building up the composition. And I'm kind of having these coming over the edge, but there's no rights or wrongs here. So if you're watching this, you know, you could do this in completely different colorways, and I shall show you one which is more traditional. But there's no right or wrong, it's entirely up to you. You can do it all the way around, or you can just do one half, which is what I'm going to do today. Now we'll start this, so that's gone that way. So you see I always start here and then move in so that we get that lovely sort of overlap going on. I've probably cut more than I actually need. So it's knowing when to stop. That's where the skill comes in, if there is any skill. Because it's just cardstock. It's just cardstock. And when you're not using techniques and you're not using inks and things like that, it's kind of, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. It's all about letting the colour sing through. And you know, when you've got great colours like this, you can trust that it's always going to, because it's been so well thought out, the colour palette of this cardstock, that everything's going to kind of work together. Well, it's going to be simpatico.
It was Sizzix that made me think about using coloured cardstock to add colour to my die cuts. I never even crossed my mind until I saw the cards that Pete did, Sharon did, of course, as well. I'm just thinking, that looks so good. Let the card do the colouring for you.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with Tim stuff. We all know about the traditional, what we might call the traditional Tim Holtz style. You know, we think of the browns, we think of maybe grungy or steampunk. It is so far from the truth. It is unbelievable, because Tim is kind of a very, very broad church. So whatever your style as a maker, he will bring out dies that will please anybody.
Yeah, and excites people. It excites the buyer of the card. It excites the maker of the card, because it's different.
Yeah, and you know what? There is whenever there's a new Tim collection, there is genuine excitement. The build up to it. People are sat there with a cup of tea. They're posting comments as Tim's going through. It's always exciting because you never know which way Tim's going to go.
Well, I remember going to, I think it was LA, yes it was, Los Angeles, for the CHA show, one of the biggest craft trade events in the world, about 5 years ago. And we were doing an outside broadcast from there, and I was there with the team and everything. And I just looked out into the distance, and I saw this 6 people deep crowd around this stand. I thought, what's going on over there? It was like Beatlemania. And it was Tim Holtz on his stand. And there were literally a crowd of people 6 deep waiting to meet him and, you know, find out what he was doing next, all that sort of thing.
I remember that when he was actually my warm-up act. Yeah, well, I know, I'm deluded. But there you go. No, yeah, I know. I've seen it. I've seen it at shows as well. You know, because whenever I go and see Tim at a show, it's in the morning before people come in.
Yes.
That's the only time I get
otherwise you won't get to see him. He's swamped.
Yeah. No, he's a good guy. He's one of the best. So there you go. There's the bow. We've cut 2 in different, one in red, one in pink. We've layered them together. We put the little dot in the center. I shall pop that on there. Now, I'm going to lift this away, and I'm going to use some 3D foam pads, just 4 small 3D foam pads.
I mean, I remember when wreaths were purely just for Christmas. That was the only time you ever thought of wreaths. Nowadays, you have wreaths for weddings, civil partnerships, births of babies, boys and girls. You know, maybe Laura, my producer, was just saying, why not do kind of wreaths in wedding colours? If like the, you know, the bridal party, you've got certain coloured dresses and that sort of thing, you could do wreaths in those colours to celebrate a wedding. Or
I mean, go in the shops now and see all the autumnal ones and the Halloween ones, indeed. So it really is all year round.
Oh,
and there you go.
Incredible.
And that, now, while we've got that there, let's take a look. Now, that's the Sizzix cardstock. Same collection,
wow.
Completely different.
Completely different look.
And against black, the way that the colours pop, you can see we've changed the colour of the berries to make them more festive. We've added in the little pine cone. We've stuck this lovely blue in there to give the contrast against the other greens. Let's take a look at some of the other elements. Now that is the candle from the wreath set. That is a double candle, and the poinsettia. That's all part and parcel of it. And if you look at this final one, that is pretty much everything that is in the set. all used in the one. You'll see the wood underneath. That's one of the embossing folders. Again, that will be on the website, this lovely wood grain embossing folder. But this one was done with inks. That one was done with inks. But these two, it's all about the cardstock.
Just look at that wreath at the bottom, just for a second. Look at all the greens that are in there. Look at all the reds that are in the berries. Look at the browns for the pine cones. All those colours, I'm not saying all of them are cardstock, but most of them haven't been coloured. It's the cardstock that's doing the colouring. And that's what Pete was talking about when he said about the 80 sheets. If you've never done this sort of technique or thought about using cardstock in this way, get this collection and go for this at the same time. Pete spent hours making this fan for me to show it on TV for you. You've got 80 sheets of multicoloured cardstock with the linen texture, which is absolutely gorgeous. And that's another kind of signature look of Sizzix, is that linen finish to the die cuts that you put on the cards. We're going to take it to under £20 today. 80 sheets, $19.99. It will come like this. It's a kaleidoscope and a rainbow of colour, but all those colours that you saw being used there in that wreath, they're in here. You know, if you've got a die that's, I don't know, an inch square, how many of those are you going to get out? One sheet of A4? Loads, dozens and dozens and dozens. So use the cardstock to do your colouring with these dies today from Sizzix and Tim Holtz. And at less than £20, you know, you've got a complete rainbow of colour there. You've got at least 3 or 4 shades of green. Now, if you looked at that wreath that Pete showed you a few minutes ago, it's important to have the pine needles in different shades of green. That's what helps to give it its realism. You've got loads of different shades of red and pink here as well. So it could be petals on flowers, it could be berries. It's just gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, we also have the festive available as well. So if those are the colours that you're really interested in, the festive ones, we'll get to that in a second. This is 24p a sheet for coloured Sizzix cardstock. $19.99, delivered free of P&P. If you've already paid it today, it's 1 P&P per day of $4.95. If you're buying this, then the $4.95 P&P will be charged along with it. But then if you want to go for the festive, which is, bearing in mind we're talking Christmas with the Tim Holtz release that was yesterday, but these are unashamedly festive colours. You've got all these shades of red, all these shades of green. You've got a modern day Christmas. The peppermint is a very kind of frozen Christmas that lots of people like. You've got the black in there, of course, as well, with the white included too. This is a 60 sheet pack and we don't have much of this left now. 10 festive colours, there's 6 of each. DQ1S38. Can I dare say, if you can run to it, go for the 80 and this. But if there's one of them out of all of them that I go for, it will be this one if you're going for the Tim Holtz dies today, because these have got the most traditional colours. But it may well be that you don't want to do a traditional Christmas. You want to be like Tim and think out the box a little bit. Then if that's the case, go for the pack of 80, because there are Christmas colours in there as well. The 80 or the 60. That's the festive one. All the cardstock is the same quality. It really is. DQ1S38. Now, we have only got 2 opulent cardstock packs left. Gold is completely sold out. The festive is about to sell out that I just held up and just showed you. I think we've got more people want the festive than we actually have stock of. The silver, now the opulent is different. You sometimes think, okay, I expect like a pearlescent cardstock. I expect a non-shed glitter. I expect maybe a mirrored card. This is giving you 5 different effects in silver. You've got your glitter, you've got your matte, you've got your brushed metal, you've got your pearl, and you've got your mirror. So there are all those 5 different effects, 10 sheets of each for just $16.99. And Pete has again brilliantly done this for me, so you can see there's all 5 effects in one card. Aren't they great? So all 5 effects, all the different effects, the mirror, the brushed, the satin, the glitter, it's all there. You get all 5 effects, 10 sheets of each for £16.99. This is one of just 2 opulents that we have left in stock. The silver, that's a go-to, a must-have. And then my favourite is always the rose gold. I think we have more stock of this. The rose gold, we weren't able to bring it on its own when Laura, my producer, was doing a show recently. We've got this now available. The yellow gold is completely gone. The rose gold option, we have still got stock. Rose gold in the non-shed glitter, the matte, the brush metal, the pearl, and also the mirror at the bottom there as well. In all shows I've done over the years, rose gold is always the one that seems to go first.
Always the one, yeah.
Always most popular. I dare say we have more stock of this. So it is available if you want the rose gold. 10 sheets of each, 6 different finishes, down to single figure stock now on the rose gold. So we may not have this in the latest show today. AJ1S83. Now, the tool bundle, I know I'm missing something, but let me show you first of all what I'm not missing. You're going to get the bag. This bag is beautiful. It's Sizzix embossed. You've got 2 zipper compartments, one there and one there. Plenty of room for all your tools. So it's always nice if you're a fan of a brand like Sizzix to have everything matching. You're going to get this. You gave it back to me yesterday because he nicked it off me, didn't you?
I did.
The tweezers. The self-closing tweezers are in there. You've got your ball tools, 4 different sizes of ball on the ball tool, and you've also got your firm mat as well, so great for shaping petals, leaves, characters, that sort of thing. And you're also going to get your die cleaning brush and your pokey tool, and also a magnetic disc, so you can pick up tiny dies off your desk if you're losing them or whatever. That comes with it as well. So I think we've got a picture that we can show you everything, have we? We'll get, there it is, that's what you're going to get. So there's the tweezers, ball tools, there's the die cleaning brush, again, the pokey tool, and you get the magnetic disc, a bit like a blending, but it's got a magnet.
The magnetic disc actually, Dave, it clicks onto the bottom of the die brush, so you can use the die brush as a handle to pick up the dies,
okay.
Or you can use it to stand your die brush up, which is what I tend to do.
Oh, clever.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea. But if you know, especially with small dies like these that we're talking about, you can sometimes easily get it buried beneath cardstock or paper or whatever it may be. So if you've got a magnet there, you can easily pick up your dies and find them. $49.97, you get everything, but it's not the price today. For someone that you know is a crafter and a Sizzix fan, this is a great, great gift. It is on, for the first time, split pay. Yesterday, we didn't have split pay on this. Laura has worked her magic and I think schmoozed Liam upstairs and said, can we have it on split pay? It shouldn't be because it's under 50 quid. £44.99, and it's on 2 split pays of £22.49. So that's going to give you all the tools you need really to either replace all the ones that you've got that don't match, or maybe you're starting out and you want to have a nice coordinated craft room like Sharon Curtis. Is your craft room coordinated, Pete? I'll take that as a no then.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's very, and I know people love to have a well-coordinated craft room. Sharon's is lovely. Our old friend Paola,
yep.
She is the queen of organisation. It's incredible. I used to work alongside her. She used to almost cry coming in every morning, seeing the chaos that I work in. But I get the job done, you know. I do strange things. I have, like, you know, those hooks that you stick, like those sticky back hooks.
Yep.
I've got all my framelits on them, just hanging around at random. So yeah,
whatever works for you.
I do work in a systematic. I know where everything is. If somebody comes over for something, I'll move a pile of paper. And there it is. I kind of know where it is.
I'm kind of messy and know where things are. When the house is tidy, I can never find anything.
There is method in my madness, but to some people, it's no. But when I'm here, I'm very organised. I have to be.
Okay, now the wreath die set, there's a lot of interest in this on its own. Obviously, that was the first demo that Pete did. You can choose to have it with or without the candles. The candles are in there. You can use the candles completely separately, as Pete did yesterday in his demos. All those elements are separate dies, okay? $14.99. They all come in their own organizer wallets, the plastic wallets to keep everything in one place, DL1S19. All the others we're going to put on the website now for you individually. But, of course, the best value is to go for the entire collection. And when a launch like this comes out, with the man himself globally launching it online yesterday at 4 o'clock, it was embargoed. No one could actually offer it until he had officially launched it. We then went on air at 5 o'clock and had one of the busiest shows that I can remember with Tim Holtz Dies. And we're busy this afternoon as well. And the stock is going fast. What's the update now, Laura? Is it nearly 20% of the remaining stock gone, something like that, of the big bundle? Yeah. Yeah, 20% of our remaining stock has now gone. Half of it went yesterday. 20% of the remaining stock has gone. Okay, back to Pete.
We're talking about organisation just before I get into demo. This is what I do in my cardstock. Now, you know that they come in A4. I cut them into quarters and I keep them all. So this is the festive. It's also the main one. It's the muted. So it's all the Sizzix cardstock. Absolutely gorgeous when you see it all side by side like this. The subtle differences. Those greens, I'm obsessed with different greens.
None of those dies are going to be any bigger than what you've got there, so it makes sense to cut it down.
Exactly. The majority, I just keep the rest as A4 in case I want to make boxes or cards out of them. But to have it all together like this, to have it close to hand, so that I can just reach in and see it, you know, because I'm breaking it down to this size, so I am quite organised. you know, quite switched on with
I'd be,
stuff like that.
yeah, well, I've known
not
you
bad.
long enough to know you're organised up there. Oh yeah, if not in the room, certainly up there he's organised. So the festive is sold out, I'm afraid. That's now gone, and the 80 pack is going very, very fast, and that's going to give you the biggest variety of colours to use with your Sizzix dies, and to use, of course, as Pete said, for box making, that sort of thing as well. Right, sir.
Right, let's talk about now. We looked at the lovely set which contains the snowflake, the snowman, and I know you particularly love the skates. So we're going to look at the skates. This one's for Dave, folks. So I'm going to take, now you see this ivory cardstock. What I've done with it, it's quite a hard ivory cardstock. So I've scrunched it up. I scrunched it up like that because I want it to, when that's die cut with the skate, I want those little creases to remain, but they're going to be flattened out by the die cutting process. But when I ink over the top of it, you'll see the difference that makes. And this is the set that I'm going to be using. You'll see, as Dave said, the skate, it's individual pieces. So there's one of the skates, there are the heels, and then there are the blades. The snowman as well, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's the hat, there's the arms and the nose, and there's the scarf. So all in little individual pieces like that. And of course,
can
the
I ask you
snowflake.
something?
Sure.
With your card blanks, because most of your cards are quite small.
Yeah.
What card stock do you use for your card blanks? Is it Sizzix card stock?
It's Sizzix cardstock. So we do have a set which is ivory, white, and black.
Yeah.
So it's a really good weight. It's great for construction, like card blanks. It's great for tags. It's great for boxes and bags. But it is wonderful for die cutting, embossing, and it's also great for inking as well. Okay. So if people like to use, you know, inks or acrylics, it's perfect for that.
Well, I know we had that on the show last night. Check the website to see if we've got any stock of that left under the Sizzix brand page.
There you go. So I'm going to cut the skates. So I'm going to pop that. When you see I'm putting the skate on top of that crinkled card like that, when it goes through, it all flattens out. This one I'm cutting from black card for the actual blade of the skates themselves, and I'm using a brown card which is from our cardstock collection for the heel. So I'll make my sandwich and pop that into my switch machine.
Which we'll get back in stock soon. Sorry, it's not in stock at the moment.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
And do remember, if you're watching us in America, you can shop with us as well. We can ship to the USA. Your shipping and handling is capped at $14.95. And I know it's early morning in the States at the moment. We get loads of you loving Sizzix. So if you're a fan of Tim Holtz, you want to get the dies from us, we'll ship them to you. You should get them, hopefully, about a week, 10 days, something like that.
Yeah, and do you know what? At the moment, I mean, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say, Dave, that this collection is the hottest in the world of craft at the moment.
Yes.
It launched yesterday.
Yes.
It's Tim Holtz. I mean, obviously, you know, there's such a big brouhaha around Tim stuff, and rightly so. Now, there's a little skate. You can see how the die cutting process has flattened it out, but those creases are in there, and it's going to make them look more naturalistic when I bring in my antique linen distressing. It's a very warm, sort of cream colour.
This is the only stock we have, by the way, of this collection. If it sells out, if we get it back in the future, it's going to be a bit of a wait for it, I'm sure. So,
yeah, it's always one of those. You know, there are so many people that want stock of this collection for when it actually comes out. It's almost impossible to know what the demand's going to be.
Yeah.
We usually overstock. We try to, because we don't want to let anybody down. We don't want any disappointment. But you know, sometimes we get caught out, and this one is a particularly popular collection because we were going to have more on the show, but we simply did not have the stock.
That technique, Pete, you did, scrunching up the cardstock, it looks like worn leather. It looks fantastic.
That's exactly, thank you, Dave, for pointing that out, because that's exactly what I'm going for. You can see there, when we put it against the original cardstock, just that edge, incredible. And then it gives it the contrast when you stick it against the embossing folder or whatever else it's going against afterwards. But that's what I want to do. I don't want to overdo that. So now I'm going to take the right one. This is the, okay, that is the blade of the skate. I'm also going to take This is me saying about how organised I am. I can't find the actual piece. But we'll use this one. That's fine, no problem. I'm going to ink this. Again, I'm going to take a darker ink. So this is walnut stain. And I'm going to pop this onto my blending tool and just go around the edges. The difference is probably imperceptible on your screens, but it's all about when this goes together.
It just makes it look a bit aged, a bit loved.
Yeah, and you know, if you're an artist at all, if you work in pencils or something like that, you know that when you give something a thicker edge or a thinner edge, it makes it stand out or sit back. It's the same principle with this. So I'm taking, now these are Sizzix luster waxes, and we do have a bundle. So I'm using the charcoal and I'm using the rose gold for today. They last an age, these things do, they really do. And they come in and they're so wonderful with things like 3D embossing folders. Anything you want to add some metallic opulence to, or if you're doing something quite industrial and you just want to put just a little bit of luster wax on the edges. Of course, people have been using it for years for shabby chic frames and furniture and stuff like that, you know. It adds a little touch of authenticity to proceedings. So there we are. So that is that lovely charcoal colour. It's almost like a dull silver. But saying dull is not exactly, well, to say it's not an exciting word, it's the very opposite of exciting. But that dull, it kind of gives it a vintage.
Yeah.
Sort
You
of
want
feel.
them to look a little bit ancient, a bit loved and a bit used.
Exactly. You don't want something that looks sort of chrome, because these, after all, are vintage skates. So let's take all those elements. Again, I'm going to add a little bit of glue to proceedings, and now we just go and we put that together. But you know what? You probably noticed there are holes in the, you know, there are actually eyelets, and you can thread that with twine.
No,
you can
really?
use, yeah, absolutely. You can use a needle and thread, and with some embroidery thread
look
as
really
well.
cool.
It's one of those details that Tim is absolutely renowned for. How many people think of a detail like that?
See, you
in
can
the
take
design?
it to whatever level you want of intricacy. But this is my type of card making. I love construction, I love model making, and this really is like the card version of model making, isn't it, really?
Oh yeah, very, very much so. So I've got my, do you know what? I haven't cut the end of this, have I? So you need to cut it
To a point.
to a point like that, and then you can thread through. Probably, in truth, this is a little bit thicker than I would normally go with. But there you go.
Oh,
So you
that's
just
cool.
so you can take a bit of hot glue, you can glue that to the back, and you can just keep going around, almost like stitching. You know, if you've got another type of thread, like embroidery thread, you can just keep going round and round and round.
See,
and
and it's details like this that people notice, that people don't expect to see in a card.
That's absolutely right. And there we are. And that's kind of the finished card. So we use the snowflake as well. We use the luster wax. Look at the difference between that and that. I mean, it's great in black, but when you just take some of that away with that luster wax, give it a vintage look. We've got an embossing folder in the background. There's a lovely wood grain embossing folder, which we have on the show as well. So that's that. But check out the variety. So if we look at that, let's have a look at some of the other things that we've done there. I've just taken the snowflake. That's very kind of rustic, just a little bit of acrylic there. There's our snowman, so he's also in the set.
Yep, he is.
If the skates and the snowflake weren't enough.
Actually, he's
you're
bigger
getting
than
that
I
guy.
thought, because on the actual packaging, he looks quite small, but he's actually quite a good size.
He's a good size, yeah. And I've used the snowflakes in the background to get a faux emboss. Then if you want to go down the full Tim Holtz route, we can get that kind of grungy industrial look. The rivets on that are actually just pearls, adhesive pearls, which I've stuck on, and used some acrylics over the top. Then finally, just a plain white snowflake, but we've cut the letters Wonderland, that alphabet that Dave pointed out earlier. It's a wonderfully usable alphabet, very, very legible. So yeah, this is one of the most versatile sets amongst some incredibly versatile sets.
Now, just to kind of set the scene for you as to what and how important this is and how exciting this is, whenever Tim Holtz has a release, he has on YouTube, he goes on the World Wide Web and he announces it and releases it and says, okay, everybody, it's out there, go out and buy it where you can find it. No one is allowed to sell it until that happens because he has a very, very, very tight control over when his releases get released. That happened online yesterday at 4 o'clock. We were given the green light to go live with it at 5 o'clock after he'd done his worldwide release. So you were, yesterday and today, some of the first people to get hold of the Christmas Vault collection from Tim Holtz. If you're watching us in the UK, you can order it. If you're watching us abroad in the USA, you can order this as well. Remember, if you are watching in the USA and you want to change our website to USA, all you've got to do is where it says the Union Jack, you click on that and then you select the stars and stripes. So at the top there where it's got UK, just go there and select USA. It then converts the website into dollars. Your shipping and handling, which is amazing to get it all delivered in the USA, all your orders, $14.95 is all you pay shipping and handling, no matter how many orders you've made from us from midnight your time last night to midnight tonight. So if you buy 5, 6 things, 10 things, $14.95 is all your shipping and handling is to the USA. But in the UK, it's $4.95 once, for no matter how many things you buy from midnight to midnight in the UK. But you're getting the chance to get these brand new dies. When I say brand new, they're Vault dies, so they go back in time, historically, to some of the most popular dies that Tim had done. Like Pete was saying earlier on, over the years, technology changes. Dies that they were able to produce back then maybe could only be produced as Biggs dies, the concealed steel dies in the foam. Nowadays, technology is such that these can now be recreated in thinlet dies for every die cutting machine that's out there. Maybe they're a different size to what they used to be, but you know what? They are collectible, they're desirable, they make the most incredible cards. If you're making for family and friends and you want to really impress people with what you've done, these are the dies to go for. If you want to make to sell and get a really good price for what you've made, to get people to come over to your store, these are the dies you need. Because when you see the cards they make, the dies are one thing, but it's the cards they make. You can buy any die. If it doesn't make a good card, what's the point in owning it? These dies will make exceptional cards. Just look at this with the skates. Look at the other ones that we've shown you already with the wreaths as well. I love those old-fashioned words as well. Wish. When I say old-fashioned words, I mean old-fashioned font. Wish, peace, Noel. Those letters obviously are from the letters of the alphabet, the Jolly Holly, and it's a very simplistic font, very eye-catching. You've got 43 dies in that set alone. And to get them today, on the day after release, globally, you're getting them with a £30 saving by shopping here at Hobbymaker. And we give you split pay as well. So you don't have to give us all the money, just give us half of it today. We will ship these out to you. Our Sizzix stock is in our warehouse. We send it out, we ship it. We actually warehouse it on behalf of Sizzix. So it will come straight from us to you with that one P&P of £4.95. Busy, busy, busy for this. We're just as busy this afternoon as we were yesterday evening when we launched it with a 2-hour show. And we've got enough time to do one more demo, I think, Pete.
Let's do it then.
Let's do it.
Okay, you were talking about the words. And you know, you're talking about make to sell, though. If you go around, say, a Christmas fair, it's the differences that really stand out. Not just the difference in quality, not just but the differences like those words, the Noel, the peace, the wish, they will really stand out, and that will make your work stand out as well. And even if you're just sending to friends and family, it's very important to have those little points of difference. And again, that's what Tim gives us. I've got that set actually out here. So we do have the Peace, Noel, and Wish. We also have the poinsettia. Now that's from that was a much bigger die years ago. That was a kind of a watercolor thing. This bell, this sleigh bell, that was a Biggs die as well. We've got the holly. We've got this gorgeous pine cone, which looks fantastic when it goes together. But I want to concentrate a little bit on the poinsettia for now. So, and as we said before, it might say how many dies there are in it, but you will find that the centers for this poinsettia, they're all together on the same die. Again, very well thought through by our friend, Mr. Holtz. You know, it's funny, Dave, you were talking before about Tim, you know, nobody can sell before he has his launch. And it sounds like control freakery, but it's not. It's education. He wants people to understand the ethos behind his collections and
how to use them.
Work so well. And he wants to be first, so that the people who love Tim's work as much as they do, so that they can get the heads up on what, because I watch sometimes, you know, a thing, and I realize stuff that I never thought of in 1,000 years. And I wish I could go back in time to when I started making.
After our shows, maybe tonight at 9 o'clock, you've got to go online, just search for Tim Holtz on YouTube, and you'll see that announcement and that launch that happened yesterday at 4 o'clock our time. But get your dies in order from us now with the discount and also the split payment as well. DBXC16.
Okay, so I've got everything ready to go here, and I'm going to now. Yesterday we did one in kind of different colours, but I'm taking my tweezers and I'm holding it and twisting. Can you see I'm twisting through 180 degrees like that? So I'm twisting it completely, turning it over, and that's giving it a little bit of dimension. I'm also going to be using some of my tools from the lovely toolkit in a second as well. So I'm giving that a little twist. Now that is the center. The green one on the base, I'm actually going to use that flat because I want the dimension to be here. Let's take my mat. Now this is from the making tool, and the actual set itself, you'll see we have the foam mat for your die brush. There's the die pick in there. There's a lot of other Tim. That's a really old pair of scissors which I carry around with me as well.
I've got 2 pairs of Tim Holtz scissors in my kitchen.
Have you really?
Yeah, they're brilliant.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now that set's probably about 12, 13, even older. Still going strong. There you go. So that gives it depth, it gives it dimension. It makes a big difference, and it stops all those nasty creases. If you do this very carefully, so pressing down on it gradually, you don't crease into the card. Now let's put this together. I am going to reach over, just for a bit of speed, I'm going to reach for my Sizzix glue gun. I'm going to start putting this together with that. It just means that we don't have to stand and wait for the glue to dry, which is not very exciting. It's almost as boring as watching paint dry, I would imagine. But I'll take, this is one of the centers. Again, we've cut from the gold. Look at the difference that makes. That little bit of opulence. Gold, rose gold, whatever you choose. If you were doing this in blues, you could go with silver or whites as well, which you can do. To great success. Now, that blue, no, that's great. That says poinsettia. Yeah. Now, check out the difference. Let's put this in. And it's the little details like this which make it so much fun. Now look at that. Yeah. Just by adding that blue in.
Giving it a twist.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why we design the collections the way that we do. So now, this card. Remember the words? There's no L. Okay. And I've cut it multiple times and attached it to the face of the card. So it becomes kind of like a faux emboss. Yeah, it looks like it's embossed, but it's just white on white. And you can do the same thing with red on red, blue on blue. Doesn't really matter. Now I'm going to take a 3D foam pad, and I'm going to add this. Actually, I'm going to use 2, just for safety's sake. Peel the backing off. Like so, and we'll pop that somewhere like that. Then I shall take my, I think I have this one coming up here. So this, again, when we're talking about composition, this green echoes that green. So I have that up the top, like so. Yep. So it's a kind of a visual echo. So that one there, then the opulent gold. Again, I'll take my glue gun for that, because we came unstuck yesterday, didn't we, Dave? We were showing the little car with the tree on the top.
Oh, and the tree fell off.
And I held it up and it fell off. So I've got a bit paranoid since then. I thought, you know what, I'm going to go with the glue gun, because the last thing I want to do is put this up to camera and then the whole thing fall apart.
But also, if you're new to kind of composition of what to put where, try it without glue first. And then if you're happy with the way something looks, then you can go back in and then stick everything down. But obviously, Pete's got the confidence, he knows what's going to look good. That's amazing, isn't it?
But it's so simple, isn't it, Dave?
It is.
And what makes it amazing, and I'm not taking any credit, is the quality of the dies. That kind of, how many poinsettia dies are there out there?
Oh, Every company has them.
But there are none like that.
Yeah.
None quite like that. You know, it's the quality of the dies, it's the quality of the cardstock, and it's the quality of the imagination. And I'm going to put up some, if I may, I've got some other samples from this very collection. Sorry, there we are. There's now that one, that's using ink. So rather than just cardstock, this is the ink bringing it to life. You can see the word peace. We've used luster wax on that to get some contrast. Then this one, again, that is the word wish. We've used acrylics to get that kind of rusty industrial patina, but it just looks really vintage and cool. Now, the one we've just done, how about if we did it just in white and silver?
Yeah.
That's one that we did this yesterday, didn't we? We did the launch show. That
Well,
one.
you did.
I did it, yeah. That's true.
The royal we.
And finally, how about something like something naturalistic, something rustic? This is where your embossing folders really come in to add drama and contrast to that. The word Noel, bit of dry brushing on that, but that's just ivory card. That's the Sizzix ivory cardstock. Simple.
Very. I don't know how you've been making your cards for Christmas over the years. Maybe you've had the same technique and you've been doing the same thing year in, year out, and you're very happy with that. If you want to do something different this year, and I think all of us in craft like to try new things. And if you make cards, you kind of think, well, that's all I do. I make cards and I make them that way and that's my thing. Why not try the Sizzix way? If you've never done it before, it's exciting, it's new, it's different. The dies cut out the elements that allow you, with the Sizzix cardstock, to then build the images, whether it's a poinsettia, whether it's the ice skates, whether it's the candles, whatever it might be, whether it's the Santa going over the rooftops, delivering the presents on Christmas Eve. They're stunning, absolutely stunning. You'll get the hang of it. I mean, there's nothing really to get the hang of because the dies do the work, the cardstock does the colouring. You know what colour you want the poinsettia to be, you know what leaves the colour for the leaves and the foliage will be. Get the cardstock. The 80 sheet pack is proving very, very popular. We'll do that in just a second. After we tell you that we've got the luster wax still available. Now, I'll be honest, I told you this yesterday, and I'll tell you this today. This has actually had another £10 taken off it. It should be £49.99. Because that was technically £50, bar a penny, we were having it on split pay. We then decided, or someone in the office decided, to take an extra £10 off to make it a deal, but they didn't take the split pay off. So, you've got the luster that is the lilac rainbow. Look at that. Look at that. That pink comes from within. It's absolutely stunning. A wonderful fragrance of orange is what you smell when you lift the lid on this. It's not like an overpowering chemical smell or anything like that. Wonderful scent of orange is what you've got there. You need the tiniest amount. You're going to get that one. You're going to get this one, which is your colour ivory. So ivory. There is your ivory luster wax. Then you've got the next one. This is your rose gold. Rose gold, these are going to last you such a long time. You use the tiniest amount. And do what Pete does. Put it on your finger and then dab it onto cardstock, waste cardstock, and then blend. You don't want a big lump of it on your finger because it's going to really splodge when you put it on your project. That is charcoal. And then the last one is your gold. Isn't that lovely? So you get all 5 of those. And you're going to get the liquid gloss. Now, this is not like glossy accents. Well, it isn't. This is basically, it goes on milky and it forms like a bead or a pearl. And it will dry clear. So it's like dewdrops for your petals. You've got some, Pete's got some here to show you, actually.
Yeah, if we look at these, actually, probably an overhead so we can see. Now, if you have a look at the dewdrops on these cards, okay, they were done using the liquid gloss. And it goes on, you create whatever size pearl you want. And then when it dries completely clear. So if you have florals, whether they be spring, summer, autumn, winter, it doesn't really matter. This is an absolutely fantastic product, and it adds that special sort of opulence to your card making or your paper flower making.
So that is what liquid gloss will do. Now, that was new to me yesterday. I'd never seen that before until yesterday. We are going to give you the same deal that we gave you yesterday, and we're keeping split pay on it as well. It's $39.99. It should have been $49.99, down by £10 to under £40. And if you want split pay, it is there. So it's just $19.99 today, and you'll get 5 lustre waxes. I reckon, it depends on how much you use them, obviously. I reckon you've got a couple of years' supply there.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
They last forever, don't they?
Yeah, they do last a long time.
Brilliant. Okay, $39.99 or split pay, $19.99, and we offer that to everybody. It's not a financial arrangement with a finance house or anything like that. It's something we offer as a company. Give us half of it today. We will ship it because it's in our warehouse. It'll be with you in the next few days. And then this time next month, which will be the 3rd of October, where's the year going, we'll take the next $19.99 off the card you used today. Simple as that. 20% of the remaining stock of this is gone. There may not be any of this left, actually, later on. 30% now gone. Rita, Elizabeth, Pauline, Angela, Margaret, Georgia, congratulations one and all, you're coming through. Just quickly before we go into the next show, the 80 pack of Sizzix cardstock. This is a rainbow of colour. That means that the dies you've got from Tim Holtz, you've got different shades of red for your poinsettias, you've got different shades of green for your foliage, you've got all these wonderful colours, and there are 80 sheets in total, and there are 20 colours. Wow. Use the cardstock to add the colour, use the dies to do the cutting of your cardstock, do what Pete does, cut them down into manageable sizes, because none of those dies are A4, you don't need A4 in size, trim it down, put it in like a little organiser tray or something. I like that idea.
There you go, good advice.
Yeah.
Be like Pete.
You're full of it.
Be like Pete.
Yeah, Pete. Absolutely, Pete. $19.99 is your price for 80 sheets. This is the linen cardstock that everyone raves about to use with the dies. You can still, of course, colour your die cuts. Of course you can if you want to. But try the colour card to start with. It's brilliant. It's working out to how much? 25p a sheet for linen cardstock. GSM?
$2.16, I think.
Yeah. $2.16, which in America is £80. Okay. SL15, no, it's not. It's SL1S31. SL1S31. Just as busy this afternoon as we were last night. There's one more show. You've got another one at 7.
We got one at 8. We're back at 8.
8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. So Pete's back then. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we've got embossing folders, a fantastic deal from Natalie and Hunkydory, and that's my last show before Sherilyn takes over till 9 o'clock tonight. So see you in a couple of minutes.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobbymaker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobbymaker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing, and I'm really, really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobby Maker. But I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those three things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobby Maker is on the hunt for the Card Maker of the Year. Are you ready for the challenge? We are giving you full creative control. Create your cards in any design for any occasion using any technique. Just make sure to use at least one item purchased from Hobby Maker. We will select 10 winners with the following prizes. First place gets £100 credit plus a Hobby Maker goodie bag. Second to fifth place gets £50 credit to their Hobby Maker account. And 6th to 10th place gets £25 credit to their Hobby Maker account. To enter, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope, Card Maker of the Year competition, Hobby Maker Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, Worcestershire, B989HF. Please include a note with your name, email address and phone number. Do not write on the back of your card. Entries must be received by Monday the 23rd of September 2024. Winners and runners-up will be notified on the 30th of September 2024 and announced live on air. All cards will be donated to our chosen charity once the winners have been notified.
Good luck.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Hi everyone, we're back. Yes, we're Hobby Maker on this Tuesday afternoon. Were you watching the 2 o'clock show that Natalie and myself did? We launched the Radiance dies, sentiment dies, best wishes, thank you, all of that, on the back of the popularity of the Merry Christmas Radiance die that we couldn't keep in stock. Thousands of these went. We've teased it at 2 o'clock and say if you want the Merry Christmas version of that Radiance style, to make sure you tune in for 4 o'clock. A huge number of you have already bought it on the website. This is it. So this is what started that entire collection off.
It was the craze of our Radiant Sentiments. It was this one. You've got the gorgeous Merry Christmas and the wonderful Season's Greetings. There's 10 dies in this pack. You've got the 2 sentiments and then you have 4 of your nesting dies, your mats that you can use on here. And they're really, really thin, which means you can have bigger mats, you can have smaller mats. You can use these for so many different, so many different ways, but this has been one of the biggest selling dies of Christmas.
Of the whole year.
The whole Christmas, it's been crazy.
Now, we've got a screen full of names coming through for it already. Many of you bought the Radiant Sentiment dies. I know. The Radiant Sentiment dies that we showed you at 2 o'clock are totally different to these verses, but we thought we'd give you a chance to get this one if you missed it before.
Yes.
So you're going to get all the layers, Merry Christmas, Season's Greetings, both sets of dies, and we talked about the versatility of these for aperture cutting, pyramage style, invitage style, shaker cards as well. You can use them as gift tags if you want to too. You can use the Merry Christmas without the mats if you want to. Yeah. They're all separate. If I turn the dies around, look how many dies you get.
That's all you're getting here. And these are really large dies, so they fit perfectly in the centre of a 6x6, and that's what the card on the front is sized to. So you can see how big that die is on there. It's absolutely crazy.
Now, if you want the other Sentiment Radiance dies that we had in the 2 o'clock show, they are on the website right now. They absolutely flew at 2, but if you want to have the whole collection, have a little look back or look online at our website right now. 20% of the stock that we have available for this show has already gone. It's sold out 3 times in one day. And the
then it
third
sold out again
restock-
when we brought it back
I
for
know.
the second day.
It's just fantastic. There's an element of like puffy clouds to it. There's an element of speech bubble to it as well, possibly. And it's entirely up to you how many layers of those mats that you use, whether you're using all 4 of them or whether you're using just 2 of them, whether you're cutting and one die can cut an aperture. We haven't really got any made up cards here, I don't think, have we? Oh, yes, we have.
Yeah, we've got some that use with the embossing folders. So there are some in there.
There we go. So there's just 1 or 2 layers on a beautiful card. Oh,
I don't think that.
I don't think these are appropriate.
No,
are they? No, they're not.
There's some. That one's got it on.
Oh, hang on.
You've got that one there.
Oh, yeah, that one. So that's just 1 layer. But you can have up to 4 or 5 layers using the mat and layering dies. Isn't that beautiful? So, yep, you can make it into a tag, you can make it into all sorts of things, make it into shaker cards as well, because, of course, the die cuts the shape. What you use that shape for is entirely up to you, whether it's positive or negative, you know, whether it's an aperture or whether it's an actual mat. But to get both of them together, Season's Greetings and Merry Christmas for $14.99 is a steal. We have also got available the Duo.
Yes.
There's a bundle which will give you that, and it will give you the stars as well, which is why the stars are on this board here. So basically, all these beautiful hunky-dory stars.
Look how well
there's
they
2,
cut out
4,
as well.
6 of them.
Perfect for Christmas, but also just perfect for every time of the year. I mean, you could use these for sort of like graduation cards. You could use them for like wedding cards if you did like white on white. Did that faux embossing technique that you've just seen in that last show. They will look incredible.
So you get both the Merry Christmas and the Season's Greetings, and these stars will give you a deal price if you buy both of them. We do that with Hunkydory Dies very often. If you buy 2 sets, you get a $5 off. So you've got them down to $24.98 if you want both. If you just want the Merry Christmas and Season Greetings, $14.99. If you want both of them, $24.98 with the 1P&P. KFHD 87. 10% of the stock of this is gone. Hello, Kathleen. Hello, Sheila. Hello, Anna Marie. Is that your Anna Marie?
I don't think so, no.
She's not in Cambridgeshire, is she?
No.
Loads of you coming through for this. $24.98 KFHD 87. But, you know, there's 2 options. Go for both or go for one. The choice is yours. Superb. OK, so that's a good way to get the show started. Busy, busy, busy. Now, we've got embossing folders.
We do. We haven't shown. I don't think these have been on since me and you launched them. Was it me and you or was it me and Nigel?
I can't.
I think it was me, Dave, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was me. So you've got all 4 of these. They're beautiful square embossing folders.
6 by 6 in size, which is great, but they can also be tiled. So every single one of the designs you've got here can be tiled. Now, embossing folders are really, really a luxury in terms of your crafting.
Look at the fair isle. That makes me think Christmas jumper, but also when you've embossed it, why not trim them and cut them and make them into festive strips? You can, of course, with inks, go over the top. You can letterpress with this as well. That would look lovely. But you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips, or you can keep it as just one panel. I remember last time we worked together, I think you did that Season's Greetings card, didn't you? Because you cut them into strips and changed them around.
We did one very similar. We used the colour blocks and then we sanded it back.
That's it, yeah.
So it was very, very similar, but that's doing the same type of technique, but actually inking the folder will give you something that looks like that.
Okay, so let's give you the fair isle. Let's give you the next one, which is your holly and your berries.
I love this.
I do
this
too.
is absolutely gorgeous.
So
you've
Christmas
got mistletoe,
foliage.
you've got holly, the little like dots of snow as well really, really make that one.
That's the second one. Third one, it's snowing.
This is
Sensational
so cute.
snowfall.
But
But
this
actually,
is so essential, isn't it? We were saying this when it launched.
if you do it that way, you've got champagne bubbles. There you go. Snowfall that way, champagne bubbles the other way.
It could be confetti. You could colour in all the little dots in different colours. It's super, super cute.
And finally, the snowflakes and sparkle. Now, what would you expect an embossing folder to be of that sort of size, 6 by 6? 8 quid, 9 quid?
I think so, yeah.
8.99, 7.99?
$9.99, between $9.99 and $11.99.
Right.
You'd be paying that, wouldn't you?
You're going to get all 4. Now, if you struggle with your backgrounds for Christmas cards, struggle no more, because that's what I think embossing folders are the best thing at. Perfect. Whether you're adding ink, whether you're adding distress, whether you're sanding it back, or whether you're just having the emboss and loving it on plain cardstock or whatever. HVHD 82, 1996. That is $4.99 each?
$4.99 each.
Under a fiver for a 6x6 embossing folder.
It
Use
is
it again
such
and
a
again
good
and
price.
again. It's a brilliant price. Now, this hasn't been on for a little while. We've got them back today. And I think personally, an awful lot of people, I know a lot of you do get stuck into Christmas in June when we launch it. But equally, there's a lot of people say, no, that's too early for me. I don't even start to think until the kids go back to school.
Yeah.
They're back to school in most parts of the country today. Certainly here in Birmingham, most of the kids have gone back to school today. So maybe now you're thinking, okay, I can start to think about autumn. I can start to think about Halloween. I can start to think about bonfire night. I can start to think about Christmas. 1996 for 4 embossing folders. Hello, Diane, Carol in Wales, Julie in Newport, Catherine in Cheshire, Sheila in the Rhondda, Carol in Nottinghamshire, coming through for these. Under a fiver each. Honestly, if I saw them on a stand on a craft fair and they were $7.99 each, I think that would be a bargain.
I think that would be such a good price for like just one of them, $7.99. I'd be like, definitely.
£3 less.
I'd probably pay for that. I would probably pay $11.99 for an embossing folder. They are so fun. They just add such an extra special touch to your cards.
And I love the fact you actually ink your embossing folder so you can see it at a glance easily.
Yeah,
Sometimes
easily
companies
what's
leave
going
them
to sort
plain.
of like rise and
Yeah.
so you
A
can
lot of
see that
companies just leave
detail
them
in
clear and
there.
you've got to struggle to remember what the actual embossing folder is. But the purple printing on here makes it stand out. You can see exactly what's what. And you know what's the front and what's the back of the embossing folder as well. Under £20 today. And remember, your P&P is taken care of. If you've already paid it once, you don't have to pay it again until tomorrow. Midnight to midnight, every day, one P&P of £4.95. Free phone number to the call centre. I know lots of you call our lovely guys and ladies in the call centre and probably know them on first name terms by now, but they love you. I spoke to a guy today, he said they're all lovely.
Yeah,
Our customers.
they are.
He says, your customers on Hobby Maker are lovely. So if you want to give them a call, say hello. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to a human being. If you'd rather do it on your app or on your website, that's absolutely fine. hobbymaker.com, or just tap the app. And if you haven't got it yet and you've got a smartphone, download it. It's free.
It's so easy to use.
It's good as
You
well,
just
isn't it?
do it on the go, can't you? Just
That's
see
how I
what's
know
on.
what I'm doing at work.
Just
before
have
I
a look
leave.
on the app.
Look on the app.
Who's in today? I'll
Oh,
have
it's
a look on
Nat.
the app. So I'm going to show you how you can use parchment with your embossing folders, because this gives you a really nice look, and it kind of almost gives you that technique that you've used like that pen and done like white work with it. So I'm going to show you how you can tile onto this as well. So I'm just going to pop my parchment into my mats on my machine, and we're going to run that through. So I'm going to run it once and then we're going to run it through twice, and then can I borrow that die as well, Dave?
Well, the Merry Christmas.
I cannot find mine at all, so we're going to use that one. So let's grab this out, and then all we're going to do is we're just going to lift this out from here, and we are going to add this back in again, so you can see how well you can tile this design. And on the sides as well, it doesn't have like a bit, so it gives it that gorgeous white
Imagine
effect.
how long that would have taken you to do if you'd got a little ball tool and gone round and traced it or whatever. It would have taken you forever. The embossing folder does it for you in seconds. So brilliant. Stock up, get some parchment off our website, and you can have so much fun with this.
It's so nice. So then I'm going to leave this part out of your folder, because you don't want to add the pressure with the plates, because that will obviously damage the embossing that we've already done. So I'm going to bring that out and we're going to emboss that again. So let's do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my trimmer, and we're just going to trim this to be, I think I'm going to do it like 4, let's just trim it out as a whole first of all. And then I'm going to trim it to be, I think, a 4-inch strip, because I am going to mat and lay this onto some gorgeous cardstock. So just popping that out.
Do parchment? They do, don't they?
Yeah, we've got parchment. It'll be on the website.
Good.
And then I'm going to use a duo design paper. So this one I've gone, obviously, because it has the snowflakes. I'm going to use that one. So that's going to cut it down to 3 notches below the 5 and 3 notches below the 7. And then I've got some of this gorgeous card. This is from our 50 sheets of shimmer. So I'll pop that on there, and then I'll just cut that down to the 7.
We've got the shimmer card in the show, by the way.
And then while I've got all of these bits and pieces with me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out my sentiment. So we're going to go with, let's go with Season's Greetings. I think that works quite nicely. And I'm going to do bits and different layers with different things. So I'm going to go in with my largest layer on my shimmer card. So just place that in there and I'll trim that out.
Non-shed shimmer as well. Is that new, the shimmer card?
No, we've had it for ages.
It's a glitter card.
No, it's a shimmer card.
Okay.
So it's like a non-shed shimmer card.
I don't think I've seen that before. I like it.
You've definitely seen that, Dave.
I've seen non-shed glitter card, but not non-shed shimmer.
Then I'm going to go for the second largest, and we're going to go with this one here, the second one. Then I want to have a little bit more of a spacing. So I'm going to miss out the third die, go in with the second smallest,
Okay.
do that with my parchment. So I've got a little strip there left over. Let's cut that out.
I've just been told I've sold the shimmer card 16
I know,
times.
when you said, I've not seen this is
But
new, I was thinking,
sure
you've definitely seen that. You've seen that
I
so
launched
many
it evidently.
times.
But
It's fantastic.
I think it's the
'cause
word shimmer. I used
You've
to
got,
see glitter.
you've got different colours in there to our regular shimmer card.
I know I've got a bad memory. but
Maybe that's what confused you,
Maybe.
that we've got different like shades of colour in there, not like our regular collection.
I
So
am
we'll pop
easily confused.
all of those panels together, and we didn't use the die set in this way in the first show, so it'll be nice to show you how you can just simply use it by layering up lots of designs and details.
With
and
the
then we'll put
radiance
the
dies,
card
there
together.
are so many ways of using them. There literally are.
So I'm going to do my mats and layers first. So let's grab this, and I'm just going to go in with my tape runner, and I'm just going to lie this on top of here. And then I'm going to bring in my parchment, and we're going to lay it over the top here. So I think if I just go in and add that across there, so making sure that that is sitting as centrally as possible. So I'm going to fold that over, and then I'm going to just bring it out so I can then line it up, tape across here. I'm just going to fold that bit over, and then I'll trim this away, because this little panel now I can definitely use with something else. There's quite a lot of detail on that one.
Yeah, don't throw it
So while I've got my tape runner out, let's just add tape onto here, and we can add this onto our card. So I think the look of your parchment and the way that you can use your embossing folders to create that gorgeous like parch craft effect is really, really clever, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And it is going to take you like such less time in creating it. So I'll take all of our bits and pieces out now, and then we can layer this up. So I'll go, layer one, layer two. Let's just peel that off there. So I'm going to use different levels of adhesive to stick these bits and pieces together.
And the Radiance designs have just appealed massively to so many of you. I think you can see your potential, and you can see just how versatile they are, and the shape of them.
And it's nice to have such big dies as well.
Yeah.
And these aren't dies that won't fit through your smaller machines either, because I've used the Gemini Mini to cut out these, and all of even the biggest sort of size of mat will go through your mini machine. So
good.
you don't need to have a large machine to cut out these dies, and the dies we had on earlier as well. You can use your smaller machine. So just teasing this out now, because we've cut that through that shimmer card. So it does have like a coating on it to make sure that that glitter is encapsulated. So it can be a little bit fiddly when it comes to your words, but just be really gentle and tease it.
Just tease it out.
Tease it
perhaps,
out,
Yeah.
and you'll get to the point where that just comes away. So we'll just pop that out, and then I can use my pokey tool to just peel the rest of it away. What have we got here? Just use this piece, and then I've got another bit in there.
And the actual overall shape of the Radiance dies as well, no matter what the sentiments are, they're really kind of friendly.
Yes.
They're quite cuddly and round and...
Really nice for anyone who might not have tried like die cutting before as well.
Yeah.
So let's stick this down. I'm going to go in with my glue. So I'm going to stick my purple glue stick, I'm going to stick this onto my parchment with.
Do we still do packs of 12?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay, good.
There'll
They're
be-
in stock at the moment too. Go on purple, but they go clear.
So perfect for using with things like this. Can stick that on here.
We haven't actually had the purple glue sticks on air for a little while, I don't think, so it'd be nice to remind ourselves of those if you want them. 12 of them, great for craft classes or groups or just to buy in bulk.
And then I'm going to use my dots to pop this onto here because of course that's going to work really nicely with your image, but it's just going to soften the background so you can still read the die really nicely. And then with our
Nat, look,
with our strips,
12 glue sticks for £6.99.
are we allowed to do that? It's still, well, it's still there.
Laura says she
Take
can't put it
advantage of
higher.
that.
I don't want you to put it higher. That's fine.
That's so good. That's just over 50 pence.
Yeah.
For 12 for one.
Yeah.
50.
And it's a quality. It's not a kid's, glue stick or anything like that. It's a professional crafter's glue stick. 12 of them for £6.99, and there's no mess with it. That's what I like about it. And it goes on purple, and you can literally watch it go clear, and that's when it's ready for sticking.
How good is that?
Yeah.
So then we're just going to go in with foam pads again. So I've lifted it, that third layer up onto here, and then I'm going to place this layer onto here. And then to just add a little touch extra, what I'm going to do is just bring in 2 foam pads and just place them around the back here so that my parchment actually stands a little bit more off the card.
Mm-hmm.
So let's pop that on there.
That's gorgeous.
And then, there you go.
Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
So you get that gorgeous effect.
So if you want any parchments, have a little look at Hunkydory's brand shop on our website. There's a lot of parchment there.
There's loads of parchment because we do our Dove White, but then we also do packs of colours.
Yep.
So we do pastels, we do brights, we do neutrals. So there's a really nice array of colours that you can get in the parchment as well.
The glue sticks, as I said before, it's been a while since I've actually had them on air. So if you want to get hold of these, you're thinking that's what I need. That's the glue I need for my kids. That's the glue I need for myself. As I say, it's a very mess-free glue. If you're not a fan of the liquid PVA very much, it's more of a wax, and it goes on purple, so you can actually see exactly where you've been and if you've missed any bits as well.
Yes.
Another great way of maybe sticking down sentiments that again could get messy with PVA. £6.99, UEHD 51, and great if you're on the move as well, because it's like a lipstick but size. Now the shimmer card. Is that what you want to go to? Yeah, that I've shown you 16 times but didn't remember. Now.
You've got a busy life, Dave. You can't remember everything.
I've got a rubbish memory. That's what
I can't remember what happened yesterday. So.
Non-shed glitter card, yeah. Non-shed shimmer card, not familiar with that. But here it is. It is gorgeous. It's almost like the glitter particles are smaller and it's fine to the touch. It's not grainy.
No, it's not going to lift off. It's not going to go all over.
You've got 25 different colours in here.
This is a fantastic pack. We've got colours in here and shades of this shimmer card here that you will not be able to find in any other pack. The orange is beautiful. There's a gorgeous teal in here. That lavender is absolutely lovely as well. And then that lime zesty green is phenomenal.
It's like chartreuse.
But it's absolutely amazing and such a great pack to have in your stash, because I think shimmer card is another thing, like parchment, like Miri card, it can just elevate the cards that we're creating.
Okay, 50 sheets, 25 different colours, 2 of each. And just to prove a point, I'm wearing a light jacket today, or as John Scott would say, a shacket.
A shacket.
A shacket. Look.
There's no glitter on there.
No glitter on there whatsoever. No shed whatsoever. And actually, to do that sentiment and die cut that sentiment and then get it out so cleanly, it is a bit more fiddly than if you're doing plain cardstock, because there is that coating on there that keeps the glitter encapsulated. But this is so much finer than non-shed glitter card that I've seen. It's really, really, really minute particles. Okay, deal this afternoon for 50 sheets. £17.99, £7 better off in your pocket. 35p a sheet? For shimmer card, 35p. I mean, £1 a sheet, that's more like it. And if you buy it individually, you probably would have to pay that. 35p a sheet, 10% of the stock already gone. Everything we're showing you is flying. It's just nice to have so much variety, isn't it? We're having a really lovely busy afternoon, so thank you ever so much for your orders. XQHD63. Maybe you're thinking, do you know what? I could do with 2 of those.
You can
I've got 100 sheets.
You can also emboss this, and it looks fantastic. I'm not sure if there's any examples in any of those boxes. Shall I have a look?
Yeah, you know what you're looking for.
That we've got some shimmer card that has been embossed.
Can I just pick out a colour that I love?
Are you going to find that orange?
It's the chartreuse one. That lovely kind of goldy, limey colour. This one here. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? But can you see how fine the particles are on there? That's finer than most non-shed glitter cards. Look at it.
It's so nice, isn't it?
And sometimes non-shed glitter card can be a bit dull. This is lively. It's got it's like looking at a glass of champagne. It's fizzing almost. Really lovely. So £17.99 saves you £7. You've got, remember, 50 sheets, but if you want to go for 100, that would be £35.98, I think. Yeah, with 1p&p.
It mustn't be here. It must be back at the office.
Oh.
I do apologise. Maybe, if we've got time, we'll show you how it embosses. Should we do that?
Should we do that?
Let's just do it
Well,
now.
let's use one of our...
What
I'll tell
colour
you
do
what.
you want?
We've got
The
another...
colour that you like?
Let me just show you. We've got another 4 embossing folders that are not Christmas.
Yeah.
Should we do those?
Let's do them, and then we'll bring it into the next demo.
Okay. Now, these have been massively popular. I think it was the same time we did the Christmas ones. We did these at the same time, didn't
Yes,
we? And
yeah.
everybody who went for
But
Christmas
they were
went
out
for
of,
these.
these ones were out of stock for a really long time. It was about 3 or 4 months. I think we launched them originally in April. But they're going to go down to that price of our Christmas ones. So you already know that the price is incredible.
Stripes. We might even be able to do a little bit better. Stars. Dots. Zigzags.
I love the zigzags.
Look at this. Look at some of the cards I've got here. This zigzag one is lovely. Look at this one.
Love that. Look at the examples that we've got here, though. And they're
know.
all so different. Using parchment again, that one looks gorgeous.
Dotties. More dotties. Ooh.
There's some ones that show it being used on acetate as well. That's really cool.
Oh, yeah. I never really think about embossing acetate, but why not?
No, emboss acetate, emboss parchment, emboss your shimmer card. I love that. That is such a gorgeous ombre.
I do love a star card, I must admit.
Oh, that's nice.
This zigzag one as well. Look at, I love that. So you've got the white zigzag at the top, and then a splash of colour in the middle. How cool is that?
Be good for all your Easter makes.
Yeah,
that
and
one.
that's like a xylophone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks a bit like that. So you've got your dotty. I've buried them now. You've got your dotty, your stars, your zigzag, and your stripes as well.
Just an essential pack, really, isn't it?
And we'll emboss.
If you've not got a very specific theme, you can create these, and depending on what cardstock you use, or depending on what colours you go for, perfect for lots of different occasions. You can be quite soft with them. You can be dark with them.
We're going to match the deal price that we did with the others. So £23.96, not today. You can have all 4 for £19.96. Well done, Sally in the West Midlands, Linda in Greater Manchester, Teresa, Jacqueline, all coming through for these. Which one do you want to put through the...
Shall we do the stars?
OK.
Let's
What
do the
colour
stars
do you want?
first. What colour would you like? Do you want your favourite colour?
Yeah. Is that right?
Do that. So
I
I'll
think
grab
this is
the
called
stars.
chartreuse.
And
Have you
we'll
got?
put it
You've got
down.
them. Yeah. OK. Good.
So let me grab my trimmer. So they're 6 by 6, so you can cut them down to 6 by 6, or you can do it a little bit bigger if you want to. So I'm just going to trim it down, just because then you've got the rest of the card to use for something else. And then we'll pop this into here. And it looks so good. So I'll pop it down on there. It doesn't matter which way you pop it, whether you do it sort of like facing up, facing down. It does not matter at all.
And you'd
I'm
think
gonna run
with
it
the
through here.
the extra coating for the non-shed shimmer that it would maybe stop an emboss taking place, but it will
No.
work.
Absolutely not. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
The grand reveal.
All ready. Oh, look at that.
Look
And
how
none of
cool
that
this
glitter's
is.
come off, look. It's
See
encapsulated.
if Bobby can get it on the close-up. Look how
You know,
cool it
you
is.
think the pressure might kind of crack the coating, but it doesn't.
It's so cool.
I've just noticed your nails.
Oh, thank
Cool.
you.
You do mine like that?
I'll try. I'm not very good at doing other people's. I'm just quite good at doing my own. I don't know what it is. But how cool is that? And that's you can use any of your embossing folders with this, with your folders and the shimmer card, and it looks incredible.
And again, think about how much you'd pay for embossed shimmer card. That would
Yeah.
up the price. You
Yeah.
can do it yourself when you've got your own embossing
You
folders.
can recreate it.
Loads of you coming through for the shimmer card. I'm not surprised. Look at the colourway you got here. And these are not everyday colours. These are very, very different colours. I mean, that turquoise is just out of this world.
I love that one. And this one, the lighter teal. It's so nice.
But if you've ever seen shimmer card or glitter card before encapsulated, like I said before, some of them can be very dull. They look as if they've got like a coating or like a chalky coating on them.
But these look like you could feel it. And you know, like the scratchy glitter card, it looks like that.
But
it
it's not.
looks super, super high quality, but it's not. It's super smooth. So great for die cutting, great for running through your embossing folders. But the colour, the variety of colour you get in here is really nice. That's my favourite colour.
Is it?
Yeah,
I can see why.
absolutely love it.
Isn't it beautiful?
You've almost got like, as soon as you get close, you've got like different shades in each of them. Like with the lighter colours, you can see like the golds in there. With the
That's like a champagne
deeper
colour.
colours, you can see like silvers as well. It's really nice.
Look at that green. Isn't that a lovely green?
Perfect for your Christmas makes.
Hunkydory purple.
Your dyes.
Two different shades of purple. Look,
You don't
actually,
just need to use them with Hunkydory products either. These will
No.
work with all other companies' dyes, like the ones you just saw.
honestly, if you've bought encapsulated glitter card before, I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't really look very lively. They looked a little bit flat. Get this shimmer card because it really does pop in a very classy way. I mean, you can see the way it's behaving from a distance. I mean, the granules of glitter are so refined and so fine in there. Brilliant, and it does die cut beautifully. Okay, XQHD63, thank you very much, and lots of you
Okay.
coming through for the other embossing folders too.
So this time I'm going to show you how you can like sand your cardstock back. So I've got a bit of matte tastic. I'm going to do the dots this time, and I'm going to use one of our everyday dotty embossing folders. So let's pop this in, and again, use your manuals for how best you can use your embossing folders. But because we've made them 6x6, it means that you don't need to have your large machines.
Okay.
It means that you don't need to have your an electronic machine. You'll be able to use your MIDI. You'll be able to use your Sizzix, your Big Shot. They will fit through your smaller machines as well.
That's good.
So it's a great size because they're very compatible for everyone. So I've got this now
It's a really
on
good
that
emboss
pink.
too, isn't it?
It's
Look.
so nice. Look how raised it is, and that's matte-tastic as well. And this is, and you can see how well it embossed, but it still doesn't crack
No.
the cardstock. You're still not seeing any white space on there. And then you can see how it debosses as well. So I've got a sanding block here, and I am gonna just go over those raised dots to bring out the white. So it's gonna now look like it's a pattern design.
Do you sell sanding blocks at Hunkydory?
Not yet.
I think we should do them.
I think we should do them as well. I think it would be a great idea. I'll pass the message on.
Okay.
Because
said.
they're just so handy, and we would use them so much with lots of our other products. So I'm just going to pop that on, and then I'm going to make this a little bit more vintagey by bringing in some inks. So I'm going to go in with the Vintage Rose, I think, and this is a really nice colourway.
Now we have actually got the Prism ink pads in the show today on a special pick and mix. We'll do those after the demo, but yeah. you can
So what
cherry
I'm
pick
going
the
to
colours you
do
want.
is just go around the outside edge here. So sanding back your embossing folders means that you can get kind of like especially with your adorable scribble, because you have the white core, you can get that really nice sort of like pattern design with very minimal work.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add that onto there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to die cut from this, and I'm going to bring in those dies we had on earlier. So let's go in with that. I'm going to die cut my Get Well Soon, and I'm also going to go in with the second one. So I've got quite a large layer that's going to happen here. So just get that into the centre of my card.
And this is from the set that we had in the 2 o'clock show, which you can see on the website, or you can watch again. They're going to be repeating that in your 7 o'clock show.
7
aren't they?
o'clock, yeah.
You'll see those.
So-
All the other radiant messages and sentiments, they're fab.
Let's pop this in. Just bring in that extra plate. And then we'll die cut from this. When we die cut this now, because of that pressure, it's actually going to sort of like soften the emboss, but it's still going to look really nice because we've sanded it back. You'll still have a lot of the detail. So let's just take this out from here. And then we are going to just pull this out from this way.
And if you're wondering about the stripy tape, that's the Hunkydory not masking tape.
Oh,
it's,
low-tack tape.
Low-tack tape.
Yeah.
And they're on the website as well, for packs of 4 rolls, I think.
Pack of 5, I think.
Is it 5?
Yeah, 5 different widths. But it's great for using with like keep your dies in place, especially when you're doing something like this where we're going to cut into the card. So I'm going to just open this out and we're going to place it. I've got a nice white edge around here with having fussy cut that away. And then I'm going to take my die and this will just pop out of here. So I've gone for Get Well Soon for this one, but there's a great variety. There's 6 new sentiments, everyday sentiments from our new range. And you'll see that this has still got those polka dots in on there. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with some of my very, very thin foam pad strips. And I'm just going to find places in which we can have these on here to raise up. So you'll always find that you've got quite a lot of space in your L's to be able to do that.
Okay.
And your W.
Yeah.
And then you always find in sort of like any letters that where you've got sort of like a straight edge. So I'm going to go in with that N there. If you do need them to be thinner though, before you pull it off, you can actually take your scissors, and I like to do this with my dies, with the strips, sorry, when I've got dies like this. And you can just trim it. So you can kind of cut it in half, which will make it even thinner. So that 3mm foam pad strip now becomes 1.5 mil.
1.5 mil, yeah.
And it's going to fit in these smaller spaces. So we can pop it on there.
And
I
cut
can
it
add
when
to
it's
the
on the
S.
carrier sheet. It makes it easier to do it.
Makes it
that
so
way.
much easier. It means you're not going to have sort of sticky scissors. So I'm just going to peel away that back in, and then we're going to place it back in the design. And then in the third demo, we're going to get really, really messy with our inks, and I'm going to show you a really fun technique that you can do with those ink pads. So let's pop this on here. Oh, got a little bit of a carrier sheet there. So that's just going to sit in the middle there. And we're just going to keep it like this. So it's a really simple card in terms of how we've created it. But the embossing folder gives you such a beautiful effect.
Isn't that
and
gorgeous?
obviously die cutting from the panel means that all the dots sort of line up.
Well, the details on the screen then are for the Moonstone Embossing Folders Ultimate Collection 1. So that is basically the stars, the stripes, and the dots, and the zigzags as well. All 4 designs that you're going to use again and again and again. Under £20, so basically £4.99 each, LSHD 32. Now, the Christmas embossing folders that are like the main focal point of the show, these were out of stock for a while. We've been able to get them back in stock today. And again, we're doing the same deal with these that we're doing with the generic ones. And you've got your fair isle, and you can really have fun kind of cutting these strips if you want to, sanding them back like Natalie showed you with that sanding block technique. That always works and looks fantastic, especially if you've got cardstock that's got a different colour core or white core in the middle. So there's your fair isle. You've then got your mistletoe and your hollies and your berries, your Christmas foliage. Then you've got your sensational snowfall or champagne bubbles. Then you've got your snowflakes and sparkle with the little flourishes and the zigzags going. Well, not zigzags, but flourishes going in between them. So all of those are £19.96 for all 4. Loads and baskets for this one. No surprises there. And don't forget, while you're there, go for your Merry Christmas Radiance and your Season's Greetings Radiance dies as well. This is what started it all. This is what made Hunkydory think, let's do some kind of generic greetings as well, which is what's coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. 7 o'clock tonight, you'll see the ones that followed on after this. This caused such a stir. Thousands went, thousands sold. Merry Christmas, season's greetings, $14.99. Still loads of you buying it today. I've got a screen full of names of people who've bought it since we showed you this at 4 o'clock. And if you do want the others that work alongside it for generic greetings, they're going to be on the website now, and they'll be in the show at 7 o'clock tonight with Natalie. But yes, certainly if you want your embossing folders, pop them in your basket. $14.99. Shimmer cards proving popular too. Everything we're showing you is flying. Yeah, everything's busy. You're in a shopping mood this afternoon, so thank you for that. Okay.
Okay, so next we're going to use the hollies and berries, and we're going to do a really fun technique with your ink pads. So what I'm going to start off with is I'm going to start off with creating a really nice background. So I'm just going to do a mix of greens and reds, and I think I might go in some sort of stripy fashion. However, when we sort of finish this off, it won't look anything like this. So go in straight onto a flat piece of cardstock with these colours. So I've got my pastel red, which is a really nice, very bright red. It's not as deep as the letterbox red. Then I'm going to go in with my holly green, and I'm going to mix this in. So we're mixing in a lot of your different sort of varieties of colour here. So I'm just going to do that on top of those stripes there. So go back in and add another colour, and I'm just going to kind of blend those in a little bit nicer into there. Then we're going to go in with our letterbox red. So I'm going to fill in the little spaces in here. So that's going to give you, this is more of a pinky red as opposed to the orangey red from your earth red.
You can see the difference.
So you can see the difference when they're like laid next to each other, can't you? It's really, really striking. And then I'm going to go in and do a little bit down here. And then I'm going to go in with my, I think that was my shamrock before actually, because this is my holly green and this is a lot of a really deeper green. So I'm just going to do that on here. So we've got a really nice sort of mixed colour, sort of like almost like a lava lamp of Christmas colours there with the shades that we've got. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my embossing folder, open it out, and then this is like the top side of your embossing folder. So you can see that this actually goes into the grooves, and then this one, your sort of detail sits on top.
So which side
the
embosses?
folder.
The printed side or the...
The bottom side. So this has got the lift to it. So then that will raise through the cardstock.
So always make sure the embossing folder is ink side up when it goes through,
So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a black ink pad, and I'm actually using the VersaFine because it's a really, really sharp one. And I'm going to run this across my embossing folder.
You're going to letterpress.
I am. You should have heard the gasp then from Laura. So I'm just going to go over. Now you'll see that I'm sliding my ink pad. I'm not pressing it in because if you push it in, it's going to go into those purple areas.
Stroking the top
and
of
you
it.
don't want it to do that. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to lay this design in here. So
this is going to look
press
great.
it down onto here. And then let's run it through. Now you might need to repeat that second step a few times to get the desired effect.
I've got faith.
Let's run it through. I'll probably do it twice, just so it's got a really nice dark, oh gosh. No? Oh, do you know what? I've not taken my plates out.
Oh.
I've not taken my cutting plate out.
That'll be
I was die cutting before, wasn't I?
Yeah.
It's not, it wouldn't have done anything. It just wouldn't have.
The machine just
said,
like it and stopped.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
There's too much going on there. So we'll run that through.
There we go.
And then again, we're just going to lift that embossing folder up, swipe it again with your card, with your ink pad. Now you could use your black from your Prism inks. I just prefer the deeper tone. So already, this is how your design looks. We're going to go in again though.
Look at this. But make sure you don't slip your card, obviously. Oh, it doesn't.
Well, it's got the grooves in it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So we can just line it back up.
This is cool, isn't it?
So now you're going to have the... So then we can just place this back in.
And you can feel it kind of lock in.
Actually, you don't need to do it that way. You can do it this way. It will lock in onto there. So you can see it's not moving now. And then we're just going to place that back over the top and run it through again.
Is this going to be the first thing you try with the embossing folders? What a great technique.
I think it's just moved ever so slightly. It's all right though. If you move it ever so slightly, it will give you like a really cool...
like a drop shadow.
Drop shadow effect. But yeah, just place that back in. And we're going to leave it with just the 2 layers and pop it onto our card. So let's get these out of the way.
I love this technique. And of course, if you put the ink on the other side, it would have then embossed and printed the shape of the petals and the leaves. But what Natalie's done, she's put the ink on the flat side.
So now,
look at that.
How it looks.
It looks illuminated. It looks neon.
It's really cool, doesn't it? And you do have that kind of like shadowy effect as well from where it has sort of moved ever so slightly, but it's really, really cool.
I love that.
So it's great. And you can use it with like 2 colours. I've obviously used 4 different colours there. You can do it with just greens if you wanted to. You could also do it on like a green cardstock. So start with like your cardstock being 1 colour and then do like either a red or a different colour, and you're going to be able to create that really cool effect.
That's really proved to all of us just how versatile embossing folders are. We've embossed parchment, that looked amazing. We've embossed and then sanded back. We've then inked it and used it like a letterpress. But to be honest, those colours didn't look that bright until you introduced the black, and then
no,
they
it's
just kind of
weird,
pop.
isn't it? They like pop out, and now we're going to make it even more crazy because I'm going to bring it into have a white on it. So I'm just going to trim that down. I think this is my DL, so I'm just going to trim that down so it fits onto my DL. So I'm creating like a panel for my card, and then I'm going to go in with my dies again. So let's go in and we're going to use our chunky foam pads.
They're your 4mm ones?
Yeah. 4mm large foam pads. They are available on the website. Go and grab them because they are
strips, but
incredible.
we have got the chunky squares and rectangles, I think.
They just bring the detail so much further off your card. So let's pop this on here like so, and then let's cut out one of our sentiments. So I think I'm going to go with Merry Christmas.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go in with the top die here. Just try and... I don't want to rip your packaging because it's not my die.
Once you've...
We might not have more to send back after how well they've
Once
done.
you've ripped it, it's your die.
Can't be doing that.
Once
Once
you've
you've
opened
opened it,
it's
it's yours.
Yeah.
That's why he opens all the Hunkydory stuff, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not daft.
I sit there watching him going, he's opened another one.
Everyone does that.
I'm going to have to send another one now.
Everyone does that. They all say it on my talk back in my ear. Don't open it.
Don't open it. So we'll
Red
run
back to a
that
ball
through.
game.
And I'm just using the 1 die here. I'm not going to use any of the other mats and layers. So you can just use them without those mats and layers. But it's so lovely to have the choice there. There we go. I don't know what happened then.
Getting trigger happy.
It was stuck. I pressed the button too quickly. Stopped it from going. So let's pop this out. And this white against the design that we've got here is going to be super, super stark, but it's going to look really, really good. So let's just pop that out from there. And then I'm going to stick it.
Oh, now that's going to stand out
across here.
beautifully.
So let's use your dotty tape runner.
So you don't always have to use the mats and layers if you don't want to. It's your option. You could use 1 layer, 3 layers, 4 layers, or just none.
If you've got a really busy pattern, like that first card we made with the parchment, sometimes it's nice to have the mat and layer as like a barrier to break it up. But if you've already got like something that's quite patterned and then you're just going to layer up your design straight onto there, it's going to be a little bit... take some time to stick because of the ink that we've got on there.
But talk about an inexpensive card. Once you've bought the embossing
So
folder,
cool,
it's cost you
isn't it?
£4.99. It's just the cost of the ink and the cardstock. And you've made that card for pennies, which you can sell for a couple
And I
of pounds.
love the DL with like the score on the short edge as well. It just adds to that really nice classic.
Now, the inks.
Style.
Let us talk about those. Now, they're on a pick and mix. I can't remember what
They
the pick
are.
and mix deal is.
We unfortunately can't do a bundle at the moment because we are out of stock of like three or four dies.
What we can do,
It's
inks.
inks, sorry.
5 for the
Look at my
price
die.
of 4. Okay, so what, as a novice, what 5 would you go for?
I would go for a black, a
Yeah.
red, a green, because
Yeah.
you always need green for flowers.
Yeah.
Maybe a pink.
Okay.
How
One
many
more.
am I up to then? One more? Mm-hmm. Oh, the greige. I love the greige.
The greige.
Down there, the last one on the bottom.
Oh, that one.
Oh, it's so nice.
Oh, like a taupey colour.
It's
So anyway, I mean,
gorgeous.
you know what colours you're running out of or what colours you're going to need
Or
more
your
than anything
favourite
else.
colours as well, like those colours you use all the time.
Well, they're £2.99 each, but if you buy 5, you'll only pay for 4. So it works out £11.96 for 5, okay? I know they're all on a drop down on our website, and the guys in the call centre and the ladies in the call centre have got all the options there on their computer screen, so you can choose. Now, the Pick and Mix also includes the Tranquil Moments, which was a limited edition ink pad set as well. So you can see all of them here. What colours do you like the look of? That spearmint looks lovely.
It is really nice, gorgeous.
that's the greige
teal as
that
well.
Natalie
I
loves.
love the teal.
So it works out $11.98? $11.96 for 5 ink pads. If you wanted 10, that would be just under £24. So it works out to how much each? $2.39 per ink pad if you buy 5.
Which is so good, isn't it? Because they're $2.99 each. So you're making a great saving there on the bundles that you're getting.
Absolutely. Well, stock up today while we've got the 5 for 4 offer. And it's lovely. Rather than being shown 5 ink pads, that's what you're going to get. You're only going to pay 4 of them. You choose which ones you want. It may well be that you've got one colour you use more than anything else, and you want to get 2 or 3 of those and 2 of another colour. It's up to you. ZDHD49. You can do it yourself on the app. You can do it yourself on the website. Or if you'd rather have the help of someone in the call centre, just give them a call. Free phone, even from your mobile, 0800 001 4433. Now, the shimmer card, of course, we can show you the shimmer card that I've done 16 times and couldn't remember once. It's because they call it shimmer, that's what confused me, not glitter. So it's, yeah, it is finer than non-shed glitter card.
Yeah.
It's much, much finer particles. And I think it's much more classy as a result, to be honest. It's not so chunky. And it's very reflective. It's not got like a dullness that sometimes encapsulated glitter card can have. But look at the colours you've got here. What a selection.
It's
what
such a
choice.
wide selection of colours, isn't it? And there's a great mix as well. Colours in here that you won't find anywhere else in Hunkydory packs, which I absolutely love. But it's so essential, and it looks incredible as well when it has been embossed. So you can do all different types of techniques with your shimmer card.
If you've got a 3D embossing folder, would that work as well, or
Absolutely.
would it be too much for it?
Absolutely,
Okay.
you'd be able to use your 3D embossing folder.
It's not cracking. Any of the
Nope.
coating, the lamination on there, it's not cracking at all.
So good.
And you can see it's lively. It's like it's dancing.
It's so detailed, isn't it? But it just adds so much to the card.
Nice one and hello to Yvonne in Bristol, Karen in Kent, Christine in West Sussex, Terry in Iowa. Yes, because we can sell and send to the United States.
We can.
With Hunkydory.
Yeah.
So Terry in Iowa, proceed with confidence. Yeah, check your basket out. If you're watching us in the USA, remember, we give you a deal with your shipping and handling every day. It's never any more than $14.95. So if you buy from Hunkydory, if you buy from Sizzix or whoever, not all our brands can ship to America. We let you know the ones that can. Yeah, but you can multi-order any items, even on the website as well, just one shipping and handling charge of $14.95. And Scott, our boss, is not happy about that. 'Cause
Oh, no,
he's
not,
losing a
is
lot
he?
of money on the shipping.
I know, but you've got to do it. You've got to do it.
I know. And we're losing a lot of money on our P&P as well.
There
$4.95, just one P&P per day here in the UK. Now, the details on your screen are for the beautiful radiant sentiments, the Christmas greetings that we've got back today.
Yeah.
And don't forget, 7 o'clock tonight, you'll see the other Radiant sentiments that are every day, and there are 6 of them, and you can get those tonight, but tune in at 7 for that.
We might also have a back in stock of the one that sold out as well.
Oh, what one sold out?
The
It was
Happy
the Happy
Birthday
Birthday,
one.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that might be back in stock for you. There you've got your Merry Christmas and your season's greetings, but you've got all those different layers. So it's
crazy,
very
isn't it?
three-dimensional. You can use as many or as few of them as you want. Make them into tags. Use them on the top of box lids as well if you want to.
Yeah.
There's so many ways of using them. Invitage, pyramage, aperture cards, shaker cards as well. They're basically nesting dies, but with a sentiment in the middle.
Absolutely, and they're just so good. The size of them is huge, so they are real sentiments. You could use them with just like a poinsettia die like you had on earlier. You could use them with your Christmas embossing folders, and that is your card. You don't need to do much more.
40% of the stock that we started with in the hour has gone. 40% gone. Now the other one, if you want to go for that with the stars, where have I put the stars?
It might be. Is it with your You've got the board. Can you show the board?
Yeah, I'll do that. Here we go.
Oh,
Nearly.
nearly.
Here we go. So you've got Merry Christmas, season's greetings. That's it actually cut out and layered beautifully. Then you've got these stars. Now they're normally $14.99 each, so it should be nearly £30 for both sets. Today you're going to get them, if you buy both, for $24.98, so just £12.49 each. That's if you go for both of them, okay? KFHD 87. That's us done, I think, Nat.
I think so. I'll be back at 7, but you're
Back at
on your
7.
way home.
I'm on my way home. Yeah,
Yeah.
I will see you early at 1 o'clock on Friday. Got a couple of days off. Join Sherilyn, though. She's here to take you through until 9 o'clock. The team will change over in a second, and I'll see you on Friday. Have a great couple of days and enjoy the rest of the evening. See you soon.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobbymaker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobbymaker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing, and I'm really, really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobbymaker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those 3 things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobbymaker are on the search for the crafting stars of the future with our Junior Crafter of the Year competition. Winners will appear live on screen in the Hobbymaker studio, and also you'll get a goodie bag with about £100 worth of arts and crafts stuff in it too. How good is that? To be in with a chance of winning, simply send us a photo of what you've made, and we're giving you full creative control, but you do need to use one item that you bought here at Hobbymaker. There are 3 age categories to enter: Up to 9 years, 10 to 13 years, 14 to 16 years. Email your entries to marketing@hobbymaker.co.uk by the 7th of October 2024, making sure to include as many photos as you like of your design, a short description of your design, for example, what it is, how you made it and where you got your inspiration, your name, age, name and contact details of your parent or guardian. Winners and runners-up will be notified by the 21st of October 2024. One winner from each category will have the opportunity to appear live on screen in the Hobby Maker studio and receive £100 worth of art and craft essentials. One runner-up from each category will win £50 worth of art and craft essentials too. So what are you waiting for? Good luck, one and all.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hello, welcome back. Absolutely lovely to see you all. Yeah, thank you today for obviously doing a little switcheroo with me today, obviously in terms of times. Probably a lot of you at home might have had first days back at school today. Do you know what was really funny, right? So Bowie's gone into year 1 and the reception kids are like this compared to him, and I've forgotten that he was that small last year. And I was looking and thinking, they can't be old enough for school, and I was like, that was him last year. So yes, hopefully if you have had first days back at school, all your kids have had a nice day. Now, we do have a brilliant 4 hours coming up for you today. So we are here, of course, all the way up until 9 o'clock. So just to give you a reminder, I was kicking off the show with Sharon. We'll be talking through these gorgeous stamp sets in a moment. We have then got Gwen from Creative Expressions coming up for you. We've also got Natalie returning with your Hunkydory. And we have got your Sizzix special at 8 o'clock with Pete. So we've got a really, really nice show. Now, we are here with Creative Craft Products. First time that I've actually been able to do a show. Not with you, obviously. I see you all the time. But with this brand. So I was really excited to see it. And they're such lovely stamp sets, aren't they?
They are. What I love about Creative Crafts is they cover all the basics.
Yes, 100%.
We did have a show at 1 o'clock, which was different products, so you might want to watch that back if you missed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is kind of a continuation. In the show earlier, we had nestables. And we had sort of stamps for all occasion.
Yeah.
And then in this hour, we've got all your really important big birthday numbers.
And do you know what I absolutely love, right, about this is that we know birthday cards generally are the most made, right?
They are.
Okay, now these kind of special birthdays are going to come around, but as I've just been looking through these stamp sets, I was like, do you know what? You can mix and match all of these, because the little kind of extras you get, like the banners, the words, the different images that you get as well, could work for all different ages.
Yes.
And the other thing I was thinking, right, is yes, okay, you've got your 18th, your 21st, your 30th, your 40th, your 50th, these kind of big milestone birthdays, which is absolutely brilliant, right up until 100.
Up to 100, which is cool.
But I was thinking you could mask off, you could snip into these, so if you were wanting to do a first, there's no reason why you couldn't do that.
No, you absolutely
an 8, you know,
could
things like
snip
this as
into
well,
them.
which suddenly opens up the options of not only covering those big milestones, but covering every birthday that we can pretty much think of, really.
Yes.
Which I think is superb.
It is, and you've got a really nice mix of images with the stamps. So the numbers are dies, and all the other elements you see are stamps.
Stamps, lovely.
So you've got little banners to put the sentiments in. They don't just cover birthdays. You have got some that mention sort of like the 50th mentions golden anniversary.
Naughty at 40, I love things like that.
Naughty
Movie
at 40,
anniversary,
yeah,
like you say
that.
as well. So yes, you have. You've got a lot of different things covered, haven't you?
And of course, all those images mix and match, because obviously if you know, looking at 60, that car would be great, really, for any age, you know, for a male card particularly.
Definitely.
We tend to use cars, don't we? So, yeah,
I mean, we've got 157 stamps in total, as well as 10 dies. So it is a big collection. Now, I'll be completely transparent with you because everything's there on the website. If you want any of these individually, they're there. You can get them. You can get one, and they're £14.99. So that's where, if you wanted all 10 of these, and we will look through them in depth in a moment as well, you'd be looking at £149.90. But there is a big saving if you want to go for the full collection. So what we want to do is get this price straight down for you, and then we'll give you a look through them and kind of introduce you to smaller bundles that we have available as well. £94.90. So we're looking at £55 saving, plus we're on a 3-way split pay on this as well. So you could actually take them home. If you think for £31.63, you would only be able to buy 2 sets for that price, usually.
Yes.
Whereas you can get all 10 of them home today and then pay it off the next couple of months for that price, which is absolutely brilliant.
That is good, because I think, and this is definitely a thing for creative craft. They're everyday essentials.
Yes.
These aren't dies and stamps that you're going to use once put away.
No.
Because every time you've got a milestone
exactly.
event, you're going to need them.
100%,
so,
yeah.
Same with sort of nesting dies, and I always say the same with alphabet sets.
Yeah.
They're the sets that you're going to be using in 10 years' time.
They are, aren't they? Without a doubt. Let's come across then to them individually, okay, for me to be able to show you, because we've got your 18th, okay. Now it does come, doesn't it, with 2 separate dies that we've actually got with these as well.
You've got the 18, and then you've got kind of like the shadow for it, and then you've got the fur. Yes.
Yeah. Just struggling to get that just there, but if we give it a bit of a shake. So you can see the big size, of course, of the 18 that you've got here, okay? So it's an absolute whopper that you're getting to see with this. And can you see you've got your little TH just here as well? So you are going to get your TH, and you can see you've got the 2 different dies with that. Now, on top of that, you're getting all of these stamps as well.
Yes.
So you've got your happy birthday, you've got your party time, again, you've got your 18, your 3rd, you've got your today, you've got balloons, congrats, special day, you've got your banner for these all to fit into, your cake, your hat, your celebratory drinks. So there's a huge amount of stamps, as well as getting the die set as well that actually comes with this.
Exactly, and of course that imagery, will work perfectly well for 21 as well. So you can mix and match the imagery across all of the sets. Just gives you more scope, really.
Does, doesn't it? So that's your 18th in there at $14.99. Now, if you want to go for your 21st, which again we see a lot of celebrations, cards don't for your 21st. Again, you'll get your 21, and then you get your S and your T as well that goes with that. And then when we look at that again, I mean, absolutely gorgeous. Cheers, 21 years. It's nice.
Lovely, isn't it? That present's lovely, and of course that present would work beyond these sets as well, because a present works for birthdays, Christmas, anything.
Yeah. And again, I mean, finally legal, you could be using that with your 18th, though, couldn't you? And things like that as well. So you can kind of move that onto different things, because there's different ages that come in with different things.
Yes, exactly.
And you've got a lovely heart, of course, with that. You've got your happy birthday as well, 21st. So that is your 21st one that you've got just there. Again, £14.99. 30th, love to say I was still that age, getting closer to the next, but I will be there. Yeah, we'll be there soon, Sharon, won't we? We're close to 30 now. Yeah, I remember them days. So we've got. I mean, what else I think is really fabulous about these is the size of the dies. I mean, they're huge.
Big, aren't they? Actually, should I go and measure that quickly?
Yeah, that would be really good.
Because I know someone will ask.
And again, with this one, you've got your happy birthday, you've got your 30th, you've got your champagne, but you've also got the likes of your butterflies that you'll use with everything. Time to celebrate. Fabulous at 30. You've got 30 today. Flirty at 30 as well. So if you're kind of doing any sort of celebrations, absolutely lovely. What sort of size
just
is
over
it?
3.5 inches, so they're a good height. So yes. For those of you that like making bigger cards,
really good.
They're going to.
I mean, that is just the central image. You don't even need to do anything else if you didn't want to, do you? And you can see there what I was saying about if you wanted to do, say, a 3rd, you could cut into that 3 after you've die cut it and cut that 3 out easily.
You could very easily.
A couple of snips, isn't it, really? Yeah. So that's your 30th. Then we have got your 40th that we can see here as well. And this is where, like Sharon was kind of mentioning, you've got more than just birthdays covered. So you've got your ruby anniversary as well as your naughty at 40 and life begins at 40, which I think is brilliant, because that's something that a lot of people would be kind of celebrating their ruby anniversaries.
Yes, and it's nice to have a specific stamp
Yeah.
for that because
Isn't it?
I've never seen that in a stamp set before. So
No,
it's nice
it's
to
very
have
true.
the specific wording you want.
Yeah, and again with that 40, if you wanted it for the Ruby anniversary, just snip off the little candles. You know, again,
Yes.
they're very easy to just be able to snip off, aren't they? So
Very.
You've got all of those that are available, of course, in your 40th. We then have your 50th. As I say, we've got all of these that are available. So this one is your 50. Remember that with the dies as well, they do come with the THs or the STs or whatever you kind of would want one with them. And that one, how old are you?
How old?
Exactly. 21, don't you know? But that, I love the car. I mean, that is a central image on its own.
It is, isn't it? It's a lovely sort of vintage car.
Yeah.
The champagne bottle.
Big champagne bottle, yeah, that we're seeing. Nice flower, nice present. I mean, again, you could kind of have these for Christmases. You could have these
Yes.
as celebratory cards just by using some of those images if you
Yes,
wanted.
and of course you don't have to use the numbers and the stamps
No.
together. Those stamps, if you're making a smaller card, you don't have to go with the big 50.
Definitely.
So,
And again, no reason for this not to be a 5 if you wanted to cut that down into
Yes.
a 5. So that's another thing
Yeah.
that I would be thinking about. So that's your 50th. Now, if they're the ones that you want, we also have a smaller bundle, okay? So this is where you're getting your 18th, your 21st, your 30th, your 40th, and your 50th. So very sort of used, aren't they, I think, as well, these
Yes.
ones, in terms of big celebrations each of those years. And, you know, we see a lot of cards, you know,
very
for those.
much. Yeah, it's my niece's 18th this
Is it?
Saturday.
Oh, how
so,
exciting.
Yeah, so I've got to use an 18.
Wow. Oh, that's really lovely. Isn't it? Oh, I can still remember my 18th. Like, you know,
Yes,
like
I
it
can.
really stands out because I think I was the youngest in my year. So all my friends were 18 and they'd all got their IDs. And, you know, when you're like, come
you were the
on.
last.
Yeah, the very
Aw.
last one. Like, it's good. Now, $74.95 is the price. Of course, if you bought them all individually at $14.99, that's the price you'd be getting. We are going to give you a discount on these, okay, today. So let's take an additional chunk off this. So we'll give you one completely for free, and then we'll give you £5 off another as well. So it's an extra £20 taken off of these. Or you can look at them as they're £11.99 each, £4 off each of them,
That's
which is
a
a
good
really
deal,
good
isn't
price.
it?
And on split pay as well. So again, take them home for just over £25.
That's great for the sort of, you know, everyday essentials,
Isn't it?
aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So a superb opportunity on that. Should we do a demo and then we'll introduce
Yes.
the rest of them if you want to
Sounds
set
good.
up. So you can see, of course, that if you want to go for them all, and I will give you an in-depth look at your 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th and 100th ones straight after this. But of course, the best saving and the best way to get this is to go for the whole bundle, because that is where, if you were buying them all at their individual prices of $14.99, you'd have been looking at almost £150. Instead, we've taken it down to £94.90, which is absolutely super. Which one are you doing first?
18.
18, nice. Are you doing her birthday card? Ready for the...
I might use it because I haven't actually made her card
There you
yet.
go, this will be perfect then.
So I'm going to use the 18th, but I'm actually going to use some of the imagery from the 30th.
Yes, nice.
Because
Yep.
I quite like the butterfly in this set, and I thought, they all match so well.
Definitely.
So what I've done is I've got a square card.
Yeah.
And I've cut out one of the nestables that we had on the show earlier, just to give me a bit of colour in the background.
Okay,
so
lovely.
I'm going to stick that down. So if you like the look of this nesting die, you can watch the show earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pop this on just with some double-sided tape. And this is going to give me a nice backdrop for my huge numbers. And then I'll grab those out and show you just how big they are.
Yeah.
So let's pop that on there, like so. So that's my backdrop.
Yeah.
Now the 18 set, you get, so you've got the 18 and then the
Yes, the
TH,
THs is what we were talking
the-
about.
and of course you can mix and match these across the sets.
Yeah.
You'll notice they are slightly different in all of them actually. So this one has just got the individual letters. For instance, the 40th has got a shadow with it. So
Yes,
you've
okay.
got slightly different font as well. I guess they've cleverly thought 18th, I think this is a more sort of contemporary font.
Yeah, it seems quite
We've got
young,
something
doesn't
a
it?
bit young and modern,
definitely.
something a bit more classic for us
Yeah.
oldies in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, clever, isn't
So of course you can mix and match those as well, which is great because it just gives you more options.
Yeah.
Because it's all about who you're giving the card to, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Which
Personalising it, and that's
one.
the reason to have these kind of sets.
Yes. So there's my 18. So you get your sort of shadow background and then the 18.
Lovely.
They do look lovely when you use them together. I am going to do both.
And when you see the size of it actually laid out like that, that's what we're talking about the size of those dies?
Yeah, so this one, this one's actually taller than the one. This is 4 inches high, this 18.
Wow, okay.
And about 4 by 4. So good size, particularly if you like making bigger cards. And really, for a big birthday, you would probably be more likely to be making a bigger card.
Definitely, you want to stand out.
You don't want a little card for a big occasion, do you?
And people save these cards. You save, I've got my 18th card, my 21st, still my 30th,
So what I thought I'd do is I'm going to use a nice cream card just for the shadow.
Okay.
So I'm going to die cut that. Run that through. And that's going to give me my backdrop. And then we've got to go glitter.
Yes, nice.
For the 18. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's like without a doubt.
There's no question. I'm just going to trim that down actually because I've got quite a big bit. All of the cardstock I'm using is Sizzix.
Okay.
And Pete's got a lot of it on his show today actually by complete coincidence. So
yeah. I think a lot of it's sold out, to be honest.
Yeah, there's not much left, is there? So, because I'm using glitter cardstock, I tend to run it through and back again.
Yes, okay.
Just because it's like a coated card, it's a bit
Makes sense.
thicker. Probably not necessary, but better to be safe. So, then I've got my 18.
Yeah, like Dan just said just then in my ear, if you kind of slipped into that, you could easily transfer that into a 13 as well, couldn't you?
Yes,
you know,
you could. Yeah, it's
wouldn't be a
very.
lot to
You
take
could
it
almost see where the line goes to snip them apart. So very easy to really get all the numbers for any birthday.
Definitely.
So that's going to slot perfectly on there. So let's pop that on. So I'll put the mat down first, just with some tape.
Okay.
And then when it comes to the numbers, I'm going to use a wet glue.
Okay.
Because I obviously need to line it up.
Yeah, you want it perfect, don't you? So I suppose you want a bit of wriggle time.
Might need a little bit of wiggle room. So I'll put the 18. I'm going to go quite central, and then we're going to stamp out some of the other images to go with this.
Molly's just said, wow, these look amazing. Can't wait.
They're huge, aren't they? They're really... And that's what you want for a big birthday.
Absolutely.
Particularly if you're going all the way up to 100. I mean, if you're making someone a 100th card... That's got to be a statement card.
Barry's got like no concept yet of kind of how old, you know, with him being 5 that you live to. So he's always like, so when I'm 137, I'm like, yes. You know, like, and I'm like, you know what, by the time he's 137, he might be 137.
Who knows by then, by that point, who knows where, where technology will take us.
Although he still thinks my dad's going to be around at like 200, you know, like when he's 137, you're like, I'm not sure on that one, but...
Oh, bless. Now, I'm going to bring in the 30th set.
Yeah.
Because I really like the butterfly and I thought the drink's really fun. It's like a cocktail.
Yeah.
So I thought I'm going to use the stamps from that set.
Great idea.
The whole point of these is that they're great to mix and match.
Definitely.
You know, that's why we've got them in a bit of a bundle. So I've got a bit of watercolour card.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop those out the way. And a stamp block. So I'm going to stamp this lovely butterfly. We'll do that one first. I'm just using a stamp block. I'm stamping onto watercolour cards because I'm going to just colour these with some distress inks. And I'm not using a stamp platform or anything because if I make a mistake, I can just stamp it again.
Yeah, very true. That's
I'm not stamping straight onto my card.
No.
If I were going straight onto the card, I'd grab a platform because there's nothing more annoying.
Yeah, you ruin it at the last
messing up your card, but when it's just on a bit of card.
Yes.
And I really like this cocktail. I think that looks really, really smart. So we'll do that one as well.
Yeah.
Ink that up. I'm using VersaFine ink because I'm going to colour these with distress inks, so I need the ink to be waterproof, basically. So let's pop those stamps back, and then I'm going to bring in some distress inks.
Okay.
So I think for the butterfly, I'm assuming this is for a girl because I've got a pink background. So I'm going to go with a pink and a purple.
Yeah.
That's going to give me a nice butterfly. And I'm just going to smush a bit of the ink onto my glass mat, a little bit of each colour, and wet my brush. And I'm just going to start in the centre with the pink, like so. And then take it out into the purple.
Lovely.
So quite simple colouring, really.
Looks effective though, doesn't it?
It does. There we go. So that's my butterfly. And then the cocktail. I think I'll keep some of the colours the same just so that it ties it all together. So let's do the straw in this nice pink.
Okay.
If I'd gone for all different colours, you end up with it just looking all a bit,
Not that unified almost.
yeah, looks a bit messy if you start bringing in too many colours. So where you can, use the same colours across images. Now the drink itself, shall we go for some champagne? So we'll go for a nice sort of golden colour. Let's see, wild honey. Yeah. So it looks like champagne. I don't know that you'd have lemon in a champagne, but anyway. So we'll colour that in.
Yeah, kind of like Bucks Fizz, it could be, something like that.
Yeah, yes, that's true, a Bucks Fizz.
Yeah.
And let's do that green, we'll make it a lime.
Yeah, put a little lime in. That would taste quite refreshing, wouldn't it, in your champagne?
Yeah, we'll have a lime. A little bit of green there.
Great.
Now for the glass itself, what I tend to do is just get a very light blue. And don't colour it all in because it just looks a bit odd. If you just get a very watered down blue and just kind of do a little bit here and there, it just gives the illusion of that being glass.
Yeah. It's like it's caught the light, isn't
Where
it?
it's, because it's not like solid looking. So that's my images. And then I'm going to fussy cut those out.
Okay.
Now, these are quite simple images. They're a good size as well, so they're pretty easy to cut. If you want to, you could even stamp the butterfly straight onto your card front and then overlay this on top. That would save you cutting out the antenna. Depends how patient you are with your fussy cutting. I actually quite like fussy cutting.
Quite a lot of people enjoy it, don't they?
I
think it depends. It is a love-hate, maybe.
It is. I know some of the ladies that come to my card making class hate it, and they always get me to do their fussy cutting for them.
Well, if you enjoy it, we're like, why not? Do you know what I always found fascinating is I think I would have expected that with fussy cutting people would use tiny scissors. So that's something I've really learned.
Yes, isn't it funny
that it's not the tiny scissors that you use.
And you see some demonstrators using absolutely huge scissors, don't you?
Scissors,
for
some
fussy
people,
cutting. Yeah. These are my fussy cutting scissors. They're kind of a mid-size.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Now I'm going to come back to the antennae.
Okay.
This butterfly is very easy to cut because you've got a really thick black line around the edge.
Yeah.
So you can kind of cut into that and it won't matter. So, and then I'm just going to come back to this because it's easier to do at the end. So snip that piece away. And then all I would do is just sort of cut a V in the centre of those two. Because you don't have to be right on the line. That's good enough. So that's my butterfly.
Lovely.
And then my lovely cocktail or champagne, whatever we decided it is. And I'm going to leave a white border around this to make my fussy cutting easier for myself. But again, this is a very simple shape. Even the straw is actually quite simple because
even with the twist,
you can just cut round it. So it's a good one to fussy cut. So you don't have to go into all the nooks and crannies. So we can follow that down.
Brilliant.
There we go. So that's my images. Let me just quickly wipe all this ink off, because otherwise I will put my card straight in it, which isn't a good look. And then I can bring my card back in.
Oh, I like
And
that.
I'm just going to grab
Really good.
one more thing
Yeah.
for a final touch, and that's a bit of glitter.
Okay.
So before I stick this butterfly down, I've got a quickie glue pen, and I'm going to just colour a little bit of the wings.
Lovely.
The quickie glue pens, you can use any sort of glue actually. The pen obviously is quite good because it gives you can just go into the detailed areas, but it's just going to put glue down on the wings. And then I'm going to dip it in some glitter.
Okay. Glamour dust.
Glamour dust.
Good name for it.
Carla always laughs at me with this pot.
How big
My
is it?
spoon.
Oh, your spoon. Yeah, it looks like you're doing sugar.
The fact the
need
fact
sugar
I've
for
got a
your
little spoon in there makes her laugh. So, put that in there. It is a big old pot of glitter, isn't it?
Lovely.
And that's going to give a bit of sparkle.
Amazing.
So I'm going to have my cocktail on some foam pads,
Okay.
just at the bottom here. And obviously the bottom of that's quite narrow.
Yeah.
So I'll just snip one in half, pop that at the bottom. There we go. Take the backing off, which isn't the easiest thing to do with fake nails. There we go. So that can go in the corner there. And then my butterfly can go at the top corner. And I'm just going to put the foam pad for the butterfly right in the centre.
Okay.
Because then once that's down,
It's beautiful.
I can kind of lift up the wings a little bit,
Yeah.
give it a bit of movement.
That's amazing.
And there we go, there's my
Really
18th
nice.
card.
Wow. And I think, for everyone at home, they can really see the statement that these number dies
Yes.
make now.
And
as
you
well.
want that, don't you? If it's a big birthday,
Definitely,
you
yeah.
want a big, bold number
Yeah, without
for
a
it.
doubt. Yeah. So do remember, so that has been used, that is the 18th set that obviously has been used there for the 18. And then it's the stamps from the 30th set that
Yes.
have been used to add on as well. So it just shows how brilliantly, of course, these will cross over.
Yeah.
Remember, every single individual stamp set is at £14.99. So if you saw that and you thought, well, I just want the 18th, then you can jump on the web and get that. Absolutely. But the best saving and the best way, of course, to get these is to go for everything. Now, this is where you're getting your 18th, your 21st, your 30th, your 40th, your 50th, 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th, right up to the 100th birthday. Again, snip into them. If you're wanting a second birthday, snip into the 21st, get that too. Snip into the 30th for a third, the fourth, the same like that. There's so much scope actually with these to get so much use. And the fact that a lot of the sentiments obviously on them kind of cover wedding anniversaries, things like that as well is absolutely brilliant. Now, I haven't showed you, I've showed you half of these bundles, but I haven't showed you the other half. So let me come across to those, okay? Because we've showed you up to the 50th, but let me come to the 60th. Which is where, again, exactly the same as what we saw before. You've got the really big kind of number die, you've got that shadow die, and then, of course, it comes, this one, with the TH that we can see. But when I show you the stamp set, look at that. So 60 years of being a legend. You've got your, I'm not old as well. I'm a classic with a gorgeous classic car. We've got, again, your wine bottle or your champagne bottle. You've got your gemstone there for your diamond anniversary. Congratulations. 60 is the new 40 as well. And again, the banner, if you want to kind of fit any of these in. So all of that coming to you again for £14.99. We've then got 70th that we can see here. So again, you've got your big 70 that you can see, of course, just there. And then it is going to come, of course, again, with a gorgeous stamp set that we're seeing here. Congratulations. We've got platinum anniversary there. What's one more candle? Very true. Although to fit 70 on, you might struggle unless you've got a massive cake. Aging like a fine wine. Then you've got, of course, your wine there. You've got your candles. You've got your bottle of wine. You've got your star that comes with this. So a lot of these as well, take away the sort of number and you could use these really for any birthday, to be honest. Just find which one is calling out to you in terms of those images. So that's your 70th. Then we can come across to your 80th that we are seeing here that we've got as well. Sometimes because the camera's back to front, I like spin it the wrong way round and I'm like spin. So you can see that this one coming again with a lovely wine glass that we've got. Also coming with a balloon, we've got a flower with this, we've got a lovely heart, a star. We've got age as a state of mind, celebrate this special day, and then you're as old as you feel as well. And I really think that is so true. I mean, my next door neighbour, one of my next door neighbours, she is approaching 90. She's almost 90. You would never think it. I mean, she's had an awesome life. Like, she's had like a really kind of good sort of job and stuff and career and things, which has been really interesting to find out about. But like, for example, like a couple of New Years ago, like midnight, me and my friends, we like jumped and I've got, you know, one of them blow up hot tubs like in the garden. And at midnight, she flings her windows open and she's like, Happy New Year! You just like, that's how I want to be when I'm like approaching 90.
90, that's interesting.
So yeah, I agree, it is a state of mind. So that's your 80th. We've then got your 90th that you can see here. So again, you've got really big dies that we can see with this one. And this is, you've got So Very Special, you've got your 90 years young, wishing you a 90th as well. You've got a good, lovely one there with a bunch of flowers. Happy and healthy birthday, and What One More Candle that you can see there as well. But again, no reason for you not to kind of, you know, snip into some of these. You don't have to have 90 years young. It could be that you've got a number die and you want to kind of pop that with that or anything like that. So there's a lot of things you can do. Then, I mean, if you make it to 100, that is amazing, isn't it?
That deserves a special card.
Doesn't it just? I mean, you get your letter from the king, don't you, if you turn 100? So you've got that there. You've got obviously the sort of crown, I suppose, with that. You've got congratulations. You've got this with your sparklers on this incredible day. What a special day. Happy birthday as well. So again, you could use all of these for any year. Doesn't need to be 100. This you could snip into for a first birthday. You could snip into it for a 10th birthday as well. You know, the same with these numbers, and that is how I would be looking at it, because, you know, realistically, you're probably not going to be making many 100 cards. You know,
No.
you know, if we look at it realistically.
But how handy if you need one.
Very
that
handy.
You've got a set for it.
But I do love that you've also got it for your first and your 10th.
Yes.
You know, like, because then
Yes.
that's where I'm
So
sort of
you're going to get some use out of
You'll
it.
get a lot of value, yeah, and you'll get a lot of use out of it. So that's kind of what I would sort of be thinking is the extra sort of usage you've got out of this as well. But if you want all of those, so if you are thinking, well, I want to get the 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th and 100th sets, then we will do you a discount deal on that as well. So we've got that smaller bundle, which is obviously half of these stamp sets, so 5 stamp sets, and we will take that down once again, so 77 stamps in total that you've got just there, and we are taking that down to £54.95, so a £20 saving on that. So it's like you're getting one of the stamp sets for free and £5 taken off an additional one as well. The most popular way though to buy, as we would expect, is to go for all of them, and that is because that should be sitting at just under £150. So £14.99 each, so we should be looking at £149.90. So it does mean that obviously with this you're getting 3.5 in essence stamp sets for free. And of course it is cheaper as well to go about it this way than to buy. If you went for the discount on the 2 smaller bundles, you're still getting an extra £10 off with this as well. So either way you look at it, this is the best deal to be able to go for. But if you just want in one, go for one at £14.99. If you just want in one set, then obviously we've got that great deal. But this is where you're saving £55 off those full prices, and a lot of you have gone for this opportunity. And I just love, like we saw from Sharon's first demo, that you can, of course, mix and match these, you know, and you can use sets with different ones like the 18th or 30th. A couple of samples to show you as well. So we've got your 50th there that you can see, and that's for your golden anniversaries. That's one of your weddings that we can see here. And then, of course, the one that you've just made as well, the 18th that you can see on that one as well. So really, really lovely, the kind of things that you can do, and how contemporary, yet how kind of glamorous, and you know, you can make these as well, which I think is absolutely super.
I love the size because I just think it's a statement size.
I do as well, yeah.
Which is important for these big birthdays.
Yes, yeah,
so
yeah. great for bunting and things like that. I think,
Yes,
as well,
yes, because it'll
decorative
take you
stuff.
beyond cards
Yeah.
with the big. Yeah, because if you're having like a 50th party, it would be great to create bunting with all of those.
definitely. Yeah.
You know, get your glitter card stock out, and that would be really
It
cool.
would, wouldn't it? And you could put little holes, you know, in the top of just the numbers and kind of just have a number,
Yes.
couldn't you, hanging and things like that as well if you wanted to, or attach a pin to the back of it as a big badge. You know,
Yes,
there's a lot of
well,
stuff that you can do with
some of
them.
the dies we had on the earlier show were huge.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Nesting dies.
Yeah.
So some of those would be great for bunting, and then put the big
Put
numbers
that
on.
in, yeah,
And
definitely.
it's sorted.
Should we look at another demo?
Yeah, should we do
Lovely.
a 60th?
Yes,
So
go on.
we'll do one from the second bundle we looked at.
Brilliant.
I'm bringing in a couple of dies to start with from the show earlier, because we had these huge nestables.
Yeah.
And what I've done is use one of the circle nestables to create a big card.
Okay,
'cause
nice,
they were big. So all I've done is cut 2 from white cardstock, and I've just scored a line on the back on one of them. And I'm just going to use some red line tape to turn these into my card base. So, because you need a big card for a big statement number. So this is going to give me a nice big, and a shaped card as well, rather than just a plain square. So I'm just going to push that down so that I don't touch the tape. I want to make sure these scallops are lined up.
Yeah.
So I can just line that up visually and then bring the back piece up.
Nice.
So that's my card base made. So that's perfect. And then we also had different shapes. So I've just cut a star out because I was kind of thinking of this 60th card, maybe being a card for a man.
Yeah.
So I thought I'll do this. With the last one, I went for very sort of feminine colours.
Yeah, definitely.
So I thought for this 60th,
I think
will
actually
do.
that's what's brilliant about these stamp and die sets is that they do really easily lend to male or female
you can
cards. don't
switch
they?
you've got such a sort of generic mix of
Exactly.
stamped images to go with them that you can really mix them up for anyone,
like
can't
that.
you?
Just means you get more used, doesn't it? Which
It
is always
does.
What you want, really.
It does. And you're even covered really with a lot of the images, even if you were switching up, as you said, snipping into them and going for younger ages than 18.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop that star right in the middle. And this is just going to be a bit of a backdrop.
Pretty.
So let's bring in the 60 set. So in the 60 set, you've got your big bold 60.
Yeah.
And you've got the TH with a shadow for this one. It's probably easy to show you on the packaging. So you've got a nice shadow for that. I'm just going to use the 60. Now, because I've put that star there,
Yes.
I'm not going to use the shadow for my 60.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, if I pop that on there, it's going to
colour
completely
makes it up, isn't it?
obliterate it. Whereas the 60, you'll still see that it's a star shape
Yeah.
behind, and it just makes it pop a little bit.
That's a good
So, you know, it's great that you've got the options, really.
Okay.
So let's do that first, and I'm going to cut that from green, just because I'm going for sort of male colours for this one. So I thought green and blue is quite nice. So we'll cut those out from the green, run those through.
You know what else would be really good with these, right? Is say if like you did like almost like your cards finished a bit like that, you've kind of put your stars on or however you want
Yes.
to decorate your cards. If you were selling at craft shows, you could just not put the number on.
Yes,
and
you
then
could
you
have-
have them all there and ask them which number they want.
Yes.
Run it through a die cut machine like you've done there, take seconds.
Yes.
Just whack that 60 on, for example.
Yeah, or even die
Cut
cut all the
them, yeah, take
numbers,
them
have
with you
them in a
and they can
pile,
choose.
and just don't stick them on till,
Yeah, really good point.
yeah. And actually in your craft room, you might want to do that.
Yeah.
Have a whole load of numbers ready to go.
It's true. Then when people buy it, say from your Etsy store or something like that, you could be like, yeah, got that one.
Yep, here we go. Stick that on. Done.
Easy.
So that's my 60, and that looks really nice, I think, with the star in the
I do.
background. And I'm going to pop that on with some foam pads,
Okay.
just so that it stands out.
Yeah.
You get a bit of shadow. So we'll pop some foam pads on the back of that. I just love the size of these. They're the sort of die sets that I would kind of store separately.
Yes.
I've got sets that I kind of go to, like I've got tons of nesting dies, alphabets and numbers. They're your sort of go-to,
Yeah.
so that's nice.
I love that.
And I'm going to keep this one quite simple, and I thought we'll go with one of the sentiments. So I'm going to stamp this lovely little banner strip which actually occurs in most, I think most
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
sets have got this, which is great because it makes your sentiment just look
Yeah, they've all got it.
professional. So we're going to stamp that first. And rather than stamp it on white cards, I'm going with a lighter green than I've done the 60 in, just so it all ties in
Yes.
colour-wise. So I'm going to stamp that on some green cardstock. That's a nice background. And then I'm going to go with 60 is the new 40.
Yeah, that's a great one, isn't it?
I think that's quite a fun one, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. And that's going to fit beautifully inside there.
Great. Oh, that's
60
nice.
is
Lovely
the new
font that
40.
as well, isn't
It's a
it?
nice font, yeah, it's nice and readable, isn't it? And very easy to cut out these.
Yeah.
So I just leave a very slim sort of border all the way around. And I like this little fishtail.
Yeah, always.
There we go. And of course you can use these banners with other stamp sets you've already got as well. It's one of those, it just finishes off a sentiment, I think,
Yes.
to either have a die or a little sort of sentiment strip. And then my little V. And then I could put that over the centre.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I like
Yeah,
it like
yeah.
that.
I was thinking you were going to put it at the bottom, but I actually really like it like that.
Yeah, it could go on the bottom, but with the star,
prefer it there, yeah.
kind of, because you can still read nicely that it's
You can.
60 as
I
long
love
as you
that.
put it across like that. So we'll just pop some glue across there. 60 is the new 40.
Perfect.
And there we go. That's
That is
quite fun,
brilliant,
isn't
that
it?
card, isn't
So-
it? And again, for size of cards like this, if you was actually making to sell, that sort of card is quite pricey, isn't it, to buy?
Very, yes. And the fact that I was able to make my own card blank from the dies we had on
Yeah,
earlier as
even
well.
better.
I haven't even had to buy a card.
No, so you've literally just done it all. You're like, here we go.
A few
Absolutely
bits of
excellent.
cardstock and a bit of stamped image, that's it.
Exactly. Now, let me take you through the big bundle again. You will get to see all the individuals this way as well. So obviously, if you do want to go for any individually, they're all there on the web. So this is your 18th that you can see just here. So you've got your 18, you've got your shadow die, of course, as well. So 2 dies, and then your TH die comes with this as well. You've got your happy birthday party time. You've got your 18. You've got your, happy birthday today. You've got special day. Congrats on your, and then you've got your hats. You've got your, obviously your banner that comes with all of them. You've got your balloons, you've got your drink there as well as your cake. So all of these sets, very, very jam-packed, I have to say. 21, you're also going to get this one as well, that comes in the big bundle, which obviously is the best way, where you're saving £55 actually on them. So getting 3 sets completely for free and another half as well. So that's your 21. So cheers, 21 years. You've got Let the Adulting Begin. You've got Finding Legal, Happy Birthday, congrats there as well. Really nice additional stamps with your presents, which, again, use these for Christmas. Use these celebration cards. These don't need to just be used for that one birthday because of the extra images that you're getting. So 18th, 21st covered. Let's then cover your 30th birthday that we've got here. And this is what we saw, obviously, Sharon using in the first demonstration alongside the 18th, where we've got that lovely butterfly. We've got that gorgeous drink that we're seeing there as well. We've also got the candle, and then we've got fabulous at, which obviously could be used at any age. Then you've got flirty at 30. You've got time to celebrate your happy birthday and your today. So very usable, of course, words and sentiments there. But again, snip into the 3 if you want to. You want it for a 3rd birthday, just get the 3 if you'd like to. 40th as well. A few people come through and bought this one individually. This has been quite popular on its own. $14.99 if you wanted to go for it, which is the 40 with the TH and the shadow die there. You've also got that covering your Ruby anniversary. You've got your happy 40th today, naughty at 40, and life begins at 40. And then you've got kind of your cocktail as well as your beer that you can see there. You've also got, but again, I mean, Christmas cards with that. It could be kind of your Steiners, couldn't it, that you get kind of at the Christmas market or anything like that. Your 40, if you want that for your Ruby anniversary, snip off the candles. You've also got a heart, very generic, and a candle as well there that you can see. 50th. Another one a lot of you have gone for individually, so well done if you've got it that way. And this is, I just love that. You're how old? I can always remember when I worked in radio, and I had never disclosed my age, you know, like you just, I don't know why, I think it'd never come into conversation. And then for some reason they asked me what I wanted my password to be, and I kind of used my password with my date of birth, you know, at the end of your year, you know, because I never remember years when you've got to chuck some numbers on, so I just used my year. And they were like, was you born then? I was like, yeah. And I think I was like making out I was definitely younger and a bit cooler than I was, you know, to get the job. And they were like, oh. And I was like, okay, you can't get rid of me now, I'm here. You know. So I don't think I'd get away with it now, but, you know, with 2 kids of age, but, you know, when you could kind of get away with it, you got your happy birthday there as well. We got, you know, great car, really big image that we're seeing there, your flowers, your hearts, your stars as well. Golden anniversary covered, as well as that bottle of champagne or wine that you're seeing on that one. The other one that has been very popular, so this is the most popular one individually so far, again £14.99, brilliant price, which is your 60th that we've got. And again, I mean, really lovely. I mean, years of being a legend, you could put any number into that, couldn't you?
Yes.
I'm not old, fantastic, I'm a classic. Then you've got the car there, you've got your congratulations, diamond anniversary, 60 is the new 40 as well that we can see. So really, really nice. You can personalise that bottle as well by stamping into it or writing initials or anything like that if you wanted to. Then we've got your 70th. So we've got this one, which is all included in this bundle. It's a huge bundle. You've got aging like a fine wine. Couldn't age better, could you?
I like that one.
Yeah. You got your 70th, your candle, your cake there as well. You know, big one there of your bottle of wine, your wine glass. Congratulations, covers your platinum anniversary as well. And what's one more candle? Exactly. Just makes it harder to blow out.
And that set, if you look at that cake and the congratulations, that's good for a wedding card.
Definitely. Because that almost looks like a wedding cake with
it
the
does
layers,
look like a
doesn't it?
wedding cake. And then the congratulations is a lovely font for a wedding card.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, so see, that's what I like, is that I'm looking at these, but I'm not thinking, oh, it's got to be a 70th birthday.
No.
There's so much you'd get.
Very
from each
useful
set.
for lots of other things, aren't they?
Which makes it really good value for money as well when you can do that.
Yeah.
So that's your 70th. Then we've got your 80th that we can see here as well. Let's come across to that. Again, people checked out on this one individually. I mean, we've got the balloon there, we've got the wine bottle, we've got the glass, we've got the heart, we've got the lovely sunflower that you can see as well, the candle. Age is a state of mind. Celebrate this special day, and you're as old as you feel. Totally true. So that's your 80th. 90th, so 2 more sets, of course, come in within this bundle as well. So you've got your 90th that we can see there. You've got your so very special 90 years young, wishing you and then you've got your happy and healthy birthday. You are as well, so it could be you are so very special. You know, it doesn't even need to be part of a birthday card, does it, with that sentiment?
No, it's a nice sentiment,
the flowers,
isn't it?
I mean, that could just be a Mother's Day card.
Yes, those flowers that would be lovely. Mother's Day, get well soon, all sorts, really.
Definitely, yeah. And what's one more candle also coming in that one, as well as that little blue banner at the bottom. And then finally, you're getting your 100 that we can see here. So you've got 100th birthday that we can see as well. You've got your crown, again, another fabulous cake. You could use that for weddings, couldn't we, like we mentioned on the other one?
Yes.
Congratulations, or that could be for anniversary or engagement, couldn't it? Anything,
yeah,
really.
it could.
And you've got on this incredible day, and what a special day as well, which again are sentiments that could be used a lot. I think we've just had a question come through from Sandra. Hello. Would the numbers be easy to separate if you wanted to do a 65th birthday? And this is what we were saying earlier, wasn't we? They'd be quite easy to snip into.
Yes.
If we look at a 6 and a 5.
Yeah.
You could
I've
easily
got
do
the
that.
6
Look.
here.
There you go.
You would, if you...
You could snip into both of them, couldn't you?
You could, and if I show you on this 6, there is actually a line.
Yeah, you can actually see it, can't you?
You can actually see on the die that the 6...
Yeah, and the 5.
...has almost got like an embossed line carrying on. So you would just follow that with your scissors to separate your 6.
Yeah, not hard at all.
So
Yeah, and they're all like
same
that.
for the five.
The
Yeah.
fives here as well, and you can see exactly what Sharon was saying is the same with the five. So there's your line that you just follow, which enables you to obviously be able to snip out all of these and make any number you want. So yeah, that's what I would be doing without a doubt, because I think it makes it very, very flexible to be able to get a lot of use out of these, where it's brilliant, obviously, to be able to get those kind of name birthdays that we always do celebratory cards on, and where people generally want numbers as well, because you know, you wouldn't usually, I wouldn't say, buy like a 51st card.
No.
65th you absolutely would, but I think that's what's really nice, is that you can make them into whatever numbers you want by snipping into them. You can use whatever stamps you want as well. And most of you are going for the big bundle, which is where you get that amazing price where you're saving £55, but also you're getting the split pay. So it means that actually you're getting them all home for just over the price of 2 of these stamp sets. Should we squeeze another demo in?
Yeah, should we do that 50th wedding?
Yes, okay, let's do it.
So I'm doing the same thing as I did earlier. I'm using one of the deckled nesting sets from earlier to create my card base. So I've cut it twice from white cardstock, put a score line on the back one and put some red line tape on so that I can create my own big cards for these big numbers. So just make sure they're lined up. And then I've used those same nesting circles, nesting dies, to cut a nice circle. I've used, this is Sizzix Opulent card. This one's like a pearly finish, because I'm going all out gold for this one, because this is a golden anniversary. We're going gold. We're really going for the gold. So I'm going to pop that on as my sort of backdrop. And really, because I wanted to go all gold, I'm just mixing up my gold. So I've got, this is like a pearly finish. I've got like a mirror, and then I've got glitter. So I'm just mixing up the gold finishes. And I've even embossed the sentiment with gold embossing powder.
Ah, fab.
So I'm really going for it. So that's going to be my backdrop. And then let's grab my 50, my numbers. So in the 50 set, you've obviously got your TH as well and the shadow.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use them on this one. So we've got the 50 and the shadow for that. And then we've got the TH and a shadow for those as well, which is really nice. So let's grab, I've got some glitter and some mirror cards. So we'll do the glitter for the background, so the shadow as such. And what I'm going to do is snip around this, pop that on my plates. And then while I'm at it, I'll do the shadow for the TH as well. So we'll just pop that on a smaller scrap and run those through. That's going to give me my shadows. This is great for using up all your sort of scraps of glitter card and stuff. So that's going to be my background. So I like it when you get a shadow.
Me too.
'Cause it does make the numbers stand out. Particularly if you're putting the numbers, say, on like a patterned cardstock or something, it helps separate them. There we go. So that's my 50 shadow. Now we've got the actual numbers. So these I'm going to do from a nice shiny mirror card.
Okay.
So there's my 50.
Somebody's just asked about the size of the big dies, which I know we mentioned a bit earlier in the show, didn't we? Because we gave them a quick measure, but I can't remember. Can you?
They do vary slightly actually from the different numbers, but they're about 4 inches. This 50 is about 3.5 high, and this one's 5 wide, whereas some of them are a bit narrower. I think the 60 we worked out was just over 3 high and just over 4, about 4.5.
Yes.
So they kind of vary, but roughly around
Vary
about
a little
4
bit,
by
but roughly
4-ish.
Brilliant.
So good size, really
Yeah,
good
they are.
size. Proper statement size.
Without a doubt.
So I'll run these through on the mirror card. And this is going to give me a lovely, lovely shine.
Yes.
So that's all my die cutting done. The font on this is lovely. It's quite kind of classic.
Yeah.
So I've got my 50.
That's the thing, you're never going to kind of have that sort of fun going out of fashion, are you? Which is
No.
like, because you know sometimes if you do something that's overly fancy, let's say, you might use it 1 or 2 times and then be like, oh, that's not really, it's not kind of aged with the times. You want something you're going to be able to use forever, don't you?
You really do. The other thing is it's great to have all the ordinals, because I know I've got lots of other number sets that don't have that, so you know, you can mix and match them in.
Yeah, especially because they're all matching. That does mean you could do like that lady was mentioning the 65th, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks nice.
So I've got the 50, and it looks lovely with the mirror over the glitter. Then I've stamped the sentiment, because in this set you've got your birthdays covered, but then because 50 is your golden anniversary, you've got that as well. And I've stamped it with that same banner that you get in all of them. Yeah. But I've embossed it with gold embossing powder. Because if I'd have stamped it in black, it would have just looked a bit plain.
Yeah, especially with all the gold.
With all that gold. So I've gone for it with the gold. So, and I think for all of these elements, we're going to use foam pads.
Yes.
Because you really want this to stand out.
You do.
This is a bold card. So we'll pop the sentiment along the bottom, like so. And then we'll pop the shadows on first of all, and I'm going to do those with foam pads as well, for a bit of height. And then we'll glue again, because I want that little bit of wiggle room, because I want the numbers lined up perfectly. Yeah. So I'm going to give myself the wiggle room by using a wet glue for those. So there's our 50, the shadow. So let's make sure my card's straight. Pop that right in the centre there. And then this is the shadow for my the. So we'll pop that just in the corner there. Now for the TH, I would recommend using a pair of tweezers, because they're quite little. Yeah. So just use a pair of tweezers to hold them. And then a few dots of wet glue. And then we'll pop the T on there, like so. Then the H. Just a couple of dots. And then that gives me the wiggle room in case I'm not straight, but perfect. And then the 50. Brilliant. Again, I'm going to use a wet glue. Yeah. So that I can wiggle it about. And I'm going quite heavy, because don't forget I'm sticking onto glitter here. So I need it to have a good grab, because glitter's not totally flat, is it? So I've probably put a little bit more glue on than I would if it was normal card. And then there's my lovely. 50. So that is that's a proper statement card, isn't it?
Just, yeah, you're not going to miss that, are you? It's lovely. So obviously we've seen that. We've seen the 60th card that you can see there that obviously has been made. The 18th card as well. So the 2 samples, of course, are just there with those, which is absolutely brilliant. So much you can actually do with these. Now, do remember, if you want any of them individually, they're £14.99. There's the 2 smaller bundles where you are getting the 18th to the 50th, and the other bundle is the 60th to the 100th. They have got discounts on, but the most popular way to buy this is the whole bundle that we can see here, which is where you're getting a £55 saving. So it's basically 3.5 of the stamp sets completely for free, and it's the fact that it's on a 3-way split pay as well, so £31.63 a month if you want to buy it that way. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Thank you.
Lovely as always. Last show of the day for you today, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Right. We will let you go home early. Normally you're here till 9, so there you go.
I'm back again tomorrow.
Are you? Okay,
yes.
You are. Fabulous. Well, you'll see Sharon tomorrow, so you won't miss her for too long. But I'll be back in a moment with Gwen, where we have got a brand new launch that I'm super excited to be able to show you. So don't go anywhere. Creative Expressions up next. And for everyone with this in their basket, check it out while you can.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Join Carnation on Friday and escape into your own world of homegrown delights. For anyone that loves to enjoy the beauty of plants and likes to dabble in a spot of gardening, to those that hone the mighty skill of growing their own fresh produce. The Botanical Bliss collection features a show-stopping greenhouse with the option of creating volume to build a beautiful sanctuary for as many plants as you can dream of. Along with some fun-filled characters, this collection can be used to make beautiful, wholesome cards for children and adults alike. Don't miss this brand new launch from Carnation Crafts.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobbymaker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobbymaker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing. And I'm really, really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobbymaker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those three things during the time that my show's are live, I'm winning.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hello, 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 rightio. So we've got a massive show here. We've got our brand new launch, we've got a starter deal, we've got loads of other bits that are coming in as well. So what we will do is we'll put it all straight onto pre-order for you because I know that it's nice if you can kind of jump in ahead and kind of shop ahead on any of these bits that you want as well. I love your dress, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Really nice.
Thank you
yeah,
so much.
thank you. We're going to do a kind of opening deal, though, aren't we?
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a really special deal for you, a real treat.
Anytime that you do something like this, it like sells out so quickly. This is really exciting. So
Yes.
we've got 4, haven't we, actual sets of these
I know.
as well.
I didn't realise they were going to be quite this full of a deal, but it's brilliant. I love it.
So these are your ATC
So, yes.
holders that we've got here.
So we've got some MDF for
Yeah.
you. And we've got these ATC holders. We've got a set with 3 squares and a set with 3 circles.
Yes,
They
brilliant.
actually do stand up, so you
Yeah,
can
you
make
can
it
do that,
as...
can't you?
I've got one here that's been decorated with the collection that we're
Looks
bringing in
brilliant,
today.
doesn't it, like that?
So it can be a home decor piece.
Yeah.
But actually, these pop out.
Oh, so you can
And
swap them
so
in
you
and
can move
out.
them around, or you could put a photograph in
course
one
you could,
section, or
yes.
whatever you want to display.
Yeah,
so they're
yeah.
really cool.
I mean, most people are going to know kind of what an ATC stands for, but for
Yes.
anybody who's kind of sitting here, they're new to crafting and they're thinking, ATC holder, what do you mean by that?
Well, an ATC, this is actually confusing because these are not, ATCs are a very specific size. I think, are they 3 by 4 inches, something like that? I can never remember. Which obviously these aren't, these are square and circles, but it's that principle of you've got a little piece of art that you can swap with people.
Yeah.
So the idea being that you would send half a dozen off in the post and you'd get half a dozen back
really
from
nice,
different
isn't it?
people, so
Yeah.
you can share your styles and share your artwork.
Yeah.
So that's where the ATC bit comes from.
Yes, yeah.
But basically these are little interchangeable pieces of art that you're going to make for your own amusement.
And nice little gifts, I have to
yes,
say as well,
absolutely.
because once they're actually displayed like this, to actually gift that to somebody, I think is just brilliant.
Yeah, so either finished or unfinished.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is the circular one, so obviously you get your 3 discs.
Yeah.
And then you've got the square one here that I've decorated with
Yep.
3 squares.
And
they
you're going to get
each
2
come with a stand.
of each, aren't you?
2 of each, so 4 sets in total,
Yeah.
which is incredible. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
they come in their
the
little stands as well.
price,
So,
well-
and the quality of them as well, you can feel that
yes,
kind of thickness
it's
of the
really
MDF
nice
that they've
MDF
got.
and it's really nicely finished. It's very smooth, it's not rough at all.
Now, already at £12, that sounds to me like a brilliant price.
I think
because,
it is.
yeah, you're getting 4 packs all together. They come obviously like this. So you've got 2 of the circles, you've got 2 of the squares, and then you can see that once you kind of put them together, you can create something like Gwen has just showed you. But £12 isn't your price. Now, we do only have what we have. So it is very much a first come, first serve kind of deal. Once they've gone, they've gone. Should we get that price straight down for you? Because today we are going to give you these at a buy one, get one free, okay?
Wow.
So £6, that is £1.50 each.
one.
I mean, there is no way, if you were making to sell, for example, with
Yeah,
this, that you're going to be
yeah.
selling that for like £1.50.
No, no. And the other thing about these is as well, if you wish, you can actually have them vertically as well.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, of
obviously
course
turn
you could.
your pieces round.
Yeah,
The stand doesn't work vertically, but you could put that on the wall.
Yeah, of course.
So they're quite versatile and they're just beautiful for displaying
Aren't they?
little pieces of artwork.
Yeah, I was thinking of tangling as well, because obviously a lot of
Yeah.
people kind of like to tangle onto smaller areas like that.
Absolutely, for your tiles, these would be great, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, definitely.
And I have brought for you in the show as well our black and white gesso.
Yes, yeah.
Because the thing about MDF is it's like a sponge and it
It
just
is,
will
isn't it?
soak up any sort of paint or ink you put onto it.
Yeah.
If you prime it first with the gesso, it'll seal the surface and give it a key for any other product you then want to put on top
Okay.
of it. So this literally has had 1 coat of the black gesso.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolutely fantastic coverage. It's beautifully fluid.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
just
yeah.
apply it with a brush, slap
Okay.
it on, and it will dry. So I've brought you black
Fabulous.
and white.
Yep,
The
we've got them
white,
available as well.
I've got here some pieces done with the white, just so you can see.
Looks nice,
Again,
doesn't it?
1 coat coverage.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic gesso. I love this particular
Really
gesso.
nice.
Some gessos are quite thick.
Yes.
And glutinous and actually quite chalky. This is very smooth,
That's
but it
super,
is still a
isn't it?
true
Yeah.
gesso.
But they're big pots as well, aren't they?
Massive.
150 ml. You're not
Massive,
going to
yeah.
be using much
Yeah.
of that. So £5.75 there for the white. So you've just seen kind of those finished pieces. The black is on this. So we have got the black available as well that we'll just make live for you. And you said 1 coat. I mean, that's
1
like
coat.
jet black with
Yeah,
1
it is.
coat.
1
isn't
coat,
it?
jet black, absolutely brilliant. I was fully expecting to give it 2.
Yeah.
But no, 1 coat, and it's a
Really
lovely,
lovely,
a proper,
isn't it?
what a proper black. That sounds mad, but you know what I mean. A proper black.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
true
no, but I
black.
know what you mean. They're not always, are they? So £5.75 if you want to get that as well. But of course, that deal is half price today for you to be able to get your ATC holders. You got your coin holder that you can see there and your square holder, but you are going to get 2 of each of them. They should be £12. Instead, they are £6 today. So we can drop that price for you. Not going to be £12. It is going to be a £6 deal. And we've got a lovely message just there as well from Leslie saying, "Hi girls, these would be perfect." What I said for drawing
There you
Santangel
go.
tiles on. Exactly what I thought, Leslie. Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie.
Yeah.
Hello, Leslie.
Thanks for getting in touch as well. Well done for having managed to get some of those. Loads of you coming through. If there's any left at the end of the show, we'll give you a recap on them, but I think they will have probably have gone by then, to be honest with you. Now let's talk about the new collection,
Let's.
shall we? All of these, as ever, are available individually. So if you see something that you either want in an extra of, like the paper pad, or you kind of wanting to get just 1s or 2s, you can do that. Jump on the web, they're there. But as always as well, the best deal is always to get it all. So,
Absolutely.
It's an absolutely beautiful collection. I feel like it's very different
It
to
is
something
very
I've seen before.
different,
And the finished samples are just incredible.
Stunning. So this is from our lovely Sam Poole, who's one of our in-house designers.
Yes.
And she loves all things vintage. What I absolutely love about this collection is that she's gone quite masculine.
Yeah.
Men's cards are notoriously difficult to create.
It's true.
The topics are hard to find, especially something that's not kind of
sport
or fishing or football. Or, it's just beautiful.
It is, isn't
It's very Victorian, discovery, scientific, all about the stars, the planets, etc.
Absolutely.
And it's really gorgeous, and it really lends itself to lots of different styles.
Definitely.
So if you're into card making, it will suit. If you like journaling, it will suit. If you like mixed media, it's going to suit.
Definitely.
It's just really versatile, and I have absolutely adored playing with this collection.
I bet, and I can't wait to show all the samples. We've got a lot, and they're gorgeous, aren't they? So I will just show you exactly what you're getting in this. So this is the sort of biggest stamp set, let's say, because this is the astrologist that we've got. You've got 17 stamps within this. If I just spin this over, you can really get an idea of those that you can see. Absolutely love it. I mean, something like that is spectacular just on its own, but then you can build up scenes if you want to.
Yes. So if you're somebody that likes to maybe spot the night sky, I used to as a kid, we used to have books called I Spy the Night Sky, and we used to go and try and find the different stars, I think Orion and Great Bear and all that.
That's brilliant.
And the planets and the moon and all that sort of thing. So this kind of reflects the discovery of all of that and people beginning to look into what was happening up in space.
Yeah.
So these instruments are historic, they are, you know, vintage. You've got your Victorian gentleman there, deep in thought.
One of the best quotes, I have to say there as well, from Albert Einstein. Logic will get you from A to B, imagination will take you everywhere.
Absolutely,
and I think that's so true. It's a lovely quote, isn't it?
So you've got fantastic quotes, you've got brilliant text, you've got some fantastic little stamps that we would call fillers. For creating your backgrounds, and then you've got some amazing focal points as well. So you've everything you need in this collection to be really creative and create some fantastic pieces.
It's fabulous, isn't it? So that's the first stamp set. Then we have got your Cosmo tickets that you can see. So you've got 7 stamps within this as well. And I mean, again, like you said, for journaling or for thinking about travel or anything like that, I think, you know, you could do such brilliant things with this. And then when you spin them around, you can see the size of those stamps.
Absolutely. And tickets are always popular.
They are.
You can tuck them into pockets. You can add details of journaling onto them, or notes from a journey you've had, or a day out you've had, something like that. You can add the details. So you're getting a real variety here, and I love the one with the planet on it. That's just gorgeous.
I do, yeah. And then Stay Curious.
You've got the tiny ones, yes, with the
Wonder Journey Voyage there. Be amazed as well, which we should always remember, shouldn't we, to be amazed?
Absolutely.
Right. I can always remember when I was in Thailand, and there was this sort of like board that was there, and we were scuba diving and things like that, and it was like, for those people who don't scuba dive, you only see like this tiny portion of the world, and it was sort of very much about keeping those eyes open and being open to opportunities, and that's sort of what this is reminding me of, this collection, is that magic of travel.
Outside of your normal atmosphere, if you like.
Yep,
literally,
definitely.
You're looking up at space.
Ink splatters as well.
I love ink splatters.
Yeah, this would work with anything, I think, in terms of your collections, to be honest.
Would. You've got that lovely scratchy corner here, which is great. Then you've got some fantastic scrolly text. Scrolly text is always good. I love the fact that it's got splats on there as well.
Same.
Then you've got some, I think they're the names of the planets and some sort of degrees of measurement. I'm not quite sure what they are, but and then you've got splats, and I just love splats.
Yeah, I do as well. So that's one. Then you've got then 3 of your rubber stamps as well, haven't you? That we've got here.
So these are A6 background stamps, big stamps with beautiful all over focal images.
Yeah.
You can again snip into these, chop them up. You don't always have to use them exactly as they are. And I love the fact that we've made these in red rubber. Red rubber is the best, in my opinion, and lots of other stampers who've been at it a long time. This is the best.
Why would we sort of see both? Like, in terms of, is there a reason for that? Or?
Yeah, because it's easier to get more detail on an acrylic stamp for smaller stamps.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Yes,
okay.
and then the bigger stamps work better in the rubber.
Right, so this is where you'd get more detail in the really big stamps where you wanted it, but smaller. Yeah, so that makes sense why there's the mix across the collections. So there's that one. We've got a couple more of your rubber stamps. We've got your Mr. Foreteller that we can see here. I mean, you're just transported, aren't you?
Isn't he?
yeah.
know, probably off to
Top
his
hat.
club to discuss his findings of the day, or whatever it was they used to do. But I love that. I don't know if it's a sundial or a compass, but
sundial, I think.
some
You're right.
beautiful instrument. You can imagine that in polished brass with,
absolutely,
you know,
definitely.
ivory inlay and all of that. I know ivory's not PC anymore, but they did used to use it, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then you've got the lovely sort of graph in the background, measuring the angles, I guess, of what they're looking at up in the sky. I don't know, but it's all very fascinating.
Yes, it is. Yeah, a lot of things I'd like to learn. And then we've got your astrology table that you can see just here as well.
This is a logarithmic table.
Okay.
Now, this I do understand. I grew up using logarithms.
Did you?
It was the days before calculators.
Okay.
Yes, I know I'm old. So you used
Only as old as you feel, as that last
well,
said.
I could elaborate, but I won't. So you can use these to work out calculations. You could also use them to work out distances and that sort of thing. So very, very clever. I can't remember how to use them now, but I remember at the
We'll come back to you if you started.
They allow you to do calculations that you just couldn't do otherwise.
Okay.
So yeah, that's really fantastic.
Lovely as a background stamp.
Absolutely
I'm thinking,
gorgeous.
you know, something
or
like
to make
that.
a page in a journal. You know, if you want to do a scientific journal, that would be so fun.
Definitely. And then this paper pad that is also included, isn't it? We were all mesmerised by this. So it just fits perfectly with the stamp sets you're seeing, but I think a lot of people will want an extra, to be honest, of this as well.
Yeah, so you've got your logarithm table in there again, and then you've got some which are kind of just nice patterned backgrounds, but you've got some with planets and stars and things that relate to the stamps.
Yes.
But without being too overpowering. They're great for backgrounds, again for your journals, making pockets, making envelopes, making tags, all that sort of thing. This is just going to be an absolute treat to work with.
So there's 6 unique designs on this, and then you're getting 4 of each of them as well.
There's really
so
12, aren't there? Because
double
both
sides,
sides are
isn't it?
very
Yeah,
different.
very true,
So
actually.
12 designs.
Yeah, which is even better, because then you could use a couple of each, couldn't you, or anything like
4
that
of
if
each.
you wanted to. So really, really beautiful pad that you can see just there as well. So all of that included in I Want It All bundle that you've got. £71.93 would be your price if you went for them all individually, but of course we love to do a great little discount, of course, if you do want to go for all of it today. So instead of £71.93, we will bring the price in, and it's going to go to under £60 today, so £59.99. So a nice additional saving, of course, on that. Plus it's available on split pay for you to be able to get this. So you can actually take all of that home for £30. And, you know, if we just, before we kind of come to a demo, if we just show just a few additional samples, because they're so fabulous. And I love there that they've kind of got that beautiful kind of finish and seam, but they've made sure they get that nice quote that I liked at the top as well.
I love that tripod. I'm guessing it's something you would perhaps stand your telescope on.
Yeah, probably would be, yeah.
And you know, have a look at the night sky.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can be whatever you want. Here we've got, that's come from one of the papers, and it looks like the moon, I would say.
Yeah.
That's been cut out and used as a focal
Clever
point.
as well by Angie, isn't it? Where she's kind of decoupaged there, and then she's kind of got the tickets.
Absolutely gorgeous. And can I just show in this one as well, because there's a great use of the tickets in here.
Yeah.
So we've got some on the front, and then inside we've got this fabulous little pocket. And this is one of the things you can do with these ticket stamps. So you can create a long string of tickets.
Oh, I love that.
Now you could perforate this line in between, and you could add on to those promises.
Yeah,
you know,
you write little things of what you're going to do. And,
I'll babysit for you. I'll do your garden for you. I'll mind the kids for you. I'll take you out to dinner. Yes, please.
Great.
So really fun you can have with those. And thank you to the ladies on our DT because
really
they've made some beautiful samples.
And then this one done very differently because it's very bright from Diane as well.
Diane always likes to go outside the box with these bright colours, and they work so
and
well.
she has done something really, really lovely, of course, with that one that we can see there as well. And you can see with that image how you can use it on so many sort of different sizes, different designs. Just there you've got your little kind of postcard that's been created. You might want to do, you know, bits like that. You might want to do tags. You know, it's completely up to you kind of what you want to create with this collection.
There's so much variety.
This as well with the paper, gorgeous envelope, of course, that's been created there. And then you open that up and it's got bits like that, your little postcards that you can then write on the back of. So, so many good ideas. Should we have a look at your first demo?
Shall we?
Yeah.
So I'm going to get very inky. I've got lots of inky products.
Okay, we love that.
Surprise, surprise. I've got lots of lovely inky products for you.
Okay.
I'll chat a little bit about them as I go, but
Yeah,
hopefully
lovely.
we'll be able to come back and spend a bit more time.
Yeah.
So I've got some airless misters, and that's what. Oh, let me show you what we're going to do. That would help, wouldn't it? So this is sort of where I'm headed.
Okay.
Now, the nature
That's
of what
nice.
I'm doing means this is a bit random. It won't look exactly like that, but
Okay.
that's all part of the fun as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to start by inking a piece of card, and I'm going to use a stamping block
Yeah.
as a print, if you like. You could do this straight onto your card, but you get a different effect. So I'm going to start with this one as one of our airless misters, and these are fab because they have no tube,
Yeah.
so they never clog and stop working.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
So I'm just going to add a little bit of this night sky, which is quite a dark colour, and then I'm going to add some water to that, just a quick mist.
Okay.
And I'm going to use this now like a printing block. So I'm going to turn that over, and you'll see this now spread
Oh, wow.
under that. Look at that.
I didn't
It's
expect that.
so exciting. That's a real ink blot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so exciting. You never know exactly what you're going to get, but that's cool. I like that.
Brilliant.
Let me just get rid of that. And then you can lift that up, and you'll get a variety of little dots, and you'll get this ink flow here.
Yeah,
It's good.
lovely.
Now, I would love to leave that to dry naturally
Yeah.
because you get the better result. It's not always possible, but I also, while I'm doing this, I want to do a second piece, which I'm going to use on my second card.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take what's left on there, and I'm just going to add that to a second piece.
Yep.
So there's no waste,
Fab.
or very little. And I'll just pop that aside so I can work on that later.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take off that night sky, and I'm now going to bring in some of the shimmer shaker. So I've got these little shimmer shakers. These are fantastic. They're a mica powder with a pigment and a dye content as well.
Brilliant.
They're quite intense, and I want to add some splatters with this. So onto my plate, I'm going to add a sprinkle of the powder.
Yep.
I'm going to mist that with water, and then I'm going to get my fan brush and work that into a lovely runny liquid.
Okay.
And then I can just
Oh, right, just have that on, yeah.
add that on. There's several ways of doing this. It will give you a different result. If you leave that to dry and then put your gold or whatever colour you want on, you'll get more distinct speckles. I think you can see here, because this is still wet, it's actually creating these sort of little starbursts, like little nebula that you get in the sky.
Okay.
So that's part of the background. I could, if I wanted to, use this also to print. Ooh, could end up with something that looks like a comet here. It's quite watery, so it's, look at that, that's quite cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can play around with that to your heart's content until you get something that you're happy with, and then just let it dry. You can always add your splats afterwards, as I say. We'll just leave that to one side. Just mop up these bits or I'll be wearing them. Right, and then I've got here one which I've allowed to dry.
Fab.
So you can see it's got lots of movement, it's got little, leave a little bit of white space, that's always nice.
Okay.
You've also got the gold
Yeah, you can see that
shimmer.
shining
Can you
through.
see that lovely shimmer, how it's now settled into
It's like the
that?
night sky, isn't it?
It is. That was what I was sort of going for. I think not too bad. All right, so now that's my background, and now I want to stamp on that. So I've got one of the big background stamps, and this one's got the gentleman in the top hat.
Perfect.
Let me just get these out. And I'm using a big stamping block. So this is the stamp I want.
Okay.
So these stamps come on a cling mount, and they just cling to an acrylic block or your stamping platform, whichever you prefer to use.
Yeah.
So use your anti-static bag onto this. I'm going to use black embossing powder, and I've brought you some basic embossing powders today as well.
Yeah.
So we're using a black detail. I'm going to ink my stamp with a black ink.
Okay.
It wouldn't really matter if I stamped it with a clear ink, such as a Versamark or a Perfect Medium or another embossing ink, because it's the powder that gives you the finished colour.
Absolutely. As you're kind of stamping on that, though, you're really getting to sort of see what's on this stamp,
Absolutely.
aren't you, as well?
And give it lots of taps,
Yeah.
and not too much pressing too hard. Just it's better to do lots and lots of tapping.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll get a better coverage and a more even coverage with your ink.
Perfect.
And then we can stamp this pretty central onto that tag.
Yeah.
all I did to get that tag shape literally was create a rectangle about the size I wanted and then slope the corners off.
Yes,
So
okay.
there's no measurements really required.
Lovely.
So give that a really firm press, allow that ink to transfer. And I'm using a Versafine Clair, which is an oil-based pigment ink. Because I'm going onto a water-based surface that I've just created, I wouldn't use a water ink because it would bleed. So you've got to use an opposite type of ink.
Oh, that looks brilliant, doesn't
So
it?
I could leave it like that, but I want it to give it a little bit of a gloss. Yeah. So we'll just chuck this on. And when you're using embossing powder, don't be stingy.
Right,
Throw it on, because the rest of this will all go back into the
into
jar. Yeah. Can I ask you to do that?
Yeah, of course I can.
Thank you so much. And then if I grab my heat gun, we can melt this and turn it into a beautiful black gloss. So where I've got a very solid area here, I'm going to heat that from the back because it will give me a much smoother finish.
Okay.
Where the lines are fine, it doesn't matter so much, I can go from the front. But wherever you have solid powder, it's better to heat from the back because it kind of heats it from inside.
Yes.
Rather than creating a crust on top.
Yeah.
And you'll find if you do it from the top, you'll end up with like an orange peely finish.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Whereas if you do it from the back, it'll end up much smoother.
Okay.
So it's starting to turn now. I don't know if we can get a close-up on that. And it's going to a beautiful gloss black. Now you do have to be careful that you don't overheat it. So once it's changed to that beautiful gloss, just move your heat gun along to another section. Now I'm going to turn it round because it's starting to get towards my fingers, which is not fun.
Yeah, don't use to burn yourself.
Not fun at all. I'm trying to keep the heat gun relatively still. Wafting it too much just takes the heat away, and and if you hold it too close, you can actually cause it to melt right into the card.
Okay.
So it is a bit of a balancing act, but you'll just have to get used to it. You practice till you know what's needed.
Yeah.
It's a lovely technique, embossing. I absolutely adore doing
I still think when you see the transformation and sort of warming up, I'm always like, oh, it never kind of goes, does it? That amazement.
It's gorgeous. So there we are, and now we've got that beautiful black gloss, which is going to act as a resist. So if I want to do some more inking over the top of that now, it would resist that black embossed line. So there we are. That's our basic tag.
Yep.
So let's move on. So I want to do some painting onto this now to bring it alive. And I'm going to use a few different products. I'm going to be using one of the shimmer shakers. I'm also going to be using another one of the misters. This one's called Maya Blue.
Yep.
So these are a water-based dye ink, and they are superb for spritzing onto a background straight onto the cardstock. You can also spritz them through a stencil. You can actually stamp with them as well. If you put some down on your mat and tap your stamp into it and then stamp, you'll always get a slightly blotchy image when you do that, but it's quite a nice technique. And you can paint with them. So I've just sprayed a little bit of that into my palette, and now I'm going on top. It's a beautiful colour. This one's called Maya Blue, and I'm going straight over the top of that night sky that I'd already painted in with.
Wow.
And
This
you can see, sorry.
In set 2, I mean, they're all there on the web. We'll go over them in a minute, but just to let people know if they want to get, this specific colour, it's in set 2.
So although it's got that grey undertone, it's not preventing the blue from holding its own.
Isn't it?
It's not as bright as it would have been if I'd gone directly onto white with it, but it's certainly going to hold its own. Now when I get to the bottom here, I just want to fade that out a little bit. So I'm just going to use some water and just little circles and just let that fade away. Okay, so I'll just finish doing his jacket.
Bless me.
And then,
I don't know why my hay fever's been playing up now. We're basically in autumn. It's like the last 3 days I've been like, what?
Yeah, it's not always to do with
Makes
the
no
heat,
sense,
is it? It's just the season.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'll just put a little bit more down there. And you can let this dry, and then you can go back with these products and add shade. You don't need to do anything fancy. Just let it dry, and then when it's dry, you go back in.
Yeah.
And actually, it's really great because on these stamps, you've got these little lines which help you, to know where to put that shade. I mean, you can put your own spin on it, but it does help you just have an idea. So you can see that there's light and dark going on there already.
Really nice.
And then with his face, now his face is grey, which is not a good look. You know, he looks like he needs to see a doctor, doesn't he? So I'm going to bring in a little bit of the tea stain.
Okay.
Now, these are the botanical stains from Sampool.
Yeah, these are fab, aren't
Now, these are, again, dye-based, water-based products, but these ones are made to mimic natural plant extracts.
Oh, okay, nice.
So I'm just going to get a little tiny bit of this one, which is the Poppy Parade. It's a really, really strong red. Now, I don't want him to have a red face because that would equally look like he needed a medic. So I'm going to mix this with some of the tea dye, and then I'm going to use a lot of water to tone it down.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I can just put a little bit of a blush on top of this grey. So although it's still grey, it just gives a hint of pink.
It does, doesn't it? It's
so it
really
doesn't
nice.
look quite so sick. And then the tea dye I can use to do his hair.
Yeah.
So it's all quite subtle because it's all got that grey undertone, but it's about adding light and shade into what you're painting.
Yes.
Now for his ruff here on his coat, I'm going to bring in another shimmer shaker. This one is Dusky Mink.
Lovely.
This is one of my favourites.
Is it?
It's just a gorgeous minky colour. Now these again, I'm going to show you more with these later on, but you can use them as a paint, and you can use them to sprinkle on and then spritz to get a firework kind of effect. So lots of ways to use these. Talk about them, as I say, a little bit more.
Yeah.
And this, I just want to add this to his fur collar on his beautiful coat. So you can see what I mean about the embossing resisting what I'm painting, because
it's
it
getting
just
in the right spaces, isn't
it just flirts off. So that's done. And then the last thing I want to do is the rim on this beautiful sundial, or whatever it is we decided it was.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like a sundial, doesn't it?
I don't know, it's more of a compass, is it? I don't know.
compass.
It's scientific anyway.
Either
It's
or,
one of
whatever
them.
people want.
It's one of them. Right, so just a little bit of water creates a beautiful paint, and then I can turn this from that dull grey into a beautiful silver. Well, it's more like this one's actually called gunmetal. So, and that's what it's like. It's like a dark gunmetal. It's really beautiful.
Yeah.
Now these might stick to the embossing because they've got that mica in them. So don't worry, just paint over it, and then you can just wipe it off afterwards to reveal. Or you might like to leave it looking slightly distressed.
Exactly.
Like,
Depends what you want, doesn't it?
Yeah, you could equally do this with the gold to create a brass effect, because I think probably more of these were brass than they were silver, but anyway. And then I'm just going to go into the centre where we've got all these lovely, and I don't need to worry about it, I just slap it on. And then if there is excess, I can just scoop it up with my brush to reveal those points again. So that's really easy, nothing complicated there, anybody can do that. And that's basically our tag. I've also inked a little bit around the edge with some black soot distress. So using one of these, and I've just gone in and edged. So where this was white, I've been able to give it more of a grey.
Yeah.
Just leaving it white was a bit stark.
Yes. Just finished it off, doesn't
So
it, really?
it just edges it and just gives it a bit more of a framework. Okay, so now. This is to create the background. So I've got one of the pieces of paper.
It's lovely.
Gosh, I always end up surrounded by so much stuff. Let's clear up. Right. So this is one of the papers, and this is from the back of it.
Okay.
So this was where I cut to make it fit the size I wanted. And I'm going to use that for my backdrop and that as a contrast. So that was the same piece of paper, but I want to stamp on this. So I'm going to bring in some of the stamps. Let's grab all these sets. And we'll start with this fantastic tripod here. So I just pop my stamp face down and pick it up on a block. And then I'm just going to stamp this with a black ink straight onto my piece of paper.
Okay.
Lots of tapping, remember, rather than lots of heavy pressing. We don't want that. It clogs up the stamp and then it prevents you from having a clean image. So that's going down on the bottom corner. Basically, you can do what you want.
Yeah, of course
Make
you
up
can.
your
That's
own
what's nice though,
background.
isn't it?
Yeah, just have a play.
And especially the choice of stamps that you've actually got.
That's
There's so
right.
many.
There's so many to choose from. It's fabulous. Now then, I'm going to go with this lovely script.
Yeah, that's
I do
a
like a
isn't
nice
it?
script. And let's grab this. And again, lots of tapping. And with something like this, it doesn't even matter if your stamp image isn't perfect because it's kind of
exactly.
random.
And I think as well, because that's a bit like how the paper pad is,
Yes.
it sort of works with that, doesn't it?
It's nice to have that little bit of distress effect in there.
Yeah.
So that's going in full, and then let me grab a piece of paper. I don't want to stamp on my mat, so protect it. I'm going to stamp a little bit of this text over here.
Yeah.
And we can even pop a second generation and have a little bit down there. As I say, you can just play.
Yeah.
It's up to you. And then I've got to use these splats. I'm sorry, but I just love these splats.
Yeah, I do. And I just feel
You've got-
like they're good for this collection, but for any collection.
Yeah.
you'd use
Oh,
these, wouldn't
absolutely. You can use these with anything. I mean, you've got 4 different ones there, so you can really change them up
you?
a bit.
Yeah.
So again, just wherever you fancy. I just love the effect these give. And it's not something you can achieve by hand.
No.
Even when I was doing the splattering with the gold
You'd
before.
never get a perfect splat, would you?
No, not unless I was on my face.
Imagine that. We'd be like, oh dear, that's not good, is it?
When splat. You don't even have to use the whole thing,
No,
just a
nice
little
as
bit
well,
of
like
it
that,
on one edge.
And that would look
there.
so different in different colours as well. You know, if you wanted
Exactly.
to really brightly kind
I'll
of
show you
colour
on the
something,
next
so-
card.
Yeah.
So that's basically my background.
Fab.
And again, I've already pre-inked around the edge with the black soot distress with the applicator because it does take a few minutes. So I've already done that. I'm sure it's something you've seen before. So let's have a look now at our card. So I'm going to use our fabulous Cosmic Shimmer Dries Clear Glue.
Lovely.
It does what it says on the bottle. It dries clear. It's a fabulous glue. It has slight flexibility when it's dry.
Okay.
I don't like a glue which, when it's dried, leaves everything very rigid.
Yes, that makes sense.
And you know, things buckle and move, and yeah, it's not attractive.
No.
So I prefer this glue. Is wonderful. I use it for everything. I just love it, and it's quite strong as well.
Yeah.
All right, so I just like to glue across the corners, save it getting any ripples and bubbles. Okay, and then my tag, what have I done with it? I'll put it over here to dry.
Yeah.
So on my original one, I did actually put a stud in the top.
Yes.
You can use any sort of embellishment you've got. You might like to put some fibres or some ribbon or a button.
Yeah.
You might have something that really suits this theme. I just found one that looked like a sort of industrial
Yeah, it looks nice.
metal steel rivet sort of thing, really fab. So just pop that onto the card at a jaunty angle.
Just works so well.
Or you could lift that on foam pads, which is what I did on the original if you
Yeah.
prefer. Oh, I forgot to put my border on. Oh, rubbish. There we go.
Yeah, squeeze that.
That's going under there.
Yeah.
Just to add a little bit of relief
lovely.
from that solid background.
Yeah.
So there you are.
It's gorgeous.
And there's
isn't
the
it?
original
It's fab.
one with
Perfect.
that stud.
Wow, really, really lovely. And you can just see how you can really use all of these bits, of course, together as well, which is so great. Now, I'm just going to get the individuals available for you that are in this big bundle, because here is the paper pad, which we've just seen, of course, Gwen using. Now, you are getting, of course, double sides here. So it's almost like we were saying, you know, it's 6 unique designs, but it's 12 different sides. So it's like 12 different designs, 4 sheets of each of those as well, for that brilliant price tag of £11.99. Very different to anything else that I've seen. Now, we also have that gorgeous large stamp set that Gwen's just used, you know, portions from as well in that demo. So this is your astrologist stamp set that we've got here. So much within this. I mean, you've got 17 stamps. You've got your logic will get you from A to B. Imagine I take you everywhere from Albert Einstein. You've got all about what astrology is, the kind of definition of it. You've got scriptures, you've got the images as well. And of course, straight down on that price for you. Instead of $14.99, we're going to take it to £12.99 today for you to be able to get this individually. We've then also got the splat that we call it the splat. It's actually called your ink splatter, which is where you're getting that lovely stamp set that you can see there. You've got scriptures, you've got ink splatters as well, of course, it's included in this. Again, we'll do a little saving on that one for you as well if you want to get any of these individually. Another one that I think is absolutely brilliant is this one, which is your Cosmo tickets. We saw that super example earlier of how you could extend those tickets and really kind of give them the length that you want. You've got your voyage written on there. You've got lovely little notes like stay curious. You've also got your be amazed. So it's a really lovely little set there for £7.99. Then we've got your rubber stamp. So this is your astrology table. So if you want something to create like a big background, then that would be a fabulous one, of course, to be able to get that we can see there. Rubber stamp still going down to £7.99. Plus we've got that fabulous image of the Mr. Foreteller that we can see here, which has, you know, the compass or the sundial, whatever you kind of want to think of that, the 1827, all of that grid in the background, £7.99. And then finally, we've got Mr. Stargazer that we can see here, which just feels magical, doesn't it? It feels historical, timeless as well. Again, going down on that price point. But of course, they're all there individually, but the best way to get them is as part of the bundle where we do the biggest saving, of course. So you can see all of that laid out beautifully there, which works so, so well together. And it does mean that the bundle comes in at the most brilliant price if you want to go and get all of it, of course, where we have taken that down to £59.99, and it's available, of course, on split payment opportunities. Now, a few other bits that I want to mention as well, which Gwen has used, is the airless misters, okay? So here's your airless misters. We have got these in 2 different sets for you to be able to get these. So this is set 1 that I've got here. And I can show you just with these as well, the colours that they actually come out as. So there's your honeybee that you can see, it's that gorgeous yellow that we've seen used. You've got your pine green as well. And then on top of that, you've got your poppy parade, which we saw being used. And they're just fabulous, wasn't they?
They are.
Really great to use, I think.
Yeah, and as I say, they don't have a pipe in them, a tube in them. So they never, what happens is the bottom of the bottle moves up as you use the liquid. So it's always under vacuum.
You're not losing any of it as well.
Yes, you don't lose any of it. You can even spray these upside down.
Okay.
And they're still going to work.
And they'll still come out.
Yes.
Fab. We've got the second set as well. Now, that was the blue that you used, of course, on that card. That we saw
the Maya blue.
Really gorgeous, didn't we?
Yeah.
So these are the 3 colours that we've got in this set, which is your Maya blue, which is probably my favourite colour of all. You've also got your night reflection, and then you've got your blackberry bliss as part of this collection. So 2 different collections, all about which colours you would like to go for. The other thing we had was the Cosmic Shimmer Shakers. So if I come to set A for you first, then we've got these 3 that you can see that are, of course, available with these. We are going to take those down, so all 3 of them, to £9.99 for you to be able to get those fabulous colours. And I think it's the effect that you got once again when you used them that we saw, which was absolutely...
Yeah, they're really beautiful.
Really brilliant, wasn't it? And then a second set, so we'll come to set B as well, because it really depends in terms of the colours that you would like to go for, really, to be honest with you. We've got those 3 colours that we can see here, where we will, of course, be matching that price point for you. So they are there at £9.99. And the one other thing that we've got is your botanical stains. Now, the botanical stains, we'll come to set 1 first. I've not really seen, I don't think, the botanical stains before. No, I feel like that was maybe the first time.
Lovely. There's quite a lot of them. I've only got 6 for you today.
Yeah.
But they, as I say, they are designed to mimic natural dyes from plants and other natural products.
Yeah.
So your tea leaves is obviously going to mimic your tea leaves.
Yeah.
So if you like to tea dye paper, perfect colour, absolutely perfect. And then you've got things like sandalwood, which is a resin that comes out of a tree.
Yeah.
And that's got this beautiful orange colour. You've got lupin teal. Now, I never knew you could get a colour like that out of a lupin, but it's absolutely stunning.
And when you look at these, which you've done, the difference of the colours that have actually come out, so with that lupin teal, like you're saying.
And I've done these by dipping and dabbing off my craft mat, just to get that lovely speckled effect.
There's your sandalwood and your Italian plum, so
I
that's
love that.
That's it. I mean, they're lovely colours.
And they've got this fabulous dropper system.
Yeah, so it makes it very easy to actually
clean
use,
to
doesn't
use.
it?
Yes, if you have any left in a well of a palette, you can suck it back up, put it back in a bottle, so you don't waste it. Really good.
Yeah. Here's the other set that we've got as well, which is these colours that we can see. So that's your carrot top green that you can see. We've also got your tea leaves, very used. I think that one would be to kind of make everything a bit more vintage, and then blueberry as well. So all three of those there at £11.99. The other thing just to really quickly re-mention, because loads of these have gone, we have sold over half the stock of these that we kicked off the show with, of course. And that is the opportunity, of course, to be able to get your ATC holders. They're half price today. We've got 2 of your coin holders. We've got 2 of your squares as well, so 4 coming to you. The finished sample is absolutely gorgeous, because this is what you could create with them. We're actually down to the teens now, so we've got less than 20 chances now to be able to get that. So if you want them, you've got to be super, super quick. Now, back to the main collection, of course, because that is where you're getting your biggest saving, where you're getting all of those amazing stamp sets. You're getting the paper pad as well. It should be £71.93, but it's down to £59.99. Should we do a second demo?
Let's.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you this one this time. And you saw earlier, I started to create a bit of the background from my previous inking forays. I did a little bit more to that and created a background which had a few more splats on it, and then some of the gold as well. And you can see how the gold has just kind of settled into little patches. Really beautiful. And I did that by pressing off my acrylic block and using it as a printing tool, if you like. So that was my background. Now I said I would show you how to use the splat with the sprays. So what I chose to do was use one of the airless misters. Now I'm going to tone it down, because when I first did this, it was actually a little bit too strong.
Okay.
So I'm going to use. I'll stick with the night sky for this one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to spritz a little bit of that onto my mat, and all you need to do then is dabble your stamp in the ink, dabble it onto a clean patch just to get rid of any huge puddles, and then stamp.
Just put it on, okay. Yeah.
So, and you can just do this randomly wherever you want onto your panel.
Yeah.
Let's have a little bit coming off the edge. That's always a nice thing to do. Try not to be too sort of regimented when you do this type of thing. Try to go off the edge and keep it quite neutral.
And if you want that colour, it's in set 2, which we've got on the screen at the moment as well.
And then just clean off your stamp. You can rinse that under the tap. Because they're water-based, it will just come straight off.
Brilliant. Makes it nice and easy.
So, so I'm just going to dry that with my heat gun, because I want to be able to ink on top of that now.
Yes,
so just give that a quick dry.
Yeah, lovely.
And when your cardstock has had ink thrown at it like this and water and all that, it is going to start to bow. But don't worry, because it's quite malleable, and it stretches, the fibres in it stretch, so you can stretch them back. You can curl it back into shape. So don't worry. And sometimes just turning it over and heating it will make it go
kind of straightens
flat.
it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. So don't panic if that happens. It's really not the end of the world.
No, exactly.
And then you can, just give it a little bit of encouragement. Come on, love, you can do it.
Especially when you talk to it. I mean, it helps even more, right?
Right, so now I want to add some stain to this to give it a bit more colour. So I'm going to go to my tea dye, and I'm going to put some of this into my palette. Not too much, couple of squeezes from the pipette. And I'm going to use a foam applicator. I'm always working on a bit of paper just to save me having to keep cleaning up. But you can just wipe your mat up, it's not that big of a deal. Again, just pick up that botanical stain in the foam applicator, and then take a little bit of the excess off. You can see it's very, very wet. And then just blend it over the piece of paper. This is going to make it all toned down, slightly more vintage. Pick up a little bit more.
Nice.
And I can even pop in a little bit of a pink tone if I want to. You can mix these products right across them all, because they're all water-based.
Which then I suppose you can make any colours that you want.
Exactly.
Really,
they're all dye-based, so, there are no limits, really. Look, I've got a nice pinky tone.
Really nice.
I always think of planets as having that red. I don't know what, is it Saturn that's got the red rings?
Yeah. And then Mars, obviously, you think of as red, don't you?
That's right. So it's nice to have something that's remotely scientific. Fooled you then. Okay, again, I want to dry that before I can go any further. So let's skip that. And you can see I'm not being particular, you just
No,
slap,
exactly.
literally
Yeah,
slap
just
it on.
slap it on, yeah.
It's so forgiving,
Yeah.
honestly. And if you're not confident with colour and blending, it doesn't matter.
No, exactly.
So let's again dry a little bit from the back as well.
Yeah.
It's always better if you can leave things to dry naturally, but obviously under these circumstances that's slightly not possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's give that a bit more encouragement.
Like, there you go. Go on.
Come on, you can do it. Right. Okay, so let's do some stamping.
Okay.
All right, so I want to use this amazing thing.
Yeah, I
The
love
planetarium,
that.
I think they call them, don't
Yes,
they?
yeah,
Is that
yeah.
what they call them?
I went to the Space Centre actually not long ago down in
you?
Leicester. Yeah, it's really good, isn't it?
I don't know, I've never been, is it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I love stuff like that, but I do love science.
Yeah, honestly, I found it fascinating.
Yeah. It's so, like, alien, isn't it, to us, I guess?
Yeah. Dan's just said he got around like half of it in a day. I'm imagining he didn't go with a child. We literally ran around each floor. It was like zoom, 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 and it was only really the bottom floor we spent a lot of time in because it's very hands-on, you know, down there, which is, and obviously in the planetarium that was great as well, but not really wanting to read everything.
No. So I'm going to heat emboss this because I want to be able to paint these tiny little planets.
Super, yeah.
And so by heat embossing it, it's going to give me that little wall which will just contain the liquid when I come to paint them.
Just so people know as well, because I'm conscious of time, that we have got the embossing powders on the show. So we have got 3 colours that will come all together as well. So you've got your clear, your bright gold and your black as well. So if you would like all 3 of those, you can see the gorgeous colours that they can do. They're $11.99 for all of them. And they just finish off everything just perfectly, don't they?
Well, it's just a unique effect.
Yeah, definitely. I think it just kind of almost makes it pop
It
out.
does.
It
It really does. It really accents
shine.
the image and gives it a bit more oomph, like you
Yeah.
say. But I'm embossing this one because A, I want it to stand off from the background a bit more, and B, I want to be able to paint those little planets, and some of them are tiny. So trying to get a watercolour to stay put,
it's hard.
Having that little wall is an absolute boon.
And obviously, I'm looking at your finished sample. I'm seeing the difference of the black emboss to the gold emboss. And
Yes,
actually what it,
the contrast
what it brings, which
there
is lovely as well.
Sorry, I just...
No, I don't mind. You know I don't mind. That's fine.
Slave. All right, so just all you need is a little brush, and then you can paint these planets whatever colour you like. So I'll just do one.
Is that from the Airless Mister, that blue as well?
It was. I've got the colours now in my palette. I can just keep going to those.
The first set, yeah.
Yeah, and then the other things I've done, I've taken from this set, this fantastic planet,
Yeah, I love that one.
and
Yeah.
stamped that here. But I want to show you this slide mount because I think this is fabulous.
Yeah.
This is one of Sam's dies.
Okay.
She's done dies for us as well at Creative
Yep.
Expressions, and this, I absolutely adore this because it's like an old-fashioned slide mount. Some of you might not even know what that is.
Okay. Yeah.
Back in the day when you used to get a reel of film to put in your camera, and then you'd have them developed into slides, which were like a negative of the image.
Okay.
And they'd go into a little case, which this will make,
Yeah.
and then you'd look at it through a projector, and it would project it onto a
Really
screen.
cool, isn't it? A lot of people have actually gone back, to sort of that, haven't they?
Well, there are
Actually
people
buying
who,
things like that as well.
because the results are so good,
Yes.
there are people who still use that type of camera and that type of film.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get my die cutting machine
Okay,
out.
And we've got this available for you, so you can see it comes, of course, like this. Your vintage slides, you've got 2 dies that it comes with, and you're going to be able to, of course, see, obviously, Gwen using this brilliant price, I have to say, for the effect it creates as well at £12.50.
It really
You
is.
To be able to get this.
Oops. And yes, you can use it to pop photographs in.
Yeah, it'd be a really
if you
nice
like
idea, wouldn't it?
scrapbooking, it's just a fantastic embellishment
Yeah,
to a
yeah, yeah.
scrapbook page. You could create the films, because you get the little negative bit as well, which I'll show you in a sec. You could make a whole string of them, which is how they used to come. They used to come on a string.
Quite nice, like at either a baby shower or a wedding or an engagement party, whatever, to kind of
Yes.
string them up kind of along the walls, having put pictures in them as
Absolutely,
well, to decorate.
wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
That'd be great. So this is the inner bit of the film, and now you could do this on acetate, and then you could colour it with alcohol inks, and so like a brown
be a
vintage
nice
colour.
idea, wouldn't it?
So that would really look like the negatives that used to be created.
Yeah,
All
they've
right.
Put out perfectly, look.
So that's what you get. You'd also get this little panel, which is great for stamping something else on, like a little verse or something like that.
Yeah, keep going.
And then the little wallet, you simply fold that in half.
Okay.
And if you want to, you can pop that inside.
Yeah.
But you could have it sort of popping out, like it's just been put in there, or you could use it separately.
It's like a cinema kind of reel then, doesn't it?
Yeah, well,
People love
that's the
films,
kind
for
of
example,
effect,
then,
yeah. So I just need to press that down.
Okay.
And what I want to do is stamp on this to go inside there.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back to my stamp sets. How are we doing time? Oh my goodness.
About 5 minutes left.
Oh, where did that go?
It just disappears, doesn't it? We were saying that on the first hour as well. You're like, oh wow, that's time's
Wow. All right, so I'm going to stamp. I'm going to use my black ink pad because I'm going to use gold embossing powder. And as I said before, it doesn't matter what colour embossing powder you're using.
No, exactly.
So I'm going to stamp part of this onto that little tag. Let me just grab some paper.
Yep.
Use my inky bit, won't matter. All right, so this will fit really perfectly in that little window.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And then I've also stamped one of those little quotes on the front of the pocket as well.
Okay.
So you can see, although that's black ink, when I put the powder on, and then when I melt the powder,
yeah, it's not anymore.
it will stay gold. So, I might need my tweezers for this bit. It's a bit hot. So the gold powder is really quite deceptive because when you first put it on, it looks a bit dull and uninteresting.
Yeah.
But then when it melts, it becomes this beautiful metallic gold. It's
colour
really
comes in,
stunning. So I'm just going to go from underneath. Hopefully you'll be able to see it a bit better. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. You can see it transforming, can't you? Fab.
Eek. Hotness. Turn the gun away from your fingers if it's starting to hurt.
Yeah, please don't burn yourself properly.
Or get some tweezers.
Yeah.
I have got asbestos fingers. So you can see how effective that is. And then when we pop that into that little window, it's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then, like I say, I've stamped a verse, and then I've also stamped from the ticket set these three little ones, Wonder, Journey and Voyage, and I've cut them up separately.
Yeah, really nice.
And then, that's it really.
Finish, isn't it?
So I've got my background. I did a bit more stamping, put that on there, that in there, and I did the same thing with my tea dye to antique the slide mount. Yeah. And then just randomly pop these on.
Gorgeous.
So
and then you can see the finished sample
there
just there as well that looks absolutely beautiful. It really does. Because we've got something that really is very, very different to that first sample that we did as well. And absolutely magical and probably so different to anything else that you have created. So it's a really fabulous look. So just to remind you, that's the die set that, of course, we've just managed to create that kind of finished look that we can see just there with as well. So if you want that has been reduced down to a fabulous price of £12.50. There's one other die set that is available as well on the show, which is your shabby, your tattered tags, I should say there, that you've got here, which is a really, really lovely opportunity, of course, to be able to create your tags. You can see how many you're actually getting within that, and then you've got all of the other kind of little circles to kind of finish that off as well, and to be able to create these looks. That again is £12.50 for you to be able to get this. Now, the bundle is the most popular way to go for this, with you getting the extra saving. That includes, of course, the Mr. Stargazer. It also has your Mr. Forteller that we can see here. We've got your astrology table. We also have the opportunity for your Cosmo tickets that has multiple tickets that are there. We've got your ink splatter also. On top of that, there is the Astrologist, which is an absolutely massive stamp set that is completely jam-packed with big images and lovely phrases. And then it comes as well with that fabulous paper pad. Again, if you want any of them individually, you can do, but $59.99 is the price tag for all of it. Just want to squeeze in a few more of our samples as well, because we've got some gorgeous samples that we can see here. The way that you can use all of this together and really sort of build up these looks that we are seeing as well. That's from the Astrologist, created by Sam example, that one at the front. Lovely how you can create things like this as well, with all your tickets kind of placed into it. Beautiful there from Emma with the Dare to Dream, lovely bright kind of look that we've got as well. So, you know, so much. You know, do you want to create your envelopes? Do you want to create, you know, postcards? Are you thinking, well, actually, I'd like to do something like this that is decor? I mean, that's spectacular to pop that into.
It's upside down though.
Sorry, thank you. But to pop that into, you know, a bedroom or something like that.
Yeah,
somebody that loves it.
absolutely.
So there is so much that you can, of course, create from this, which is absolutely magical. Now you're back tomorrow.
I am back.
Yes, lovely.
At 3, I think.
Great. So we're able to look at more of this.
Yes,
collection
more
tomorrow?
of this.
Yeah,
And then
super.
at 5, I've got some 3D embossing folders and companion stencils.
Oh, lovely. Okie dokie. So do make sure that you tune in for those shows, of course, tomorrow. Make sure you're checking out on all of these bits. Of course, you can watch back the demos if when you get these bits you want to craft along with them as well. Gwen's back tomorrow. I'll be back in a moment with Natalie from Hunkydory. We've got some gorgeous bits that were launched a bit earlier on today. Very popular, so can't wait to share them with you.
Join Carnation on Friday and escape into your own world of homegrown delights. For anyone that loves to enjoy the beauty of plants and likes to dabble in a spot of gardening, to those that hone the mighty skill of growing their own fresh produce. The Botanical Bliss collection features a show-stopping greenhouse with the option of creating volume to build a beautiful sanctuary for as many plants as you can dream of. Along with some fun-filled characters, this collection can be used to make beautiful, wholesome cards for children and adults alike. Don't miss this brand new launch from Carnation Crafts.
Hi, my name's Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning craft brand. Sentimentally Yours has been around since 2014. I've been a crafter actually much longer than that. So I've been crafting for well over 20 years. Card making, scrapbooking I've dabbled in as well. And it got to the point where my friends, my family were asking me to make cards, do invitations and things like that. And it very quickly became the start of a business. Sentimentally Yours was actually born because I found it difficult to find products, specific products. Sentiments were what we were lacking. So people were phoning me up saying, can you get me a sentiment with this on, with that on? And I just couldn't. So I designed my own. I've heard lots of good things about Hobbymaker and their progression and how they've developed. It was the right time for Sentimentally Yours to be involved in something new and exciting. And hopefully I can contribute to that as well and bring something different to the Hobbymaker brand and the family. I probably will. But that's a good thing. And I'm really excited about joining in the evolution of Hobbymaker. I can guarantee that my shows are going to be fun, because fun is what crafting should be. I want that whole process to be fun and informative and educational. And I think if I can achieve those 3 things during the time that my shows are live, I'm winning.
Hobbymaker is on the hunt for the Card Maker of the Year. Are you ready for the challenge? We are giving you full creative control. Create your cards in any design for any occasion using any technique. Just make sure to use at least 1 item purchased from Hobbymaker. We will select 10 winners with the following prizes. First place gets £100 credit plus a Hobbymaker goodie bag. Second to 5th place gets £50 credit to their Hobbymaker account. And 6th to 10th place gets £25 credit to their Hobbymaker account. To enter, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope, Card Maker of the Year competition, Hobbymaker Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, Worcestershire, B989HF. Please include a note with your name, email address and phone number. Do not write on the back of your card. Entries must be received by Monday the 23rd of September 2024. Winners and runners-up will be notified on the 30th of September 2024 and announced live on air. All cards will be donated to our chosen charity once the winners have been notified. Good luck!
Hello, we've just had Alex like across the studio because he was about to have a little kind of dance in front of the camera or something, I think. Lovely to see you, of course. Thank you. Now, I know that this was launched obviously earlier this morning.
Yes, it was so
been incredibly popular. I'm not surprised though at all because these sentiments that we're getting are so usable, but also they're so gorgeous. The dies that we've got.
They're really nice. It's a beautiful typography that has been used on them. They're very cleverly put together because there's lots that we can do with dies like this. Because you do have obviously the sentiment, but then you've got sort of like 4 mats and layers or 4 shaped nesting dies if you would like. So we can create frames from these, we can create apertures from these, we can like partially cut them into things as well to create some really cool effects. And we had a sellout earlier on.
Yes, so this on its own individually completely sold out. We've managed to restock it.
We have, yeah.
Even since we restocked it, we are looking at a quarter of that stock having gone now as well. So we don't have, I will be honest with you, many of these left already. No. So if you do want to jump in and you're wanting to get this individually, then this is a brilliant opportunity for you to do that. £14.99 as well.
Such a good price.
And happy birthday, best wishes. I mean,
they're
very
essential
useful.
dies.
Yeah,
really, really essential. I mean, all 6 of them are dies that you are going to have
without a doubt.
in your stash. You're going to be taking them to your craft fairs so you can personalise things. These are sentiments, but these are really, really big sentiments. So these can be like focuses on your cards. 100%. You don't need to necessarily be bringing these in to use with other things. We absolutely can do, but they are standalone sentiments that are going to work by themselves.
You could do nothing else if you didn't want to.
Nope.
And I like, obviously, when we turn to the side, that you can see those layers that we've got there.
Great, isn't it?
But you could just use one layer if you wanted to. You could have them flat. It's totally up to you, but the shadow effect is
the
fabulous.
way that we've created them as well is that they're quite thin mats and layers.
Yes,
which means if you take one of them out, it makes your mat and layer thicker, or if you want to use them all, you absolutely can do.
Yeah, which is superb. So that's the first set that we've got. We've then got your Thinking of You and your Get Well Soon. Now, I do think as well to have these in your collections because often it's quite difficult to sort of know what to do with cards like this. So it's hard to have them there.
It's nice to be able to have them to like cover those sort of themes, that we have. So again, really beautiful. Script font that's been chosen here, and I like the mix of like the script and then like the really bold font as well. But they are really, really nice.
Really good sizes once again, aren't they there? And again, £14.99 if you want them individually. We have got a bundle, so if you're wanting them all, that's where you get the best saving, but I just wanted to show you them individually so you know exactly what you're getting. Now, you've got this one as good as well, which is your good look and your thank you. So kind of really touching on totally different things.
Every single set that we brought to you are completely different themes, but also like a really nice essential set as a 6. So you know that if you had these in your stash, you would definitely have a sentiment to use for the types of cards.
Yeah, everything really, wouldn't you, to be honest? So you've got those ones. Now, they're £14.99 individually, which is brilliant, but let me show you the bundle deal that we have, because, of course, as you would expect, this is the most popular way to buy them, because this means that you can get all of them, okay? Should be £44.97. You're never going to do that at Hunkydory. Instead, it's lovely.
You know us by now. There's a bundle. We're going to give you a great saving.
Exactly. So we are taking that down there. That is £36.97 if you want to go for them all. So that gives you your happy birthday, your best wishes, your thinking of you, your get well soon, your good luck, and your thank you. Over a third of this stock has already gone. It's been allocated on today's show. But luckily, because it's brand new today, we had a big stock allowance.
We had a huge stock because these were actually sort of... we designed these off the back of our Christmas ones that we did.
Okay.
And our Christmas ones sold out like 3 times in one day. And then we brought them back in the next show, and then they sold out. And then we brought them back, and then they sold out. So it was one of our like best-selling dies, and we thought we have to do an everyday collection of these. And as crafters at Hunkydory as well, we were really missing really big dies that we could use on the fronts of our cards. You know, you could use them with anything, whether it was a paper pad, a topper collection, adorable, scoreable dies, stamps. You had a huge die that was really going to be the main focus for your cards.
Which is what you can see here. I mean, they're just stunning. You can see to kind of get that right in the middle as that statement piece that we've got, your best wishes. And it's all about, you know, what do you want to use them with? Do you want to use them with acetate? Do you want plain paper? Do you want detailed paper, detailed cardstock? You know, it's going to work with everything,
Everything that you have, these are going to be perfect to use. And you can really mix and match the types of card and paper that you use to fussy cut these out of. You can use parchment, you can use mirror, you could use our shimmer card that we had on earlier as well. There's so many different ways and items that these are going to work with.
And the fact as well that they're all different sizes of cards, because that's the other thing I like, is that you could do a really large card, you could do a smaller card, and just have this if you wanted to as well.
But there's such a great variety of like cards here that showcase so many different things that we do at Hunkydory and how you could really use these and maximise them in your card making.
And you don't have to use the shadows if you don't want to. You could do something like that if you wanted to.
The words singularly on their own.
Really nice as well, this little box that we're
box.
seeing
It's
just
so
here.
cute,
Because
isn't
look
it?
at that, just to pop that on there, and then you put whatever presents you want to on. Did you want to get ready with the demo
let's
so
do
that
it.
we can have a look at exactly how to use these? So many gorgeous samples that, of course, I've got to show you. So I'll keep showing you the samples throughout the shows. But you know, this is, I think you always want to see them run through, and you want to see obviously what Natalie's inspiration is as well.
So we're going to start with the good look, and we're going to do sort of like two different techniques here. So I'm going to use the word to create like a faux embossing effect with the text. And then we're also going to use all of the layers. So if you wanted a really cool, nice statement card, then this is definitely perfect for you. And I'm going to go in with different coloured cardstock from my different colour block pads. So I've got some from my Brights, and then this one is from my, I think it's my Frosted Christmas, and then this is from the pastels, so you can see how you can really mix them up. I've gone with all my greens, obviously, because I think greens and like good look
really
cards
nice,
are like a
aren't they?
match made in heaven, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to lie these on my papers from the darkest to the lightest, and we're going to cut out all of those dies there. So let me grab my tape so we don't have any movement, and then we're going to run this through. So let's just pop it on there, just so it doesn't pop out of place.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also want to cut out that good look as well. So let me grab my card to be able to do that. And popped it down here. There we go. So we're going to cut that one out. I'll just trim this down to size.
Yeah.
And then we'll run everything through at once. Now for your, to be able to create the background that we're going to use on this card, you want to run that good look through a number of times. I think I've done it about 6 or 7, just to be able to have enough on there.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to stick all of that down, run it through my die cutting machine.
Brilliant. We've got the low tack tape there available as well if you want to get that, because it's something that's great to use.
It's super essential with your dies, and I always say, like, make sure, no matter what size cards that you've got, or, you know, just stick it down.
Yeah. And also, it's actually really pretty, your low tack tape, so you can use it for
like
border
a washi
strips and
tape,
everything.
so you can use it for, like, actually decorating things, you know. You've got one of the designs that says Hunkydory the whole way across, so you could be personalising anything that you've got, really, to be Hunkydory.
Definitely.
So let's grab these bits and pieces now. I'm going to pop out all of these elements from my cards.
Okay.
Oh, that's another one, and then I need my good look as well. So we'll just use our pokey tool just to release that from there. And then the little bit on the end is going to help me get all of my wording out. So I'm going to build this up, and I'm going to use my tape runner to do that. I'm just going to grab this spare sheet for running this across. So your dotty tape runner is really, really good for using with dies like this, because it allows you to sort of get the tape on the word, but it's not going to stick anywhere else. So let's build this up, and I'm just going to build it flat. So I'm not going to use any foam pads just yet. And then we're just going to go from sort of lightest to darkest with our green colours. So let's go in with this. And I think the mixture of tones that I've used in here as well is really nice, and it's going to bring a really nice look to the card. So that is your 3rd layer, and then we're going to go in with the 4th layer as well. So let's pop that on there, and then what we're going to do is I've got lots and lots of good looks here that I'm actually going to use to create a really fun background for my main image to sit down on. So I'm just going to use that dotty tape runner again, just to pop onto here, and then I'm just going to do it quite, not in any sort of like direction. I don't want to tile the pattern. I'm just going to sort of lay them in really sort of fun ways. And you might not need to use all of the ones that you've cut out. You might find that you can trim some off or hang them off the edge and then remove them and bring those pieces back in. So let's keep going like this. Oops.
Oops.
Stretch that one out there.
Be all right.
You always find that once you've got that first bit of tape on, it doesn't move half as much as it was doing before. So there is another one, and we'll stick the last one on here. And then what I can do is I can cut that look off the bottom and bring that in across the top as well. So just going to add that last one up there. And then I can trim off this piece. Just making sure it's stuck down properly. And then let's just trim off around the sides. And it's really easy to do this now you've used your dotted tape runner to stick it down.
Yes, definitely.
And if you want to make sure that like you've got like good adhesive on the backing as well, you can always, let's stick this one up there. You can always then just sort of like turn it down onto a flat surface and use like your tool from your scoreboard, or you could use your other burnishing tool just to press that down onto the back, and you'll see that that's really stuck down now and isn't going to sort of move anywhere. So let's pop this onto our card. I've got another piece of that dark green cardstock which I'm going to layer onto here. So I'm going to do that with my tape runner. So let's add that straight on there. And then we're going to stick this onto our card blank. And again, I'm going to do that with my tape runner. And then we're going to stick that sentiment really nice and central. So this is a little A6 card. So you could be making really big cards like you've seen some examples of, but you can use these cards to make sort of smaller little cards as well.
Very popular,
so
these
they
size
are
cards at the minute as well.
really, really good for using on so many different sort of sizes of cards. Even though they're really big sentiments, you know, you can make really sort of big cards with them, and then you can see that background as well.
I really like that, and the white on white, I'm quite a fan of as well.
It's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's super, super clever.
And you can see the size, of course, of that, like Nat said, that central sentiment that you've got there. But I think the fact that you get those sentiments, then you get the 4 matte layers as well, where you can use all 4 of them, or you can use 1 or none. It's totally up to you. But this is covering such an array of occasions, isn't it? Because you've got in your first one, of course, your best wishes and your happy birthday that you can see here. All of these are $14.99 if you want them individually. It is while stocks last, because this one obviously did sell out earlier. We've restocked it, but we've only got the sort of final chances if you do want to get it, of course, individually at $14.99. 26, that's all we've got left now. So, and it's been restocked, so that is your opportunity to get that on its own. It also comes with your Get Well Soon and You're Thinking of You, that you can see just there as well. So that is your next 2 sentiments that you've got, which again, lovely to be able to see that kind of layering effect with those mats. And you've got your Good Look and Your Thank You. So that is the one that Nat's just used just there for the Good Look, which you saw just made such card that we're seeing. But of course, the best way to go for them is when you go for all of them together. That is where you are getting the discount, which is what most of you, of course, are going for as well, which is what I would be doing, because then you are just really ready for so many, of course, different occasions to be able to get this. Lots of other samples as well that I'd love to be able to share with you. So you can see this beautiful happy birthday that we can see there. You've also got a lovely opportunity with your Get Well Soon, where you can really see those mats being used with the different colours as well, if you wanted to do that. This is cool. This is very cool, isn't it? Look at that just there.
Adding it on a bit of acetate just to make it wobble. I think that would look so cool. You could add like a little tassel on it and it could be a little graduation card.
Yeah, it's fab, isn't it? And then another really nice one that we can see just there as well.
I love this. So it's using using it as like a stopper for your card.
It's clever, isn't it?
It's really clever.
Cool scene that's kind of created, isn't it, with that one?
It's really nice, that one.
Yeah, and then that, I mean, thinking of you as well, and it just right, isn't it, with that font I think that you've actually got there to finish that.
We created that one in the first show, so if you want to watch how we made that, you can
perfect.
tune in to see that.
Really nice. So loads you with this in your basket. So remember, it's brand new today. Luckily, we have a big stock because often the sort of stocks that we bring in with Moonstone Dies, if that had have happened, you'd have sold all of them out in the first show. So we've got that stock, knowing how popular these always are, so you have got the chance to get it. Now, we do have another die set multi-buy that I do want to mention, which is to create your flowers and your dimensional flowers.
I don't think this has been on for such a long time either, this collection. But it's 3 flowers that we've got for you, and they're beautiful. So you get the different sizes of sort of like blooms, but you could be cutting these from paper, you could be cutting these from your like parchment or like tissue. You could be using flower foam to make bouquets from. But you do get the different sizes. They look absolutely fantastic, and then you just literally cut them all out, lay them all on top of each other in like size order.
Easy to do, isn't it?
They are really easy but so effective to add to your cards as well.
Mould them.
I think for when you're making cards like this that are sort of like general occasions, flowers are perfect.
Definitely, and we know that flowers, of course, are the most popular, probably, that and butterflies to be able to use on cards as well. So you've got your rose that can be created there. You can see kind of how they'll look finished. We also have your peony that is available there as well.
Really nice made up.
Stunning, isn't it? And you know, like, you would almost be thinking, I can't create something like this, but these dies make it possible, don't they?
You can, I think if you're wanting that sort of really nice sort of like flowy feel as well, get your score tool out or get your burnishing tool out and just use that to sort of shape the edges of those petals as well. But the die has been designed to do all that detail work for you, so you just need to put it together.
And then your gerbera as
this
well.
This one's really different.
Feels very modern,
so nice. It does, doesn't it? This is sort of like a newer flower than the old ones. The old ones are really traditional flowers that you see in cards a lot.
Definitely.
But this one's very, very different.
It is. It looks lovely kind of on that sample there with the 3 different colours that you can do as well.
It's really nice. Quite pop-arty with the bright colours.
Yeah, definitely. And the foliage, of course, that comes with it as well. So they're all there individually at £11.99. But again, we'd like to give you them as a bundle deal. So if you are looking and wanting to kind of be able to create your flowers but do it in such an easy way that these dies will enable you to do, then you could today, of course, get it at a fantastic discount price where you've got your peony, you've got your rose, you've also got your gerbera that is there as well. So there is there really is a kind of mix of flowers. And the thing is, you could use just the one type of flower, or you could create kind of whole bouquets.
I was just thinking about that. Like, you could make like a full bouquet. You could like 3D make it into like a vase. If you're thinking about ways in which you can save a lot of money for like a wedding or a birthday celebration, you could be making those like paper flowers, and you could be just having like table vases of paper flowers. You could use them to make garlands from as well. There's loads of really cool ways, even like headdresses or like popping them on headbands as well, because you know they're going to last.
Exactly, and
it's not going to be like flowers that are going to cost you hundreds of pounds and then they're going to go. Like, these are going to last.
Exactly. £35.97, that is the price point that we should be at, of course, with these, but not the price point that we are going to do today. So if you want to get all of them, you can actually get them for under £30, so taking them down to £9.99 each. And I think once you start using these, they're going to be some of your most used, you know,
some of your most favourite sort of flowers to add to your cards. And they always say, if you make a little mistake in craft, pop a little bit of flower or flower over it. So having these in your stash could be quite helpful sometimes.
Definitely, without a doubt. Now, in the earlier demo, you did use the colour blocks as well.
I did.
And I was thinking, not only are they great to go with the sentiment dies, but they would be fantastic for these dies as well, wouldn't
because
they?
they're a bit more flexible. You're going to be able to mould those flowers really, really nicely.
Which would be lovely. Now, we've got a multi-buy deal on today, which I know whenever we get to bring something like this, it's very popular. If you just want one of these, you can at £7.99. But if you want to go for 2, you'll get them. I always find this such a funny price, £9.91. So it's where we're literally taking it down to the very lowest, which makes them £4.46 each.
Yes.
So good. So you're basically looking at under £5.
Under £5 for one pad. You're getting 48 sheets of the colours in here.
Brilliant, isn't it?
And our colour blocks are really, really good because what they give you is like a rainbow of different like tones.
Exactly.
And shades of colour that work together. So
nicely in the matte and the silk, I always think.
Yeah, I love the fact we've got both options because, you know, a lot of people are either a crafter who loves crafting in matte plastic or a crafter who likes that satin finish. So there's so much you can do with like the matte-tastic cardstock too, with sort of like inking onto it, using your colours straight on there. But I absolutely love the neutrals.
That's your neutrals in your matte that we can see. I'll just give you a flick through a few of these. We've got your Frosted Christmas as well. That one's in your matte.
So you can see that all these shades are really going to work together nicely.
In fact, the Frosted Christmas is very limited, both in the matte and in the silk as well.
I love the sort of
Great
deeper
colours,
teal
aren't they?
tones that you've got, and those sort of moodier, duskier tones with like the mauve and the sagey green that you've got.
Definitely.
It's really gorgeous.
If we come across to Classic Christmas, where we've got this actually in the silk as well, you can see what we mean about the difference to the silk compared to what you see, of course, in the matte. You can tell this has been a favourite. It's been very well used. My friend's kind of come off. You do get 48 pages in each of these as well, and there's 12 different colours in each of them with 4 of each. So it's a really lovely mix of colours.
It is. It's a great mix of colours. And you don't always use like a full sheet of this either. No. I've got pads where I've just like trimmed out a bit or cut away what I need from the colours. So they do go really, really far. You'll find that you've got favourite colours that you get time and time again.
The Brights is always one of our best sellers.
Yeah,
as well, isn't it?
I love the Brights colour. They're just so happy, and they're so vibrant, the colours.
And all year round as well, I think, as well, you know, that you'd be using this for as well, you know, like you say, real kind of happiness that is right there. We've also got your vintage in your silk that I can give you a quick flick through, because I always think it's nice to be able to see what you're actually getting, to be able to make your choice with which
the vintage ones perfect for sort of like this time of year. Now we're moving into sort of like those cosier
very
times,
true.
then this one is perfect for all those autumnal
Lovely,
crafting.
isn't it? One of my favourites actually is my pastels. We've got
The
this in the
pastels
matte here.
and the brights are probably the ones I use the most.
Are they? Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, because they're very different to each other, but they're kind of ticking all those different occasions.
And I think it's just the variety of colours that you've got. You've got those really nice, like, soft colours in here, but they're still quite vibrant at the same time.
Yeah. Absolutely, so you can see that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And that one's there at $7.99.
It's so handy to sort of have your colour block pads, because there's lots of different tones and shades of colour that you'll find in your colour block pads that you won't necessarily find in other things like your Matastic selection or your Adorable Scorable. So it's really nice to have both of the options.
And I think when you see the 2 vintages, because this is where you've got, as you can see, your matte compared to your silk, and that's where you can really see the difference. So, you know, we flicked through that one that was the silk, but then this is the matte. So they're very different to one another, but it's really just about that finish, to be honest, that you want to get, of course, with these. Also got your Classic Christmas that we can see here. This is in your matte. So if you're wanting to get that, you can see lovely colours from your blues to your reds that we can see, your golden tones as well. One of the most popular ones, very limited on stock. So there's absolutely loads of them that, of course, we can sort of could be flicking through. And if there's any that you particularly want to see, just send us a message and we can always come back across to them. But all you need to do is put 2 into your basket to get that discount. If you just want one, you can at $7.99, but you'll get that discounted, of course, down to $9.91 if you want to get 2 of these. And of course, they will work so well with the brand new collections, with the sentiments, because if you're wanting to use those 4 mattes that each of these come with, you might want 4 different colours, mightn't you?
You might want
which
4
would
different
work
colours.
really
you
well.
might want to like
from this.
select like I did in that first demo, using all the different shades. So I've picked out different colours from the different pads to be able to do that. And that might be something that you want to do, but they are really, really essential.
They are.
So for the next one, we're going to do something completely different to the cards we did earlier on in the show. So I'm actually going to show you how you can use the dies that we've got here to create an aperture that you could make like a spinner card from with the sentiment inside. So, Bobby, would you mind passing me the scoreboard from up there? Always forget it.
Yeah, do you want
the little one that's on the pegboard?
purple one?
I always forget that I will need this.
That's all right.
I know, but I'm not taking that one off the set. I'd break all sorts of things. This one's more easily accessible.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by making sort of like my panel here for the card. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to score this. So this in length, I want to say, is the size of an A4, and I've just cut it down to 5. So what we're going to do is I'm going to score this at 2.5, at 5, and then going to score it at 7.5, and then I'm going to move this all the way up to the 5-inch mark. I'm going to score it at 7.5 again, so that will give me 4 equal panels, and then I've got this really nice tab here. So what I can do with this, because I don't need it to be this long, is I can just cut it So it's about 1/2 inch wide. I could have used my trimmer to do that, but easy enough to do that with my scissors. And then once I've got this panel together, what I can do is I can start to decorate this up. So I've got another piece here, which is slightly smaller. This is our purple. And I'm just going to bring this out a little bit and then score this as well in the middle. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to use one of the embossing folders that we've also got on the show.
So that one
just
is
to add
your
the
polka dot
design
one, your dots that you've got just there. That we've got
to this. So I'm just going to bring my 2 plates for this. And I'm going to run this through. Now it's important to do this step before we do any die cutting, because we're going to die cut it all together and you need the aperture to be the same level. So I'm going to pop this on, and then I did the same technique in the earlier on show with this pattern as well, and it is a pattern I love to do. It looks really cool like that. But I'm just going to elevate it by just going over with a sanding block.
It's transformed it, hasn't it?
It completely transforms it. It gives it that sort of like a pattern paper design.
Definitely, yeah.
So I'm just going to then stick this down, and I'm going to go in with my tape runner, but you want to, don't just do all the way around the edges, you want to really pop a lot on, because we are going to die cut through this. So then I'm going to line this score line up, because I've still got that score line, with the score line on the first 2 panels, and you want to make sure you've got a nice white edge around there. And then we are going to use the Get Well Soon. So I'm going to take the largest die, which I've got here, and then going to take the smallest sort of aperture or nesting die, mat and layer, however you want to describe that die. I'm going to die cut this. So I've got another piece of the purple, and I'm going to die cut that with my sentiment. And then I did have some white. Let me try and find that again. I'm going to stick this down onto here, so that doesn't move, and then I'm going to stick down my largest sentiment. All I need to do is make sure that I'm using it the right way around. Because otherwise I'm going to cut the sentiment, but the rest of the die won't fit in. So I'm going to stick that down, and I want it to be halfway in between those 2 score lines. So let's get all of my plates.
We've just popped the tape runner onto the show as well. A couple of people were asking about that, so that's there with 2 refills.
And I'm going to stick these all down. So you want to cut the whole panel of this, and then the sentiment, and then I'm sure I had a piece of white card before. I did, it's here. What we're going to do is we're going to cut this out, but I want to cut it out twice, so to be able to do that, I'm just going to layer up 2 pieces of the Ink Me card, and I'll just squeeze that in there as well. So we're just going to run that through. This is why you use your tape, because it'll move around if you don't. So let's pop this in here.
Oh, have you hurt your finger?
Yeah, so this is ink from before.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've been laying floor.
Oh, have you?
I've been laying floor over the last couple of days.
Right.
I've been trying to get it finished, and I've had an injury while doing this. And it had healed, but then I was unloading boxes out of my car before I got here, and I just caught it, and I was like, oh, no. But the floor looks good.
Well, that's good. I mean,
my finger just doesn't. So you've got this really nice design now, and you've got these 2 dies. So what we're going to do is take out this from here. And I'm going to stick this onto one of those panels. So just using my dotty tape runner again, and I'm just going to go around sort of those larger areas with this. You can also use your purple glue stick. It is completely down to sort of choice of sort of what you want to use to stick this down with. I'm going to stick this on in place here. So we've got that Get Well Soon. You just want to manoeuvre it around ever so slightly until it sort of sits in place. And then I've got myself a little piece of string. So let's grab that. I've got quite a big bit actually because I didn't know how much I would need. But I'm just going to trim that to the length of my aperture.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take this and using my red tape, I've got my super thick one.
Yeah.
I am going to just create 2 little tabs to stick this down. So this bit you can sort of like remove the backing of your red tape if you want to. I'm going to keep it down like so. And then once you've got that in place, just trim away those edges.
Yep.
And then we are going to stick onto our panel here. I'm going to take my Get Well Soon. I'm going to use it the right way round.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go in with my tape runner and add loads of tape onto that.
Okay.
And then I've stuck that onto my board now. Lift this into place.
Yeah.
And then we can just place that around in the centre of the aperture that the largest one has created. Make sure you're happy with the placement. You want it to have a lot of movement because you're going to want this to spin.
You can stick it up.
And then we're going to stick this one over the top to keep that in place. And then you will have that sentiment that sort of spins.
That's really good. And it's really nice to see that in such a different way to what you'd probably automatically think of how to use these.
And that's why they are such a cool sort of like set of dies to use. So I'm just going to finish the inside by adding in another panel of this purple. This time we're not going to use our embossing folder on it though. I am just going to stick it in sort of flat because you're not going to see that much detail, but I am going to score it just to help with the card that we're making here. So scoring those 2 pieces, I'm going to place that in the middle like so. And then what you can do is we can just fold all of these scores together.
Okay.
I'm going to add a piece of red tape onto this tab. So we can just trim that off. Trim this down. And this is going to create a spinner, but because you've got the different radiant dies here, you can obviously create an aperture that is sized perfectly to the shape of your design. So then you've got something that looks like this.
How cool is that? Really good, isn't it? Gosh, and especially I think when we're looking at that polka dot as well that you've got. That
it looks really nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, from that sandpaper in as well. It's super. So just to remind you as well on this bundle that you are getting that discount, and it does mean that you are going to get all 6 of those sentiments. Plus with each one of those, you're getting those 4 matte layers as well that come with it, so that you can really build depth if you want to with these, or of course you can use just one depth, one of those. It's totally up to you. But you can see there, you're thinking of you, you'll get well soon. Happy birthday, best wishes. Good luck that we've got there, and then of course your thank you as well. Again, if you want any of them individually, they're there. I know that the particularly the happy birthday one, it has almost gone now individually for a second time, so we will just give you a quick reminder of that one. So if you do want to get it individually at £14.99, you can do, but we are now limited on that restock of that one that's available. Now the other thing that Nat used was the embossing folders. Now I've got 4 individually, but again we've got a great bundle deal. So the dots was the one that you saw Nat use there with her demonstration, which is absolutely lovely, isn't it? And the effect, I mean, the kind of, it almost for me, it was the height that it kind of creates.
Yeah, it just transforms your cardstock, doesn't it? And you can do that with all 4 of the designs that we're going to show you as well. And it's such a great way of, if you don't have like pattern paper or anything that's like fits the feel of what the type of card you're making, then sort of using your embossing folders is great because it gives your card texture, it gives your card dimension, but actually you can keep it plain in terms of you could just use a single colour. You can sand it back like we just did, or you can like use inks with them as well. So there was a few techniques that we did in the earlier show with the embossing folders. So you can watch that back to, if you've never used embossing folders before, it'll give you a nice idea of what you can do with them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think $5.99 as well. They're really, really good price.
So good, this price.
And we've got stars, that was your zigzags, then we've got your stars as well, which, I don't know, for me that's quite magical.
They're so essential, and you could use these with like space themed. You could use them for celebrations.
Absolutely.
There's loads of different ways how you can incorporate stars into your design.
And then stripes is your final one of those 4 that we have available for you. And again, if you're thinking Christmas or you're doing your Christmas cards, could be candy canes, for example, that you're thinking of for stuff like this. So all of them are £5.99 individually. So great price that you've got. But what we are going to do is give you a chance if you want all of them. So we have got a lovely bundle opportunity. So it should be £23.96. But if you'd like to go for these embossing folders, which again have been so popular ever since these were launched, then we can take these down to a super price for you, where you can actually get these for under £20 today. So that's what we're going to do. So less than £5 for you to be able to get these. So going down today to £19.96, so less than a fiver each on those ones for you to be able to get them. And I remember when these first came in and it was just like...
I know, it was crazy, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen embossing folders that are that well priced.
No, exactly. And give
it's
that
such a good...
brilliant finish as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So a superb deal where you are looking at less than £5 per one, so £19.96 for you to be able to jump in and take advantage of those 4 different ones. So your stars, your zigzags that you've got there, you've got your dots and you've got your stripes as well. All of them £5.99 individually or under a fiver if you want to get them in that bundle opportunity. Now, the colour blocks, again, are selling very well. That is where you've got a great opportunity and mix. You can, of course, again, buy these, 1 for £7.99, but we've got that 2 for £9.91. But do into your baskets, it will automatically discount you. We are very limited now on the frosted Christmas silk, particularly. The classic Christmas silk is also very limited. Others we've got a bit more availability on. So if you want those 2, then they're the ones that are selling the quickest at the moment. Should we do another demo?
Yes. So this time I'm going to show you how you can make like shaped gatefolds with the dies.
Great. Yep.
So I've got a piece of, I think this is A3 that I've made this from. Okay. So let me just get the measurement for you. So it's, so this is the full size of a A3 piece of cardstock, and you're just going to score it at 2.5 inches. So I'm scoring it at 2.5, I'm scoring it at 5, and then again I'm just going to move this over, but that's mainly because I've got my smaller scoreboard. I'm then going to score it at 5, I'm going to score it at 7.5, and then my last panel I can trim that down. So we want this to be, I think it's going to be 12.5 altogether. Okay. So no, it's not. It's going to be 15 altogether, because you've got those 4 panels that are 2.5, so that's 10, and then you've got the 5 in the middle. Okay. So let's just bring this together, and then we're going to score this. So I'm going to score it in, and then I'm also going to score it out. So this is going to make your really nice sort of gatefold shape, a gatefold that kind of like opens out in this way. Like that. And then I'm going to take my largest die. So this is my best wishes that we're using for this card, and we are going to lay this in the centre of here. But what you want to do is you just want to tape it down on one of those sides for now, because we're going to stretch this out and we're just going to die cut this piece. So if I get my dies, how you can best do this is to line this up on your mats like so. Make sure that your plates are really, really neat together, and then just line this panel up, and at the same time I'm going to cut out my other dies. So let's just make sure I'm not cutting into my metal plate, because I will do that, my magnetic sheet even. So just holding that in place now, and what you can do is that you can sort of run it. What am I doing now? I want to push these ones up. There we go. Just holding that on there, and then what you want to do is like feed the paper through. And then
comes out the other side.
It's just going to pop out the other side, but it's just going to cut
then you know you're at the
that
right place,
piece that you wanted it to cut. And then what you're going to do is you're going to fold the card in the same way that you did it before. So let's just wait for that to come out. So I'm going to fold that back over, and then I'm going to get another piece of tape just for ease. I'm going to stick that down onto this side now, and then what you can do is just remove this tape from this side.
Okay.
So if you're thinking about like really, really fancy ways in which you can use these dies, then hopefully today, throughout the 2 shows, I've shown you 6 different ways, completely different, of how you can create apertures, how you can create shaker cards with them, how you can create like the other card that we did earlier on.
Yeah.
So you just want to feed that through. Again, your machine, it will pop out the other side, and then we're just going to run and cut that second side. So once you've got those elements taken out, let's wait for our machines to come out. What I'm going to do is just remove that tape from here and from the top piece there. Remove any sort of excess that you've got. And then I'm just going to take my scissors actually, and I'm going to cut down this score line. So you want to be on the other end of the score line, and then if you've got any bits that you need to sort of like meet because the machine wasn't sort of lined up properly, then you can just line those bits up. So that's one side cut, and then the other side again, just go in to the side of the score line. I'm going to trim that to here, and then just cut that on the other side. And then let's decorate this really cool gatefold now, because that gatefold is obviously going to fit that best wishes perfectly. So we can take our matte and layer, and we can take our words. So I've got some Adorable Scorable here, and I've actually matched these colours to the cardstock from our brand new designer Adorable Scorable selection. I'm going to go in with this one.
Yeah, love
so let's take those panels. I've got 2 green panels here, which are going to fit just onto these sections. So where's my trimmer? We can cut this panel down. So this is 2 1/4, and I think this one is just slightly under the 2 1/2.
Okay.
So that was 2 under, so that's 1/4 under. So what I'm going to do here is, I know that that's 5. So if I go to, let's try it there. There we go. So where have I cut that to? Just over the 4 1/2. I'm going to cut that twice, and then I'm also going to do my mats and layers for the inside of my card. So I'm going to cut this slightly 2 notches smaller than the 5x5. So there's the other one, and then I'm going to go in again and trim out this gorgeous piece of cardstock, and that's going to go 2 notches over the 4 1/2 to give me 1/4 of an inch difference, which is going to allow that green to really come out on the card. So we can just pop this all together now. I'm going to stick this onto here, and then these panels can go
a nice new cardstock, isn't it?
It's really nice. This is our embroidered blooms.
It literally
and
looks like it's
there's
not
6,
flat, doesn't it? Like
no.
it's woven.
So there's 6 designs that you get in this pack, and they're all completely different, but they're like embroidered flowers, and it looks so 3-dimensional. It is absolutely incredible. It's so fun to like fussy cut and to card make from. So these were launched on Sunday with Amy, and they are absolutely gorgeous. So just going to bring in that colour into the background, and then obviously I've left like quite a nice white edge around all of my panels here. So what I can do is I've got quite a big edge here. So for this I used my word die, then I missed a die out and used the probably the second, and then I missed a die out, and the largest one created this section. So that's how we've got that mix of sort of like mats and layers. So just popping out the detail from my best wishes there. And then let's go in with my dotty tape runner again. We're just going to add this onto our words, and then I'll just go across on the wishes.
Yeah.
Just adding that to those little sections, and then this will fit really nicely across here. So you need to remember that you've got quite a big matten layer for this, so just make sure it's all even around those outsides. And then I'm just going to add my tape onto one side of here, and I'm just going to keep it to the middle because again I know I've got quite a big matten layer, and then I can just stick that onto here, and then we can fold that in.
Great,
so it looks like you've got that full sentiment in the middle, but actually then you open it up and it is that gatefold design.
Oh, I love that.
So that is how you can create your shaped gatefolds.
Really clever, isn't it? So as Nat sort of said, there's so many different ways that you can create cards with these. And you've seen so many of those across the couple of hours of shows as well. I mean, here's a shaker one that we can see just there with your happy birthday. We've got your get well soon that we can see as well on that one. This was one that Nat created on the earlier show that we saw as well, the Thinking of You, beautiful. And this cardstock that we're seeing here, that's going to come up in a moment from that new collection also. Then we've got Amy has created that, where you can see by using the happy birthday as a stopper if you wanted to. So there's just so many different ways to use these. Remember, every single one of these dies comes with the sentiment. It then comes with 4 of those matte layers as well, where you can use all of them, or of course you can use none of them. It's totally up to you. Another really big design that we can see there. Now, to remind you, we have got, of course, these sentiments that are within this collection. So it is your Thinking of You and your Get Well Soon, and you can see those there on that board. You've also got your Good Luck, and you have as well with this one your Thank You that you can see on that one. And then finally, you do get your Happy Birthday and your Best Wishes as well. All of them $14.99 individually, but of course the best price is to go for the bundle at $36.97. Now, the new cardstock that, of course, you saw a little sneak peek of the embroidered one. There's another piece that you can see just here that's been made into this beautiful piece, is here in front of us. We launched this on Sunday, so it is so new as well for you to be able to get this. And it is the collection 4 that we've got from our Hunkydory Adorable Scoreable. Lovely mix, I have to say.
It's a great mix, isn't it? We were saying earlier on, I think it's perfect for so many different ages. You've got this beautiful sort of antique polka dots, which I think for male theme cards as well is really nice because you've got all of those really gorgeous colourways in there. And you are going to get 2 each of 6 designs.
Brilliant.
Then this one is your Gothic Rose. So this is gorgeous. So this is a whole sheet of cardstock. And you've got so many different designs within this one as well. It's really pretty.
Some of these I think that I just want to frame, to be honest with you.
I think it would look really nice as like home decor.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You could, it reminds me of like the sort of paper that you use for scrapbooking, journaling.
And
if you're wanting to do that really nice, if you're wanting to decoupage it as well, like actually popping it onto furniture, this would look really cool.
And I think when you see that to the one that you made earlier, that's when you can really see how it can transform as well.
You can see how it can completely look different when you're making it into cards.
Yeah, definitely.
This is so nice with that script detail a bit more on there.
I feel like when we launched it, each time I saw another of these bits, I was like, oh, that's my favourite. Oh, that's my favourite.
Really nice.
Because how different is that to the polka dots or to the Gothic Rose that we've just seen?
So the first 2 that you saw there were matte-tastic. The rest of them are all silk finish. So this one is your alcohol inks. And this is great because these sort of designs you can create yourself if you wanted to. If you had sort of like gilding flakes and if you had different types of colours of alcohol inks, you could sort of do this, but it would take so much time. It would be so messy, and it probably wouldn't look as perfect as this does.
No, definitely not.
But I love this one. It's so fun. Perfect for like birthdays and happy themes. And then this is your embroidered blooms. So you've got 6 designs here. You've got really nice ditzy pattern. Then you've got these blue tones.
That's the one you'll be using.
Your daisies, which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous as well. Your roses, so good for like anniversaries and wedding cards. And then you've got these beautiful sort of like pink roses there as well, like tea roses.
And then this again, so different.
Really nice, isn't it? But completely different. This one has got that gorgeous gradient, that mix of sort of colours. You've got really nice pastel bubblegum shades in
Definitely.
here.
Yeah.
So it's a gorgeous mix.
It really is. So you are getting all of those collections that you can see there. So that is the pastel ombre. And you are getting 2 of each of them as well, which is absolutely brilliant, I have to say.
60 sheets in
Yeah,
total,
60
which
sheets.
is crazy, isn't it?
Should have been $29.95 if you were kind of paying for them individually, but we are going to match that launch price that we came to, of course, on Sunday, and instead we're going to take £10 off it, so you can get 60 sheets for £19.95, which is absolutely brilliant. Been very, very popular, and I think it's always really nice when you're one of the first people as well to be able to get the cardstock home to be able to use it.
Yeah.
So gorgeous samples, of course, we've seen obviously used with these word sentiments as well. So obviously if you do kind of want to use them together, you could see that you could create something like that. Obviously one
Just when we talk about how well these dies work for making cards on their own, just being sort of like the main focus of your designs, you can really see it with the samples that you're seeing here, like mixing and matching the designs together, using them separately. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Isn't
and
it?
they look so good.
Don't they? They just look absolutely gorgeous, kind of used,
They're like
I think,
real
individually or
showstoppers with the
this,
designs that
aren't
you've
they?
got here.
Absolutely. So £19.95 if you want to go for that today and get the brand new Ultimate Collection 4 that we've got just there. Now, a few of you have asked about the colour blocks again. Yes, we can bring them back live for you. We've got a couple of minutes left on the show. Now, in each of these, you are getting 48 sheets. It's a huge amount.
It's a huge amount, You get 4 sheets of each different colour, and there's 12 colours included in each. And I love the fact that we've got the colour wheel on the front as well, so you know exactly what the shade and tone of colour is going to look like, what you've got in that pad as well before you flick through it, because you might want it to be mixing and matching all your greens like I did yesterday when I was creating that card that you saw at the first of the show. So it's really nice. But yeah, you've got the mix of shades as well. Oh, I think this one's Christmas.
Oh, has it been put on the different one?
I think it's all been mixed up. So this one's actually your Christmas.
Because they've lost their fronts, because they've all been used so much. So this is your classic Christmas, isn't it? That one, which is in the silk. So we've got that one there. But there's just so many, of course, different opportunities. The pastels, as we said, very popular. But you can see the difference there, of course, of getting the matte that we can see comparative to the silk as well.
It's just a great thing to stock up on. I mean, you're getting 48 sheets here for... Well, no, you're not. You're getting 92? 90, oh.
In, what, 48 times 4?
No, because you're getting... You were right, weren't
48
you?
times 2?
96.
96.
You're getting 96 sheets for $7.99. $7.99. It's madness. No, you're not.
$9.91.
In the pick and mix.
Yeah,
$9.91.
Yeah, really good though.
Well, that's
for
so
98
good.
sheets. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're looking at pennies, really, aren't you?
Honestly, my maths today.
So,
I'm ready to go now.
I'm not a maths
I'm
person.
done.
Like sometimes my maths is there, and sometimes maths is shocking. Where I'm just
Oh
like,
no, my
let's
maths
just
is
nod,
terrible
you know?
all the time. All the time.
So yes, so just wanted to just give you a quick extra look at those. So remember, one of those in your basket is $7.99, 2 of them £9.91 if you want to go for that. It will automatically work it out, of course, on the website for you. Now, the bundle, of course, brand new today, has been so popular for you to be able to get this. Now, we have got the best wishes and the happy birthday that is coming to you. We also have the good luck and the thank you, and we have the get well soon and the thinking of you. But I think it's when you actually see them kind of on the board here and you get to see that layering, you know, the way that the matte layers actually work.
The
to be able to
definition
build this
that
up.
you kind of that creates, and that's just using 2mm foam pads as well. Imagine if you were using your
the
4mm.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It would be a huge difference there.
Yeah, wouldn't it
But
just?
you can like obviously create like pyramage. You can create invitage, so you can cut them all inside to create that really nice design. You can do apertures with these. You can create frames because, of course, you've got the two different sizes. So cut them out twice. You've got frames for your words.
Yeah.
You've seen me do the spinner card, so you can create that, your shaped spinner. You can do gatefolds. The possibilities really are endless. It's just how you think about how you can get the most out of these dies.
Yes, definitely. And they're just such lovely fonts, I think.
I really like the font. I love the mix of sort of typography you've got. They're classic, and it's a font that's never going to age. Like, you're never going to get to a new year and think, oh, I think I want a different die now.
No.
Like it's a typography that you're always going to use.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, sentiments that have really been thought of as well to kind of cover all of those different occasions, so that you've really got something in your stash to kind of cover pretty much everything, to be honest with you. So lovely, lovely opportunity, of course, to be able to get these today. Discounted if you want them all to £36.97. So do, of course, make sure you're coming through for them. We know individually as well, the best wishes and happy birthday is very, very popular. We are very limited now on this. It's sold out completely on its own in the earlier show. We're down to the final 15 chances now. So if you do want that one individually, there's 15 opportunities to be able to get it. So good luck with that. I'm sure that will be selling out very, very shortly. Thank you so much, Nat. Lovely to see you, and so much on that show, I think, for everybody to kind of digest and be able to use their one
loads, wasn't there?
well.
So hopefully you'll be able to like grab yourself some bargains.
Yes, exactly. Rightio. Well, we will see you soon. I'm
yes,
sure.
I'll be back next Tuesday.
Oh, lovely. Well, I will be with you next Tuesday
I'll
on the
see you
earlier
then.
time. So we are coming into our final hour of the day now. We have got Pete back with the most incredible Sizzix show and launch. Now, this has been unbelievably popular as well. I mean, it's just, these new launches have just, they've kind of blown our socks off, really. If you do want to get what we are bringing in the next hour, you don't want to miss it, because we are coming down to our last few chances. I'll see you with that in a moment.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Join Carnation on Friday and escape into your own world of homegrown delights. For anyone that loves to enjoy the beauty of plants and likes to dabble in a spot of gardening, to those that hone the mighty skill of growing their own fresh produce. The Botanical Bliss collection features a show-stopping greenhouse with the option of creating volume to build a beautiful sanctuary for as many plants as you can dream of. Along with some fun-filled characters, this collection can be used to make beautiful, wholesome cards for children and adults alike. Don't miss this brand new launch from Carnation Crafts.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Welcome back. Gosh, I can't believe we're at the last hour of the day already. It always feels like it just flies and gets quicker and quicker as the day kind of goes on. So
does, yeah.
I'm really excited about this, I have to say.
Good.
Yeah,
Well.
Obviously I kind of finished the show yesterday as you came on.
That's right, yeah.
So I got a bit of a sneak peek and I've had a sort of a little look at everything and I was just like, wow. I mean, the fact that obviously you're talking Christmas, you're talking Tim Holtz, you're here to show us all of this as well. It's just so exciting. But what I do need to kind of get across to everybody at home is how popular this has been. We started with a really, really big quantity of this, knowing how popular, or expecting, you know, it to be incredibly, popular. We're down now to less than 80 chances.
Right.
So we know that obviously once it's gone so much that has been on the show has completely sold out as well. But everything that is still available will be here for you within this show. And we've got some amazing samples to show. You're going to give some extra demos. And you can, of course, always look back and watch everything that we've had as well. Now, I just think it's the selection for me as well, and the amount of dies that you get in each of these sets to be able to kind of create these really mesmerising scenes almost on each of these cards.
Yeah, and everything that Tim does harks back to a previous collection as well, so he really thinks it through. And he's also thinking about the next Christmas collection. So you know that these can go in your stash and they're going to come out year after year. And they're going to be something that's familiar but different as well. Tim puts a special spin on things. So we're very excited. And we couldn't launch yesterday till 5 because Tim actually launched this collection on his Facebook page yesterday at 4.
I see. So you was having to just sort of wait
so
for
you
that
guys saw
launch
them
time.
First.
Wow. Okay,
Really
which is so amazing that we do get that relationship obviously with you, and you've got that with Tim as well, to be able to bring you these. Now, when you actually have a look across these, now you can see that we have got the festive wreath. We've also got your holiday classic that we can see just there as well. And every single one of these, I mean, I love that you have got the most sort of beautiful fonts with these. We've got the most gorgeous images that we can see from your poinsettias to, you know, those scenes that we've got with the Santa kind of moving across as well. And it's all about kind of what you want to create. Do you want to use them in the way that they're sort of being looked at in these die sets, or do you want to take different pieces from each one and create something completely different? Because of course you can do that as well, as you can see with the way the poinsettia has been used there, the jolly holly as well. I mean, that gorgeous wreath, but do you just want to take the clementine? Do you just want to take the flower or the candles? And then this one's fun, isn't it, where you've got the ice skates and the snowman, and you've got that lovely snowflake that we've got as well. The designs are just captivating, I think.
They are captivating, and he does build a lot of versatility into
Yes,
it.
yeah, definitely.
And if you're wondering how Tim chose these, they're back from the vault.
Yeah.
Now, Tim's been making dies with us for about 12 years, so there's a lot to dip back into, and people are saying, are you ever going to bring this back? Are you going to bring that back? So what he's done is he's resized them. He's taken them from, sometimes they used to be very deep big dies. So they're all resized, everything. So they're not in the way that you might have had them in the past. They have changed. But he's given you the opportunity to get some of these iconic designs.
And some
for
fan
yourself.
favourites, I imagine, that he knows that people have been asking for.
So it's kind of like Tim's greatest hits.
Yes, yeah. Couldn't get anything better than that, could you? Now, we have, of course, got a fabulous deal price on these as well. So we will be bringing to you, of course, at the very, very best price that we can. It's 91 dies in total. I mean, when you actually sum that up, you know, we're currently, of course, at pretty much £1 a die, which is a brilliant price in itself. But we are going to get that price straight down for you for what we can do today. 91 dies from Tim Holtz. As we say, we've only got those 80 chances left. And you might be sitting there and going, 80 chances? That sounds a lot. That is nowhere near enough. We know how many people watch. We know how many people buy on shows. We've seen how many have sold already. And they are £60 today, available, of course, on that split payment as well. So less than 65p a die to be able to get these, basically, which is brilliant. Now, we've had so many amazing samples created, of course, during the shows that we'd like to kind of show people to see what you can do with these.
I think it might be a good place to start, actually, because I want to talk about that versatility, and I've got some here. And what I want to talk about is the individual elements and how different they look stylistically.
Definitely.
So look at the snowflake, for example. It's pure white there.
Yes,
that one, we have luster wax. That one, we have acrylic on it. This one is done as a faux embossed in the background. This one is very industrial and grungy. again, the ice skates, those gorgeous vintage ice skates, you know, we've got embossing there to bring it forward. We've got embossing on the show. That gorgeous, gorgeous snowman. I mean, because all the parts are individual and the arms are individual, you can have him doing whatever you want. If you want to have him with his arms held out and you want little snowballs, he can be juggling. It's entirely up to you, but look at that stylistically, the difference there. This one you'll see, it's got that lovely alphabet from the Christmas sketch set as well, so you can mix and match these dies. Let's throw in another couple of snowflakes. That one is really industrial. It's got some cogs on it. This one actually, it was just a plain white one, but I built up layers of embossing powder, so that looks like a piece of steel. It really does look like chrome steel. So there's lots of versatility built in there from the get-go. That's just one of them. You did talk about the wreath.
I love the wreath, yes.
Now, there's 14 dies in there, but actually, you know what, there's 36. Because if you look at the candle, for example, that is made up of 6 separate die cuts, but they're all on one piece of steel. So it's counted as one die, but there are actually 6. The orange slice, that's 2 dies that are joined together, so it's really, really well thought out. Talk about cardstock. That's just coloured cardstock. There's nothing else there. No techniques, no inks. That one is our set of 80 cardstock, which we shall be looking at. So there's little elements of that in there as well. This is the same card, but done with distressing. So if you want to go for that kind of distressing look, subtly different, but I put the red berries in there. Now, you talked about different elements. We've got obviously the candles there. That's doubling up on the candles. Put the poinsettia, that one's a large poinsettia, that one's small. So you can change these to accommodate however you want. So many great elements in there you can use individually or together. This set is a particular favorite of mine because of its sheer versatility. That is set number 2. Now, I love this one. I love this one. This is the Christmas sketch set. It's got this lovely, so when you do these kind of like, there's 2 dies, there's the base die and the detail die. If you kind of offset them, it gives it that very modern kind of sketchy look. But you know what? Because of the die set is quite Art Deco. Which is kind of modern retro. So, you know, these are nice and graphic. This one, you've got some distressings coming in. It's just a really versatile set, a lot of fun. I love this style particularly, but it's so different from the style that we saw previously. And that's it with Tim. His style is, there is no style. It's whatever you want it to be. It's your style.
Just so talented, isn't he? Because of the fact that he kind of covers everything. Which also makes everything very timeless, where you know that these are going to be the sets that you'll be getting out year after year after year to be able to use, but creating completely different cards from the year before.
I think timeless is a great word, actually, to describe these sets, because that's what Tim builds into his designs, that timeless element. Now this is those 3 lovely words. They're almost like Dickensian Victorian Christmas.
Absolutely.
You've got this sketchy watercolour poinsettia that comes with it, all the fronds and so on and so forth. This is using part of the wreath as well to create that lovely frond. Different techniques, very different look and feel. But again, the versatility is built in there. This one with the word Noel kind of repeated like that as a faux emboss. It's just a lovely, lovely set. And this set would go well, indeed, with any of the others as well. You could put that snowflake underneath. You know, you could put the vintage skates with some of these fronds, or maybe people like doing the vintage skates with little bits of festive fronds coming out and maybe a poinsettia. Then the last one, I love this one because it reminds me, you love the movie Elf, no doubt. Everybody loves it. I asked that not in expectation, but New York skyline. I mean,
magical, isn't it?
It really is. But he's got these skyline dies there, so we're looking at something like this. I've doubled up on that skyline die. We've got Santa in his sleigh, the moon. That's all part of the same set. Now, if you want to do it Art Deco New York Christmas, then you can do that as well. That's just plain cardstock, no fancy techniques. Again, just plain cardstock. And that's
how different
blues.
they look by using different colours of cardstock
Exactly.
as well.
Let's put them side by side so we can see that, so we can see how
same,
you can...
Same die, same scene, totally different card.
die. And we've got the lovely lampposts in there. That wreath with the ribbon on it, that is part of the set. And we could go really cute like that. So there's the truck with the Christmas trees in the back. There's the little car. with the tree on the top. We had a laugh about this one yesterday because I held it up and the tree fell off.
Oh no, okay, well that could happen when you're driving along, couldn't it?
It can happen, yeah. I hope it doesn't happen to you, but
I used to go and
that?
fetch my trees with my soft top down, you know, my roof, and that was the only way I could fit the tree in. So,
yeah, well, we used to go and get a tree every year, but it just got too much. So, yeah, we've gone for the fake there, unfortunately. But we all spray pine disinfectant, so you get the smell. That's a lie. It stinks. But that's a pop-up. That's a simple pop-up which I made. You know, you got Santa. Imagine receiving that card and opening that up. That's just magical.
Spectacular, aren't they, across every single one of these? Yep. And I think kind of looking at that as well, I mean, we will go through each of these individually, so that if you do want to get the individuals, you can do. Of course, the best price saving is to get them all. But I think when you see those samples, that's when you kind of realise exactly what you can do and how much you can actually do with each of these as well. This one, phenomenal. You know, the fact that you are getting all of the numbers, all of the alphabets as well, of course. And then as we saw with the kind of holly, with that flower as well. And I was thinking on those samples with that flower that you could use that all year round. That to me, this isn't really a Christmas die set in many respects, apart from the holly.
No, not at all, no.
And that is there at that brilliant, brilliant price of £17.99, which we are actually going to give you an even better price on today. So if you want to get this, you can take that down to £14.99. Again, we saw those beautiful samples with the wish, the peace, the Noel that we can see. That's what comes with your poinsettia, all of the extra kind of foliage that we're seeing there as well. The little bell that we've got, the acorns as well. All of these will, of course, be matched in price, and you can see they've got an absolutely massive amount of dies, of course, in every single one of these. This one, I mean, maybe my favourite, but I don't know, because each sample I see I kind of change my mind on. But if you love that sort of New York skyline, the fact that you are getting that separate lamppost, you've got those trees on top of the cars as well, you've got that really iconic look with your Santa, with his reindeer, that beautiful couple of dies to be able to create that moon as well that you've got, and that is £14.99. Then the wreath, and the fact of how you can build this wreath up, as we've seen, by using all of the bits in this or from the other die sets as well if you wanted to. Those candles just on their own as well, to be able to create the most magical and marvellous scene that we've got, of course, with that. So many dies, of course, in that one. And then finally, we saw all of those different samples using that snowflake, a really fantastic size on that snowflake. Love as well how you mentioned about the snowman and having all those different sort of dies with it, because the sort of fun you can have with the different placements, of course, of like the arms and everything that comes with that. And then those skates, I mean, that for me, again, use it for Christmas, but I think all year round for kind of birthday cards, you know, for younger children. A lot of people love ice skating. So
absolutely, and even if you've got a winter birthday as well, you know.
Definitely.
Well, I've got a winter birthday, but it's actually Christmas Day, so it doesn't really matter what you... It's Christmas Day, it is.
Oh, do you ever get two presents, or do you just all... Does everyone just kind of not?
As long as everybody's happy and I've got the day off work, I don't really
just feel
care.
like when you were young...
People overcompensated.
Did they? They went the other way.
What was the first thing you thought of the two presents?
Yeah, I felt sorry for you.
So family feels sorry for me, they overcompensate.
Right, fair enough, so you get even more.
There you go.
Did you ever get to have a birthday party? Did you have to have a different day? No, because you can't really invite people on Christmas Day.
But I don't know any different, do I? So,
no, it's true. Yeah. Well, double the celebration, isn't it?
It's great.
It's all about you on Christmas Day.
It's all about me.
I've never met somebody born on Christmas Day.
Oh, really?
No. So there we are. So yes, so you've got those individually, but of course, nearly everybody is wanting to go for the full set because of the fact that everyone's going to want all of these. They are kind of brought back from the vault, of course, fan favourites, new kind of little takes on this new dies as well that we've got, and you are getting that reduced from £89.95 to £59.99. So a really brilliant saving of £30. So it's almost like you're getting two of the die sets pretty much for free,
absolutely.
Really.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is fabulous.
Really good.
So two-way split pay as well, so if you do want to take this home for just under £30, you can, but remember that we are limited now on availability of this, and of course once it's gone, it has gone. We've brought a massive quantity across the 2 days, but we do not have many of them left at all. Would you like to do a demo on it?
I'd love to
do a
demo. I'm all ready,
I'm intrigued, to be honest, to see kind of what you're going to do, which bits you're going to choose. And...
Yeah, well, I'm going to start off with the snowflake.
Okay,
because
fab.
The reason is I've done this snowflake so many times, so many different techniques. It could have been any of the dies, but I'm going to go with that snowflake.
Okay.
So I've pre-cut one, and I've cut it from this lovely craft card, which I just realised I'm about to put it on top of a silicone mat, which is exactly the same colour. So I know. I'm going to hold it in my hand for the time being, so you can see that. Now let's put a little bit of acrylic down there. This is kind of a creamy acrylic. It's what we call light buttermilk. Now I'm using my I'm taking some of my Sizzix tools from here. And these are interchangeable. Now, if you shop by brand, you will find these on the
great
website.
tools, aren't
They're
they?
different. So this is a blending tool for the... so we're going to see all of these tools in action, actually.
Okay.
But I'm going to start with my brayer because I want to give this a bit of colour. I want to bring it to life. But you see how I'm taking some of that colour off?
Yes.
Now, I'm working on this, so now you see it doesn't matter so much. I'm looking for the imperfection here.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that. I don't want perfect coverage, so I'm not pressing down really heavy. I could take this and make it completely cream coloured, but I don't want that because we're going for that kind of rustic feel
definitely.
with this one. Now, while I've still got some of that on there, I'll take my spritzer. He says that very slowly because I'm thinking, where have I put my spritzer? Here it is. There you go. So let's get some water in there. Maybe we'll take a little bit more. And we'll spray some water on that, like so, because I want to water it down to a kind of a milky consistency. And at this point, I'm going to take my palette now.
Okay.
I'm going to blend it in. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Because I'll take this. This is the background for that. And I want to get some of this in the back. So this is a great tip, actually, if you want to get a splatter effect, but control it. You know, usually it's not as controllable as this. A palette knife is
Which
a
isn't
perfect...
necessarily what you would think to do, would you?
No, but
So
it's
that's
a great way of doing it. And the further you slide your thumb down there, that will give me really small droplets.
Lovely.
When I move my thumb back, that's going to give me the bigger droplets. Now, let's get that out of the way for a sec, because I'm going to come back to this and get a bit more on my brayer. So this is why these interchangeable heads are so useful. Now, let's roll that out, because what I want to do now is take this rubber stamp. Now, obviously, stamping, we usually use inks, but today I'm going to use acrylics. So I'm putting the acrylic on there like so. And I'm going to bring it onto the background like this. So now we've stamped, and you know white stamping on brown, it doesn't really show up. But when you use acrylics to make the stamp is imperfect. It's not like using inks. So, but that's the vibe I'm going for with this. I am going for that imperfection. It's actually built into the design. So let's pop the stamp over there in some water. So now all that is left to do, actually, I want to take this, and I had a moment of panic before the demo. Well, I haven't plugged in my glue gun, and I need my glue gun, so I'm trying to string it out now, so the glue gun is heated up now. So we've used the brayer, we've used the palette knife. I'll put those to one side, and this time I'm bringing the blending head back in. So that just snaps into place. Taking one of my favourite colours of distressing. This is called pumice stone. And notice how I'm moving from the centre outward and concentrating on those edges. Now, techniques like this, you can't really see what's happening until you start to layer things up. And sometimes things like these inks, they give you that little bit of contrast to help something stand out. And that's what we're doing here. And
it's those little touches that make such a difference, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. So that's my pumice stone, one of my favourite colours. Right, now, background. Let's take, and I've actually outdone myself. I put the double-sided tape on back in the office the other day, so I didn't waste time. You see how I think of you guys?
Exactly, don't you?
I know, I do. There you go. It'd be nice. Obviously, this hasn't dried yet. Normally, I'd let this kind of dry naturally or bring my heat tool. But I'm going to pop that there so it's sitting against the top. You see that I've torn it at the base, and there is method in my madness because I've got a stamped sentiment, pre-stamped again with these in place. 'Tis the season to be jolly. That's going to sit down there. So, do you know what? There's not much more you need to do with this card. But I'm going to see if my glue gun. This is the exciting part. This is the acid test.
If not, we can come back to it anyway, can't we?
No, we'll just pretend.
Okay, just stick it on and say done. Yeah, it was perfect.
Look, it's heated up. That's fantastic. I'm going to put this at a slight angle. So I'm going to offset that. And what I've done, I've taken some twine, tied it into a bow, and put some of these lovely little Tim Holtz jingle bells
Yeah.
on there, just to add something a little bit industrial. And how simple was that?
I know, that's the thing, you've used so little, haven't you,
Yeah.
to actually create that, and yet you can just see that it's just a magical card. It's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, just two colours of card, ivory
Yeah,
and
that's
the
really
craft.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Then a little bit of acrylic, some distress ink, a few little details.
Yeah.
Wow, that's my kind of card.
Yeah, it is mine, yes, because it looks, I think it just looks very modern, you know, very contemporary, at the same time as still very magical. So you've got that there. So that is the way that you could use these. Now, we are looking at about 80% of the stock having now been allocated across this set that we've got. That is where you can get absolutely everything. So an amazing 91 dies. And as you sort of mentioned a little bit earlier, you know, these are kind of like the greatest hits of Tim Holtz. These are the ones that have been brought back from the vault. But I love as well that if they were some of the big dies before, some people don't have the machines to use the big dies.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
this could be the moment now where you can think, oh, actually, I can get those into my collection.
The skates were a big die.
Were they?
And that snowflake,
okay.
that was a big die as well. And it was much, much bigger. So if you have the original, then you can layer up this smaller snowflake on it. So, yeah.
Yes, definitely. And you can see as we kind of come along these, why you have got so many of these dies, and actually what you can do, what you can create, of course, with these as well, which is absolutely superb. And all of those different letters, the numbers, the images, the wish, the peace, the Noel as well. And I think what's so nice actually about all of these 5 die sets is that you can use them individually, each die set, or you can actually use them all to create any scene that you want to. And I think every single year you're going to be creating totally different things. And wall art as well. I mean, like that Jolly Holly, to be able to kind of pop that up when it's Christmas or anything like that would just be such a great thing to be able to do. So you can see the amount of dies, of course, within each of these. And as you mentioned, some of them have even more than it's kind of showing as well, because of the way that it's been put. Now, you've got one of the embossing folders in front of you.
I've got an embossing folder,
a couple of embossing folders, haven't we, on the show, which
Yes.
are absolutely brilliant. Now, one of them has completely sold out, so that one's gone. We've got limited stock now available on each of these. We will bring them to you. So the one that you're about to use is this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, again, with these, you've got a really brilliant opportunity to create, I mean, with embossing folders, it's the way that they kind of pack that punch and kind of stand out,
Totally,
I think.
yeah. Gorgeous.
And if we show you what you can see, obviously, here, that is going to transform, of course, into that. And then you can see this is going to transform, of course, into the second one that you can see there. We've also got boards in different colours. And once again, when you see them in different colours, it almost looks like you're getting a completely different embossing folder that you've got just there. And we can, of course, do another great price opportunity on these for you to be able to get them as well. So we can bring them down to £7.99 for you to be able to jump in and take advantage, of course, on those as well. So £7.99 for you to be able to get that one. And then we have the second one that we can see, of course, just here. It almost kind of makes, you know, with that, you're really seeing that wood grain, aren't you? Seeing that tree that we're seeing there as well. And to be able to actually capture that in an embossing folder.
It's extraordinary.
Very clever, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And Tim is very proud of his embossing folders because I know how much work goes into the design of them. And, you know, it's not one of those repeating patterns. Every little knot, every little crease in that is individually designed.
Yeah,
Incredible.
It's absolutely superb. So great prices on each of those. And this is the one that you're about to use in a moment.
That is the one I'm going to use. That is Sparkle.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to do, because I'm going to introduce some, see, while you were talking,
Yeah, you're thinking.
I made an executive decision, and I was going to do a twofer,
Right.
but we're going to do a threefer.
Okay.
So we're going to try and show 3 different techniques.
Okay, lovely.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
2.5. I don't know. So I'm going to take Sparkle.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do now with 3D folders, we always say spritz with
Okay.
water beforehand, because it allows the fibres of the card to stretch.
Yeah.
It gives you a much deeper, crisper, cleaner emboss, and it sets rock solid. So I'm going to pop that in there. And then I'm going to take, I've got my switch machine with me. We haven't got it on the show, sadly, because they are out of stock again.
Again.
But this is the Tim Holtz switch machine. With the machine, with the Sizzix machine, you know that all the instructions are always printed on the platform.
So helpful, isn't it?
Making it so much easier. So if you are new to die cutting, or if there is any confusion, and goodness knows there are so many different products, so many combinations,
Yes, yeah.
to have that is
back on it,
a
can't you?
godsend.
Make sure you've got the-
But you know, if you overloaded this machine, if I got the sandwich wrong,
Yeah.
the machine would simply reject.
Oh, brilliant.
You know, it wouldn't persevere, it wouldn't struggle, it wouldn't
Yeah.
whine. it wouldn't break.
Yeah, which is what we want.
Yeah, that's important to say.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens. It just rejects an overloaded platform.
Wow, look at that.
But that is the kind of depth that you're going to get. Now, I know it's black on black and it's not as clear as it could be, but we're going to use something to bring that to life. So here's a strip that I made a bit earlier. So that's now dried. And I'm going to take some luster waxes.
Okay,
now,
yes.
I'll start off with this one, and I always use a separate piece of card on the side like that.
Yep.
So this is charcoal, and see what starts to happen when you come over that detail. So I'm taking from the top down, and I'm just fading that out. So I want to go heavier at the top and lighter towards the base. Now, I always use charcoal. With luster waxes, you might think of them individually as individual colours, gold, rose gold, the charcoal. There's so many different options available to you, but I like to blend them. I like to use them together, especially if you're going for vintage techniques. You can get a real kind of patina look going on there. Now I'm going to take the rose gold and I'm going to put this alongside, and the difference that makes.
Makes me think of a chandelier, you know, when I'm looking at this.
Very much so. It's almost like beadwork just hanging down, isn't it? It's got a sort of an opulent decadence. You know,
definitely.
Some bordello somewhere. I don't know. But there we are. So we've come from the top again. We've been using that rose gold and the charcoal together. It's a lovely, lovely combination. And if we see it back against the black like that, that's a great way to bring these things to life. Now, let's go in again now. Snowflake.
Okay.
I cut a snowflake earlier. And this time, again, going from the center outwards, I'm going a bit heavier this time. I'm not so concerned about the subtlety with this one. But if this is the base coat, that is what gives you that subtlety by having this charcoal, which is the darker of the silvers, darker of the metallics rather. It's gorgeous. So I'm working to the end there. And then I'm going to come in with some rose gold and just pick out different accents. I'm not going to kind of do this all over, just a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm not even thinking it through. I just want it to feel right. It's more of a feeling than a kind of a, you know, you're not thinking too much about it. You're just being completely freeform.
Look at that.
That is gorgeous. That looks.
It's almost like every movement as well that you make with that, you see a different colour flashing out as well because of how you've used both those together.
That's the beauty of metallics. It's all about how light and shadow play on there, and that's why it's lovely to give, you know. So, but there's one more. This is the one I've decided to do separate to the others. So I'm going to use some acrylics, and I'm glad I had them with me actually. So I'm going to pop. So I've got some browns here. This is a kind of a ready brown, and I'm going to take this sea sponge.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this from top to bottom. And this is going to be my base colour. Now, again, it's quite subtle. You can barely see it against the black. That's okay. It doesn't matter. The point is that you will know it's there.
Yeah.
Or rather, you would know it wasn't there when you get to the end of this. So I'm just dragging. It's a lovely effect. Very simple effect, but it's a great way to get spectacular effects without having, you know, because a lot of these mixed media techniques, people look at them and they think, oh wow, that's amazing, I can never do that. But this is just showing how easy that is.
Really
and again, this one is a sort of a buff or a beige colour. So
and it just feels like it transforms what you've done with the embossing folder by using, you know, the different, whether it's the paint or whether, of course, it's the luster wax. Or...
It is absolutely transformative. And you're bringing in the red again over the top of that. Just a little bit more
it's
here.
aged, doesn't it?
Now, the last colour, it's that buttermilk. It's the one that we used on our snowflake at the beginning.
Okay.
And this is just going to pick out the detail. So this is the lightest coat of all. So we went heavy with the first one.
Yeah.
About medium with the second one. But this one, this is going to pick out those lovely beads and it's going to make them stand out from the colour in the background. And you see what I said about that red? Yeah. It's quite subtle now. Now you can really see that under there. That's really good, that's a lovely background. And you put that on a card. Yes. You put your snowflake. Oh, that's lovely. Against the side like that. Wow, you've got two great sort
and
of
also I'm
background
sort of
finishes.
picturing as well the standard Christmas cards that we see.
Yes.
You don't see things like that, do you, usually, in
You
those
don't.
sort of colours? So if you have got, say, your stall or something and you're selling on, or you just want to make it for friends and family, it's going to be one of those ones that will really stand out as different, I think, to everything else that you've actually got as well.
Yeah, and we did talk about make to sell before. So yeah, if you're making to sell, if you go to a craft fair and you walk around it and people, they have their cards there, it's Christmas, so they're all going to look similar.
That won't.
This is what Tim Holtz gives you.
Yeah.
He gives you points of difference. He gives you something unique. And that's why eventually somebody is going to choose your cards because they're different to everybody else. And I know you're all super skilled out there, so you can do all this, you know, with no problem at all.
Yeah.
But that's what I love about Tim, is it's exciting because I never know where he's going to go
Yes,
with
yeah.
his collections. I really don't. But yeah, really nice techniques.
Fabulous, isn't it? So if you do want, of course, that embossing folder that we've just seen being used, we have got that down from £11.99 to £7.99 today. And you can see that finish that you get with this, but also those gorgeous techniques that Pete showed you there that you can actually do with this to really bring out, you know, that 3D embossing that you get with this as well. Whether you're thinking of it as sort of beads hanging, whether you're thinking kind of chandeliers, it's going to create the most gorgeous, gorgeous backgrounds when you get that. Now, the other thing, obviously, that you use was the luster wax. Now, we do have each of these available individually, but of course, again, the best way to get them is to go for the bundle, which is where you are going to get 5 different colours, so 20ml pots of these, and then you're also going to be getting the glue to go with these as well. Now, individually, that has completely sold out. So how do you use
Actually, I just need to jump in there, because it's not actually glue.
That's what I was just suddenly
What
thinking.
it is, I'm reaching
Liquid
down
gloss.
here.
Yeah.
It's always the last thing. It's always the last thing. But if you look at these cards, you see these little dewdrops. Okay,
Is that what that's
get.
created?
Yeah, so it's called liquid gloss, and you'll notice here and on the petals of the poinsettia, they're like kind of dewdrops. And this works with spring flowers, summer flowers.
Great, isn't it?
But you put it on just like glue, little pearls. It looks milky and then it dries perfectly clear, but it's got that lovely kind of domed effect. So it does look like rain has settled onto that, and there we go. There's
it's having you able to get exactly the shape you want, and you kind of see from the smaller sort of drops to the larger ones.
Exactly,
you
can go from really small to really big. So that's what that is. It's called liquid gloss.
I love that. That's
it's
really
great,
clever,
isn't it? I know, I love it. Yeah.
And works so well alongside, of course, all of these. So that has gone individually, so you're not able to get it on its own, only as part of this big bundle as well. If you did go for them all individually, that's your price, £55.94. But of course, once again, we are going to give you a deal price opportunity on this. So £39.99. They're not even like small drops, are they? It's actually sort of like big chunks are being taken out of each of these. So down to £39.99 for you to get that lovely mix of colours that we can see, of course, with these. I think we just had a message in from Tracy as well. Hello, Tracy. I could watch Pete all day. So talented. His crafting is so inspirational. I think everybody would agree with that.
You know, they say you know, bad workman blames his tools, but I give credit to my tools. I give credit to the dies because, you know, half the work's done for me. So, but thank you, Tracy. I appreciate it.
It's nice to say it. You know, if I was doing these demos, they wouldn't be turning out that way.
You
so
take
it
all the
is
credit.
you. No, I could take no credit because they just. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do what you could do at all. You should take some credit too. So the colours that you've got within these is you have got your lilac rainbow, you've also got your gold, you have then got within this your rose gold, plus you have got the ivory that we can see, and then finally you have got that charcoal. So 5 very different colours, but again, seeing you kind of use a couple together
and
works
the
really well.
lilac rainbow's got that lovely iridescence about
Lovely.
it. It's a fabulous colour, it really is.
And if you do want any of them individually, £8.99 each, so they're a really good price individually. But of course, this is the only way to be able to get this, because that has completely sold out individually. So if you want to get that as part of the bundle, then you are managing to get that today at £39.99. And I've just spotted that it's available actually on split pay as well, which doesn't normally come in unless it's over £50. So it must have gone on the start price, but that does mean you can take all of that home today for £20 if you would like to, which is even better, isn't it, sometimes? Which one are we jumping out next? We're thinking of, okay. Do you know one of my favourite places in the world is actually Brooklyn side of New York, and kind of sitting on the little beach that's there in Dumbo and looking at the sun sort of go down and seeing that skylight turn up.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember my first time in New York, it was 1988.
Okay.
And I remember coming from the airport on the bus, and then suddenly you come through and there it is, that skyline.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, as you drive across that bridge?
It's a movie set. It's a movie set everywhere you go. The first place I stayed was Columbia University at the student halls, which is where they filmed the beginning of Ghostbusters.
Oh, really?
I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I'm there.
I'm a geek, you know, so I make no apologies.
The first time I went over, I was at Performing Arts School, and they took us over for our trip when we were 18.
Oh,
and we were sort of working on Broadway and working with sort of some of the biggest sort of shows over there. And you know, when you're thinking, how has this happened? Like, how have you arrived, isn't it, almost? So
it's incredible.
To be able to kind of transport that onto a card, like we're saying about our memories, there'll be so many people at home or who you gift this to that have those memories, which I think make it even more special, actually.
It's kind of magical, and that's why I think Tim combined the Santa and sleigh with the skyline. We did see, I make no excuse for this, but I'm going to bring in some of those dies again in case folks missed the beginning of the show. That just screams New York to me.
Doesn't it?
Elf.
Home Alone as well.
Home Alone. Yeah, there you go. There's another one.
And I really love these little kind of tiny
mini
ones that could be
cards,
little notelets or little mini cards, maybe for your school friends if you've got 30 school friends, or you know, things like that. They're just lovely, aren't they?
Why not? Or even place settings, you know, at Christmas
Yes, absolutely.
time.
Put a little gift voucher in.
I haven't got time for that because I'm going to be cooking.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah, Fraser, on my birthday. So, but it includes the moon, this set. It includes the Santa, the sleigh. You've got that lovely...
exactly. That is an image on its own, isn't it?
But you're building pictures, you're building stories. You know, you've got the foreground, you've got the background, and then you've got the sky and of course the moon dropping back there. It has great depth. It's ideal for pop-up cards, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do pop-up cards.
And I think as well, just there, when you've just kind of emptied all of these dies out, that's when you get the idea of how many actually come within these sets as well, because that's where you see how there's loads of them that kind of then work together, join up, kind of create, like you said, the moon having two different dies and things like that.
So it's so well thought through. You know, you've got this is the side of the truck. You've got the wreath and the bow, which sit on the same die. That's for you've got the three inner bits for the trees, and you've got the three separate trees, but they're all on one die. So if we did them separates, we could say, oh, there are X amount of dies in this, 100%. But we don't. We make it. When I say we, I'm talking about Tim, of course. But yeah, it really makes it easier for everybody at home. But for now, I'm using the moon.
I'm excited to see a pop-up one as well. Yeah, that'd be lovely. We are getting quite limited, I will be honest with you now, within this bundle. Obviously, this is launched yesterday, has been incredibly popular throughout today as well. I think we will have probably sold out by midnight, to be honest with you, because of the numbers that we now have left. It is, of course, down from $89.95 to $59.99, and it is available, if you prefer, on that split pay option, so you can get all of it home by £30 if you wanted to. But if you do want it, because lots of you are sitting with this still in your baskets, you do need to ensure that you check out on it to make sure that you actually manage to get it as well.
Yeah, so what I've done here is I've put the individual pieces down. So there's the two parts of the moon and the Santa. And I've used some of this lovely maker's tape. It's a low tack. If you do shop by brand, you'll find it on the website. It's perfect for making sure your dies stay where you want them to stay, because there's nothing worse than it running through the machine and finding that it's kind of slipped out of register. It's nothing about the dies or the machine. It's, you know, it's just one of those things.
Great with that tape though as well, I was thinking in terms of how it comes off quite easily, because you do sometimes see some low tack tape that gets very sticky when it goes through the machine.
Yeah, I mean, people in the past have used washi tape, but not all washi tapes are created equally.
No, exactly.
So some of them will pull the fibres off the top of your card. That's a disaster. So yeah, it's specially formulated so that it doesn't stick to the card. And I usually, when in work, if you see my machine in work, it's covered with strips of this, which I reuse. Even though I've got dozens of rolls of it, I still reuse it.
Yes.
Because I used to have to pay for all this stuff. So
you want your
I understand that. You know, it's you know, when you're paying for it, you want to reuse it where possible.
Definitely.
So you can see that maker's tape, that's good to go. Stick it on the side of your machine. And it's ready to fight another day. Now I'm just popping these middle bits out. The moon is actually, this was released in a Halloween set. And much bigger. So you've got a nice,
yes, you could use it for Halloween kind of makes as well, couldn't you? You don't need to just use it for these Christmas ones.
You know, if you do this in, like, say 2 shades of orange and put a bat in front of that, you're good to go. So we'll take Santa. This is out of a deep blue card, so I'll peel off my maker's tape there. So Santa's fallen out all by himself. Just these little bits which need a little extra help.
Yeah.
There, and that's it. We are ready to go. So let's pop these down. So there's my center. There's the two pieces of the moon. I'll pop this to one side. And now it comes time to stick things together. So I'm going to bring my silicone mat back in again and scribble some glue over the surface like that. That's it's always easier to take the die cut to the glue rather than the glue to the die cut.
Yes, yeah.
At least that's what I think. Anyway. So there we are. So I'll pop that down there, get that in the right place, and then just hold that together for a second. And that's all ready. See the difference that makes just by having that very subtle pale blue.
Definitely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So this is my pop-ups. Now, I actually created this pop-up center myself. There are all sorts of online tutorials which teach you how to do this. It's confusing at first, but once you've done a couple, you never need to look at the tutorial again because you get into it. Yeah, it does. You kind of you know, it's easy once you've done it 2 or 3 times. You get the idea. But there's, I mean, I'll show you how to do any super easy pop-up in a second. Now I'm actually going to use my finger. And I'm going to apply the glue there. The great thing about PVA is it just rubs off. There was a kind of glue when I was a kid. I can't remember what it was. It was probably quite toxic. But I used to put it on the back of my hand and peel it off.
Yes, I remember.
Have you done that?
Yeah, I used to do it at school. You used to paint it all over yourself on purpose because you.
Just to peel it off.
Yeah, just to peel it off.
I've got hairy hands now, so it's not such a good idea.
Would have been quite uncomfortable.
Not really appealing anymore.
No.
But there you go. That's it. That's the real depth that you're getting. If you did this in 3 layers, you could get the buildings as well. You know, so if you really want to go to town on that, I'm actually tearing up the base here because I want to stick this down. This time I will take PVA card. So just a little bit on the back there. Remember with PVA, the thinner you do it, the quicker it's going to dry. So don't think that you need to put tons on because it will take forever to dry. And my card has been pre-stamped.
Oh, yes, lovely. With the Peace on Earth.
Bearing the legend Peace on Earth. So to prove that it works as a pop-up,
go on.
I'm going to hold it down like that. Hopefully, when I open it up, the glue will have set to the point where, there you go, how's that?
Wow.
That's so simple.
Isn't it? And I mean, from that die set, you had so many dies and you've just used a few of them, you know, 3 of them that you've literally got there, and that has just created the most perfect scene, hasn't it? Just in itself like that, which is just phenomenal.
You could even dot the trees at the back as well.
Yeah, you could do,
have the
if you wanted
trees in there. You know, it's just a super, super versatile set. That is so simple, so graphic. I just love that.
I love it, I really do. I mean, it's just so clever, everything that we're getting to see. So that is that die set that we can see just here, which is your Vault Christmas Magic that we're seeing. And of course, you know, we've used a few elements to create that amazing pop-up, but there's so much more that you get with this as well, from your lamppost to that lovely wreath with the bow, the Christmas trees as well, the vans, the lovely car that we're seeing, which is just absolutely exquisite, isn't it? So a gorgeous, gorgeous set that we've got there with the Vault Christmas Magic. We then also have your Vault Festive wreath that we've got there, and I think wreaths are synonymous, aren't they, for Christmas? You know, you think of the way you put them on your doors. We are down now to the final one of this individually, so if you do want it individually, there is only the one final chance available at £14.99. Comes of course with the candles as well, comes with all those lovely poinsettias, you know, the leaves, the berries that we've got, that lovely clementine as well. The boat, it's just absolutely magical at that fabulous price. We've also got this set that we can see here, very different to the others. We've seen obviously that fabulous snowflake, the size of it as well, how different it can look depending on what you cut it out with. Maybe if you're using your luster wax, for example, on that. Also love the ice skates, give me lots of memories of being a child there. And then we've got that really cool little snowman where you can place the arms wherever you want because they are separate dies as well for you to be able to get this. We've then got this one, which is your set of Wish, Peace, and you've got Noel that we can see. You've got the little bells that come with this. You've also got the larger kind of poinsettia image, as well as all of that extra foliage to be able to really build up those lovely images that we've got. And then finally, we have this. I mean, the fact that this comes with all of your letters, all of your numbers as well. So you'll be able to use them all year round. I mean, 43 dies within this. And then you've got the beautiful holly sprig that we can see. You've got that lovely flower as well. And obviously those overlay dies there to be able to give you that lovely finish that we're seeing as well. So individually, they're at brilliant prices of $14.99. But of course, the best way to get them, the most popular way, but what is now very, very limited, is to be able to get them at this price. $89.95 is where we should be. We are instead at $59.99 today. So we are obviously giving you a £30 saving. So it's almost like we're saying you can have 2 of these for free, isn't it? Pretty much the ones that have gone down when they go down to that discount price sort of thing. So £15. So a brilliant opportunity to be able to jump in and take these. £30 altogether if you want to get them on split pay as well, which is absolutely super. Now the luster wax as well, lots of you coming in for this. This is where you are getting the 5, of course, different luster waxes. You are also getting, which I just love, I'm just seeing the finish of what this actually does as well. So we've got that that brilliant liquid gloss that we're seeing. And like you said, you put it on almost like glue, which might be why it's been named glue on our screen, but it doesn't do what glue does. Instead, it creates those beautiful dewdrops that we can see and those water droplets that we have. Limited on this bundle as well now. We are pretty much down to single figures. So if you want to get them single figure opportunities to be able to jump in and get it. One other thing we haven't mentioned, which we still have availability on, is the opulent cardstock pack. I just love this. I can always remember the first ever show that we did together, and this was something that you brought, and I just looked at it and I was like, how do you get this kind of array of cardstock within one pack? And this just shows it perfectly, because you can see how that's been created with all the different bits of card.
Yeah, so there's the matte in the background, which is embossed. Then you've got the mirror, then you've got the pearlized, you've got the brushed metal, and also that lovely non-shed glitter. So you're getting the 5 surfaces. They work great individually, but when you put them together, wow.
Even better, yes. I've just noticed we've got 6 chances left. So
okay.
that's all we have. So you are getting 50 sheets today. Now your start price is £19.99 to be able to get all of that. We are going to give you a drop on this as well, £16.99 today, but it's for the fastest people to get involved, because that's all that we have left now is 6 chances. As we say, so much from the show has completely sold out. A lot of it now is very limited, like you've seen there, like you've seen the luster wax. Something else we have available, but again is very, very limited of what we have left, is this, which is your 80 sheets of your cardstock that we've got left for you to be able to jump in and get. This is brilliant. Yes.
Come on, this is it.
I just love how you've actually done this as well, because it shows the texture of it. It also shows the colour sort of array that we get.
216 gram, 80 pounds if you're in America. It's got that lovely linen texture on one side, and of course it's kind of flat on the back. It's great for construction, for boxes, for cards, for tags and so on, but for die cutting, of course, it's a Sizzix product, so it's going to be fabulous. And believe it or not, I've got some colour swatches. I haven't got them with me, unfortunately, but this works for every season of the year. You could pull Halloween out of this. You could pull Easter. You could pull, if you want to do something that's sort of gender-specific, little boy, little girl. You know, you've got your neutrals, you've got your Christmas. It's something for everybody in this set. It's just really, really cool.
And to get 20 colours, I just think is brilliant, because like you're saying, you buy this, you've got this in your stash and you're ready to go with any card really that your inspiration comes from, whether it's this collection, whether it's other things that you've got at home. And again, we are at a superb price tag for you to be able to get this. $22.99 is where we should be, which for me, I'm already thinking is brilliant. But actually today, you can get this for under £20. But yeah, it is limited once again, and that is something else that I'm sure is going to sell out very, very quickly, because it's been so popular across all of the shows that we've seen, understandably, with the amount that you're actually getting within this and that lovely finish that you get with the linen cardstock on that side. And that I love, because I just think it really shows it all off as well. We don't have to kind of be flicking through it, do we? Just like, ta-da, here's our fan. To Anne-Marie, Magali, Sandra, Newcrafts in Hampshire, Julie, welcome to the show as well. Well done, of course, if you do manage to get that, because, yeah, it's there for all seasons, as you said. What would you like to do next?
What we're going to do, we're going to look at the candles. We're going to take because we talked about the different elements in the wreath, there are so many different
Yeah.
elements. But I want to look at the candles, and this time we're going to be introducing a little bit of colour. But
This one has now sold out individually, just to let people know. That has now gone completely. So if you do want to get that one that we're seeing just there with the wreath, the only way is as part of the bundle, which again is limited now as well.
It is indeed. Now, we say there's, I think they said there were 14 or 16 dies in this, but if you look at it, there's 2 dies there. They're together. They're all part of the same one. This one, you get the individual berries and you get the fronds, so you add the berries to that. So there's 6 dies there. The poinsettia, that is 4 separate dies. So actually there's 36 separate elements in this.
Isn't it?
But to get the colour, for what I'm doing, you can see I've used my distress inks to create these little backgrounds. This is going to be the base. This is where the candles are going to sit. So to start off, I'm taking my water and I'm going to give that a nice spritz. So that is going to give kind of the effect of snow, hopefully. But I just need to let the water soak into that ink. And this actually I inked about 4 or 5 days ago when I was preparing for the show. But it's still active. So then I put my paper towel down. You can see where that's lifted and it just takes it away like that. You can let it dry naturally. It gives you a different kind of vibe, but that works for me.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Now, I'm just going to do the candle. I'm not going to do the fronds. I'm just going to show you the finished example because we're probably not going to have time, unfortunately. But this is my candle. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Wow,
8
yeah,
elements.
within that.
So there's actually 38 different elements in this
Even more
wreath.
than we first kind of.
Something I want to say about the wreath. Tim's been doing these vault collections all year.
Okay.
Now, this is the 3rd or 4th wreath. Some of them are spring, one is Halloween, one is summer. So they've all got a different look, but they all work together as well. So the base wreaths, this bit, they're all about the same size.
I see, so you can bring them all together and use them.
But they're different in style, different in look, but they will go together.
Okay,
they will
that's
work
really
together.
good to know, isn't it?
And some of those different flowers as well, because if you say, it doesn't have to be Christmas. This candle doesn't, it could be in your Halloween set. If you want to make it look creepy, you can make it look creepy.
And that's where just using different cardstock, different colours, kind of adding different distress inks, for example, makes such a difference, don't they, with these dyes?
Huge, absolutely huge. So that's my base. I'm just going to leave that one clear. Now let's take my 2 candles to start off with. And what I'm going to do, I want to get some contrast in here. So I'm going to bring my antique linen, one of my all-time favourites.
Is it?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I think, it's always one of those questions. I remember Zoe Hillman, who's a licensed designer for Tim Holtz. She's incredible. But I was with her in a trade show last year. And we were talking for hours on end about if we were on a desert island, which 6 colours would you? Do you know, it's a lovely game, that is. It's only distress ink fanatics who can play that game.
But to choose 6 colours, I bet you found that hard, right?
It was impossible. When I said to Zoe, her face, the blood drain from her face is like, I can't choose 6. All right, well, you got to, because that's the game.
That's the game.
That's the game, so you got no choice. But we did. We got there.
And this was one you chose, this colour?
This, this would have to be. This would have to be in there. It'd be interesting. Have a think at home what 6 you would, if you are a distress ink fanatic, which ones would you choose? It's so hard to do. It really is. It's like the whole, it's desert island discs.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
so hard to limit it to just 7 songs or 8, whatever it is. It's almost impossible. And the more you think about it, the harder it gets.
And the more you think of different ideas, don't you?
And then you think about the ones that you forgot. And, man.
100%.
But it's the same with distress inks.
We've got about 2 minutes left on the show. Just
2 minutes left on the show. Okay, I got you. Less chat, more work, Pete. Come on.
Less thinking about our colours on desert islands.
what I will do, I know. There's me, we're live TV and I'm on a desert island.
We're having a lovely little chat, I know. Like tonight at night, why not?
But there we go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show the elements, I'm going to put them together without gluing them, and then we'll do a here's one I made earlier. How about that? There you go. Right now. So let's take the yellow, because I have actually got the flames as well. So I'm just going to get a bit of yellow down there like that, and a bit of yellow on that one there. So when I do start to put it together, there's that lovely subtle layering that we've got.
Yeah, super.
See the difference there? There's one, This one goes over the top. There's 2, then you bring in the dripping wax.
Great.
3, so that little bit of inking
Yeah, definitely.
has given it depth, it's given it dimension. You know, then this one goes on the bottom. We'll pretend we put the flames on it because I'm just going to sweep these to one side.
Super.
And we're going to bring out the original samples.
Perfect.
And there you go. So that's it. That's with a single candle.
Fabulous, isn't it?
That's with a double candle. And the poinsettia and the leaves and so on and so forth, they've been cut from that card, which I inked up earlier. So just a little bit more inking around there.
Yeah.
Let's look at the wreath in all its glory. Let's talk about just plain old card. No inks. None whatsoever. That's just what you get from Sizzix cards, what you get from Tim Holtz,
and
what
you
you
can
get from Hobby Maker.
Yes, exactly. You can see, of course, from all of those kind of samples what we can create. So do remember, we are limited now on this. So we're very, very limited on that final collection. So if you want to go and get that, then do, of course, take advantage. You're getting all 5 of those sets, which is amazing. Thank you so much. I know the 2 days of watching you has been absolutely fabulous.
Well, thank you. It's been fun,
And obviously to Tim Holtz as well for enabling us to give that first look of that collection. Do check out your baskets. Well done, and we will see you very, very soon.